Blessings. Here we are, moving from the Sun, Neptune in Pisces at 29 degrees to 0 Aries for this inception of a new cycle, a new year, astrological year. And we celebrate today together with our tribe, with our star beings, and we celebrate star knowledge. So I wish I could invite everyone, but we're going to do that at UWAC. We're going to meet the whole astrology community. In the meantime, we celebrate so many things this month and this week. Not only the equinox, not only Astrology Day, but a Venus star point on March 24th, Mercury Cazimi on March 24th, Venus star point on March 22nd. And of course, we are in the thick of eclipse season and in the thick of a transition between Pisces and Aries for Neptune moving for a new 165 years. So we are in a Neptune fest. Many of the speakers today will touch on the profession of astrology, the equinox chart. We talked about it in our first part 1, so you can go back to the other video. And we're going to focus quite prominently on this new cycle of Neptune in Aries. So here are our first speakers, our European speakers. It's early morning in the United States. It's early evening in Norway and Greece. And I would like to begin with this brief introduction. Celestial systems. Aho. We have an oath as astrologers. It's an invocation, it's a confirmation, it is also a pledge. The infinity of the sky has cohesion. The astral planes reveal a logic to which nature fully resonates and aligns with. If few are initiated in this art of interpretation, of celestial science with existential meaning, I am one. I recognize the privilege and responsibility to serve humanity as an astrologer. Be the channel between above and below. Remain grounded, clear of prejudice, and open hearted, respectfully, gracefully, truthfully. I pledge to assist those who seek higher guidance, direct them to the space, the time, and the way, as depicted in the map of geocosmic cycles. I will enlighten them in the perspective that despite trials and tribulations, their lives are intrinsic to an intelligent cosmic order. These suggestions shall be made to the best of my humble understanding, whether venerated or depreciated publicly in this task. I shall not falter, aware of the merits of this honorable calling. Here we are celebrating the gift of astrology. It is a gift because how valuable is it to have a map of time and to be able to understand the meanings of every second, of every minute. We talk now about the equinox, about Neptune cycles. It's all about the meaning of time. And yet, Neptune is about timelessness. May it be so, in peace and stars as it is above and below. So we're going to start our day with Christos, Archos from Greece, from Athens, who has always fascinated me with his research and new ideas. So looking forward to hearing from you, Christos. Mic is yours.
Thank you very much, first of all, that I am with you all, and happy Equinox. Let's start the presentation. Moon in Virgo started also to count the minutes, and let's do the presentation. And thank you all, of course, for looking at this presentation. So I'm going to speak about a different way of approaching Neptune. And one of the things I think is very important is look at planets, not just that it enters, for example, Neptune in the sign of Aries, but what is a connection with two important axes and points. The first is the aphelion and the perihelion, and the north and south node of Neptune, which its new position now in Aries is going to be fundamentally important to understand how exactly that planet is going to express itself and what we can accept in the process of healing and dealing with things. So the nodes of Neptune, of course, is of paramount importance when we try to understand this new position of Neptune in Aries, how it's going to react, what, according to the nodes of this planet, this new placement means, what is its expression. And I think that the north node of Neptune shows how we evolve spiritually and collectively, while the south node of Neptune helps us to reveal past patterns and ancestral, perhaps karma, or even inherited spiritual wounds. So looking at the north node today, for example, we can see it is on the 11th degree of Leo, and the south node is in the 15th and 14th to 15th degree of Aquarius. The new position of Neptune is going to form a trine to the north node and the sextile to the south node. So I think that this position is much better. This formation of sextile and trine with the north and the south node is going to bring a flow of healing, energy and creativity, solutions, trauma therapy, therapy after war, especially when we are talking about a sign like Aries, which has to do with war, with survival, with the power of the male archetype and the conqueror. I think that this new placement is going to bring a lot of goods on how to deal with trauma through war and, of course, through disasters and critical moments of our history that are yet to come. And of course, by looking that we are having now Neptune in a sign of fire, I'm pretty sure that we are going to see a lot of past spiritual struggles, and we may need require to approach a healing personal, family, and social understanding of what really happens. We already advanced in the last decades and understand that a personal trauma usually it is a family trauma, and perhaps a family trauma is about a social trauma. So all this understanding and healing again through the sign of Aries and the fire elemental power, I think it has to do with inspiration and of finding new ways to deal with trauma, with pain, and find new ways to heal. What I found really important, as I said, is to understand the aphelion and the perihelion thesis, and I think it plays a very important role for every planet. Neptune's perihelion and aphelion provide deeper insight into its cyclical influence on healing, subconscious patterns, and ancestral karma. So by integrating those points, I think it will help us to understand better how this Neptune in Aries is going to help us understand what happens around the world. Just to be more with clarity, perihelion is the point where Neptune is closest to the Sun, and aphelion is the point where Neptune is farthest from the Sun. So the perihelion and the aphelion. When we are having Neptune around aphelion, I'm going to talk at the end when this happens, we can say that Neptune energy is more subtle, making needs a time for reflection, detachment, and dissolution of outdated illusions, that old spiritual and emotional wounds may come up for final closure, that collective confusion or spiritual restructuring happens, myths, beliefs, and family narratives shift. And of course, what we have seen since 1959, when Neptune approached his aphelion, is that exactly how we dealt with trauma, how we dealt with wounds, how the generations with Neptune in Scorpio till now, they are managing and trying to help humanity to understand better how to get out from all these traumatic events and find solutions in messages from the ancestral, but also finding new ways in medicine, psychology, psychiatry, etc. So in till 2042, Neptune is going to approach even more the perihelion. So that means that Neptune in Aries is going to go closer and closer to perihelion, and in 2042, around the 80th degree of Taurus is going to find the exact point of its perihelion, which is, I think, really important, because while the perihelion point is on Taurus, the most of the time that Neptune is going to approach the perihelion and go even closer to the central solar system is going to be in the sign of Aries, because afterwards, after the 9th degree of Taurus, Neptune is going again its trip, going further from the center of the system, and is going to reach again his aphelion. So I think that Neptune in Aries is about the healing of the hero. I think it has to do with the healing of the archetype of man. So the archetype of the diseased man, of the toxic, for example, masculinity. So this new thesis is about healing relationships and healing man, healing each role. Understand that yet power is very important and fundamental, but at the same time that we need to reapproach what really is this hero with 1,000 faces, and that the power of the most powerful and the one that judges the rest of us is not the right position, that we need to be more into tune of healing and helping the others. So the next perihelion is going to talk about intensity, spiritual and emotional healing, and the rest 14 years we are going to see that going even more tense. We are going to see Neptune bring all this energy much more powerfully till it reaches, of course, the degree of Taurus. So Neptune influence is going to be strongest, creating heightened intuition, spiritual awakenings, and increased emotional sensitivity. This is going to be a time of collective healing and dissolution of old structures. And I think that at the same time, we are going to see a lot of creative expression, new fundamental ways to express through art, music, dreams, and also an increase in the sensitivity and psychic awareness. And of course, because Aries has to do with war, has to do with the hero, has to do with the battle, I think that all these past traumas are going to surface, and we are going to see a lot of feeling that has to do with sacrifices, illusion, but also generational pain. I think that it is very important that people that they have Neptune in Scorpio, well, Neptune in Taurus, I don't think that we have someone here, but I'm pretty sure we have people in Neptune in Scorpio. So I think that those people are already very sensitive, because for me, the axis that has all the Scorpio and Taurus energy is about healing the body and the psyche. And right now, in a sign of Aries, that Neptune is going even further to approach this very sensitive point and going into this journey closer to the center of the solar system, we are going to see those people giving what I believe their best ideas. So all these people with Neptune in Scorpio are going to express a lot their healing talents. Afterwards, of course, I think it's very important for people having Neptune in Leo and Aquarius. Again, Neptune in Leo, if you hear us, good for you, tell us what happens and you are here. About Neptune in Aquarius is, I think, very important because it's the new era, the new children that are going to go into a healing process and heal the others. So this generation with Neptune in Aquarius, we are going to see pioneers. Now with Neptune in Aries, we are going to see people that they will understand the problems of society. They are going to find various truths that we are unaware the previous generations. And I think that we're going to find a generation that find new ways healing through technology, or what I've seen in the future, something like a techno spirituality. And of course, a lot of arts are going to reemerge. I'm pretty sure that Neptune in Aries is going to be really important in having a powerful renaissance in arts, where it's going to be music, visual arts, dance, movement, writing, poetry, or even meditation and visualization. Personally, I think that meditation and visualization is part of art. That's why I have it in this category. Of course, people that have Neptune in some specific houses may have a greater call in the next years. People that have Neptune in the first house, in the fourth house, seventh house, 12th house. I work since 2003, and I've met a lot of people. I have a huge database. I'm not saying that some persons that do not have this Neptune in those placements are not going to be healers, but most of the times those placements can be a very big indicative of a person that he is going to go through a healing process and help the others. Again, the spiritual healer in the 1st, 9th, and 12th house, the artistic healer in the 5th house, especially connected with Venus, the intuitive counselor Neptune in the 7th house or conjunct the moon, and the holistic healer with Sun or the 6th house. Of course, some natal aspects also are going to speak much more profoundly. I think that people have either Sun, Moon, or Venus in the sign of Aries, and they are going to feel right now a conjunction with those planets is going to be very important for them. But also, if you have in your chart, in whatever sign, a Neptune conjunction those three planets, I think that you are going to hear a bigger call on doing something that has to do with heal. And I strongly believe again that astrology is again a healing process, and astrologers partly are also healers when they want, at least. And we have again other harmonious aspects that are of great importance in a natal chart. Neptune trine Mercury, psychologists, people through storytelling and affirmation that help the others. Sextile Jupiter, which has to do with spiritual wisdom and optimism. We really need an optimist therapy, someone that's going to help us deal with optimism and get out of depression. You are very useful, you have that. And of course, Neptune trine Mars, which is the ability to channel Neptune's energy into inspired action, and even martial arts, dance, and etc. So there are people also that they may have some challenging aspects. There are those people that may have passed some kind of victimization. But for example, in the anonymous alcoholics, the ones that become the better healers are the ones that had the problem. So sometimes the best healers are the ones that were in the past victimized and were wounded. Again, Neptune having square with the Sun, Venus or Saturn, those may be indicators of a person that may have a significant thing to do. And finally, I'm on time. Some specific transits may be very important for some people. Look, for example, if your sun is in Aries, you are going to have a conjunction with Neptune, or your moon is if it's there, or your Venus. And of course, if you have, for example, your Mars in Cancer or in Capricorn, your Mercury in Libra or Saturn in Cancer or in Capricorn, I think this is going to be a very important 14 years period, especially at the time those aspects are going to be exact, because at least from what I've seen, there are usually great changes happening around those transits, especially on the realm of healing, transformation, and helping others. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Christos. Very rich. I think we're done. You said all that we needed to hear. You covered Neptune in Aries very effectively. Many blessings. And until next time, and Happy New Year to you. I hope we meet in Greece very soon. And for one Greek god to a goddess, we are now with Alexandra Karacostas, who is also in Athens, right? Alexandra, you're muted.
Yes, I am, and I'm happy to be here.
So thank you, Alexandra, for joining us. You are going to speak about the ingress chart of Neptune moving into Aries. And Alexandra is a Pisces, so she's going to be an expert on Neptunian energy. We've worked together with Alexandra through OPA, and always a vibrant energy, always wonderful insights. And you're also a guide for spiritual journeys to Greece, right?
Indeed, indeed.
So the mic is yours.
Thank you so much.
Let Poseidon come through you.
Thank you, Maurice. So it's wonderful to be here with all of you guys. Thank you so much for putting this together, Maurice. This is a wonderful idea. What a great way to start a new cycle. So what I want to do is just and it was wonderful listening to Christos. What a wealth of what a lot of information, food, rich food to ponder. So let me share my screen real quick here, if I may. Oh, I hope I get it right. Can you see just what you need to see? Good. Okay. Does this look good, Maurice? Does it look good, you guys? Is what you need? Okay. So
Yeah,
that's
thank
the
you very
Neptune
much.
ingress into Aries. And so I've got the screen up. What I wanted to talk about is just that there are a couple charts that I want us to focus on. The ingress here this March, and also one more time when it goes finally in next January. And I have a few words here about the Neptune ingress into Aries, but I also wanted to expound a little on what my insights, my experience here with what's going on. You know, for the purpose of this short talk here today, I wanted to think about Neptune as that symbol, as that energy in our life that has to do primarily with connection, all the different pieces, connection within ourselves, connection to our community, our family, society, and certainly at present time, the globe and how we're all interconnected. And this last piece here, we have so many things, so many of the cycles are in their balsamic phase. And of course, Neptune being in Pisces and being at the end of Pisces and here in Aries is tremendously important, because it really punctuates what we've been going through. And I really believe that it's not until the end of a cycle, and we're not quite entirely there yet, but it's not until the end of a cycle that we really can actually understand what it's been about, far more so than the beginning of any cycle. And so this period where we've been with Neptune in Pisces, we've seen a lot of boundaries, borders, broken down. Even what's truth, what's fiction, what's a dream, what's reality. And these are questions that are not just about the world that we live in, but also within ourselves, right? What's true for us? Where are we at? What are our dreams? What are our hopes? Where are we deluded? And at this time, with this notion of connection within and without, I wanted for us to take a look. I'm sure I'll look at this chart of this ingress for March 30th, and this is for GMT. We have Neptune on the area 0 degrees Aries here, and followed closely by this Venus and Mercury retrograde, the North Node in Pisces, the Moon in Aries, and I think you can also see down below that we have a Mars in Cancer. Mars in Cancer. And I was looking at this thinking, okay, so we're coming into this ingress with, kind of Saturn in the reality piece, kind of in the background, and kind of, thinking about, okay, we can think about what the future might bring. We can think and ponder about the vision. What is it that we value? This is happening. The ingress is happening at a time when we are at a Mercury and Venus retrograde, really closely together in Pisces with that North Node. So what is it that's really meaningful to us? What are we letting go of? What is it that we want to visualize as we go forward? What's that dialogue between that beauty that we want to see and how it is that we not only communicate it, but communicate it to ourselves, right? I mean, Neptune is right there, perhaps stoking the fire of hope. But maybe not necessarily knowing exactly how this is all going to unfold, right? Because we have this retrograde notion, but yet knowing that we're clearly going forward with hope and discomfort. I mean, Mars is in Cancer, the moon is in Aries, they're fairly close. There is a discomfort, I think, perhaps there. And of course, the moon is, hooked up there with Eris and Chiron, thinking about that energy of, what within us, not personally and collectively, where are we hurt? Where are we angry? Because I think that hurt, pain, and anger are part of the same ball. And how is it that we can take action in a way that's going to be constructive, with a lot of uncertainty, perhaps at this time, but also a lot of vision and hope for the future, right? But clearly not quite finished with the past, right? I mean, we have all this Piscean energy, and we have it in this chart in the 12th house, very fitting that, nothing's by accident. And, this sense of belonging. How do we belong? What is it that we value that connects us? And what is it that we can share that also builds on those blocks of connection, that creates community, that creates, and I'm not just talking about spiritual community, which I am referring to, what's our tribe? Who is our tribe? And how many tribes are we part of? And I think this is part of the dialogue as we go into this ingress, this first initial ingress coming up around the corner. With, again, with hope, with vision, uncertainty, fear, and of course, fear always has to do with our projections, right? Fear is that which has yet to happen, but we spend a lot of time worrying about that it might happen. Our demons also within ourselves, but there's certainly also some difficult people, difficult energies out, whether it's political, out in the globe. So as within, so without here. And how is it that we can move forward, reaching out, recognizing where the difficulties are, and honoring that if things are not smooth, just honoring that and recognizing that maybe this is maybe just the time for just the visualization, the hope, and the dreams, and not getting down on ourselves for not making things happen as quickly as we'd like them to happen. I think it's next to difficult, quite difficult to expect a lot of new activity at this first ingress. That's my humble opinion. As we move into the next ingress chart, which is on the 26th of January, 2026, again, I have it in GMT, we have a real strong dialogue here with Saturn and Neptune within a couple of degrees of one another. And, to me, this represented is like this year, as we've been doing, as Neptune has been in Pisces, and we've been sort of chewing on, the possibilities, in our psyche, in our soul, in our collective soul, as well as within ourselves. And as we move through this year, we get to next year where perhaps Saturn is saying here, okay, now is time to perhaps be able to manifest, put into action some of what it is that we've been chewing on, not only for the last 12, 13 years, but certainly in this year, in 2025. I think 2025 is a very powerful year, because a lot of these energies that we have as astrologers been looking at and it coming into culmination, I think we'll actually be able to witness how exactly this is going to happen, because we hardly ever know. I hardly ever know. I'm always curious to see what happens next. We are witnesses. We are, in essence, martyrs. Martyr is a Greek word, martyra. It's a witness to what's going on. And we'll get to witness how it is that we can actually make some of this stuff into realize and manifest. And I also have circled that Mars Pluto in Aquarius. It's a powerful dynamic conjunction here at that ingress chart, which when I first took note of it, it reminded me that when Neptune was first discovered, it was conjoined Saturn at 25 degrees of Aquarius. So, and I was thinking, okay, so what does this actually mean for us now? And I thought, okay, this, what does Aquarius represent in what symbol? What does it symbolize? And I was thinking, okay, it's our community, it's our common goals, it's that wealth of information, that fountain of information and knowledge that is spilled onto mankind. And what do we do with it, with Mars there? And how do we get to use our own fire, our own dynamic individuality, our ego, our sense of, in its best possible way, how we can actually implement our own empowered energies as we come into this next ingress, to be able to begin to manifest some of what we've been chewing on the last many years. And what is it that we're letting go of? Because I think during this period, we have the opportunities to, there are many endings. And I think for all of us, or many of us, we can actually, in different ways, in different capacities, in different parts of our life, what is it that we're willing to let go of and create that new space? And I think some of that fear comes up also around not wanting necessarily to let go and creating that space for grace that we hope and wish and want. So I am feeling quite optimistic as we go forward through this year and continue to let go, continue to sort of segregate in a Piscean way, slowly, it's kind of like, I forget what that word is, when you're, taking the twine from the wool and you're creating something, spinning the thread in essence, and moving through the cobwebs, and coming to the place of this next ingress where we'll be able to perhaps see more clearly what it is that we're wanting to create and what it is that we have left behind. Because I believe that in this year, we are still in the process of dismantling, of disengaging of that which is no longer a part of the dream, recognizing that parts of our dream are worthy and possible, and parts of the dream perhaps aren't, which of course there's always some melancholy, which is part of that Saturnian element there. And so, yeah, as we go forward into that last ingress, I think that we'll be much more prepared to recognize, not just hopefully on a global level, how we are truly connected and how we are part of the same tribe in so many ways, that we are similar, that we're equal but not the same. Okay, to honor each and every sentient being, and to be able to really stand up. I think that though that Mars-Pluto energy can be very conflicting or very dynamic and very warrior-like, I'm seeing this, especially in this sextile with Saturn and Neptune, in a way that's going to be able to for it to be used to create the next steps to the new world that we are creating and want to be part of and hope to create. And I don't know what my time is. I didn't really, like a good Pisces, pay attention. But
Oh, good. Oh, good.
I think that's where I'm going to end.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. And a fascinating chart for sure. Um, we'll keep count and we'll keep
Yeah,
tracking.
thank you. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where this takes us. Yep. Let me stop the share. We'll see. You know what? We'll see where it takes us, but we also have the ability to absolutely influence every piece because every drop fills the bucket, and we are drops that are filling this Neptunian, Poseidonian bucket of love and peace and all the goodness that we want to witness and be part of. So.
Many blessings. Aho, Efcharisto. And Sul from Norway.
Hello.
Thank you, Sul. And you're joining us from Bergen?
Yes, the west coast of Norway.
And Sul has been a companion through our studies of evolutionary astrology. We hooked up when we were, when I was still leading a forum online when we first had websites, back in the year 2000, 2001. And we ended up, learning evolutionary astrology, and I visited you in Norway a couple of times. We went to the Sami people and explored, the star lore and the culture of the indigenous Norwegian. And here we are, 25 years later.
6, I think 26. I don't know. The thing is that I remember I've been thinking about this today. I was one of the first few that bought your book on Neptune, and Neptune was transiting my sun, and I had my son, and I was there in the fog of breastfeeding, reading this book on Neptune. And really it's been growing on me for 20 years. It's an excellent book, Maurice. I really hope that people discover how brilliant it is, because it's really showing the complexity of this archetype. And so that's just what I wanted to recommend people to get your book.
Thank you so much. And today you are sharing about Neptune and globalism.
Yes, I am, because that's so
Saturn,
interesting.
Neptune together. Let's go.
So here, let's go. Yeah, this is a hot potato of a subject these days. I mean, we are, after now having had Neptune in Pisces for the last, 12, 13 years, we've all discovered how tightly knit we are. We are very much connected, as Alexandra said. This is the archetype of connection. And when we look at Earth from this perspective, when we see it as one whole, there are no boundaries and lines. There's water, of course, but this water is the same water all across the planet. There's only one ocean, and this is the ocean of Neptune. Neptune, this beautiful planet. It looks very much like an ocean. It looks extremely oceanic, and therefore is also why we call it the ocean of consciousness, or the collective unconscious, or I like to call it the ocean of emotion. Maurice calls it also the womb of life, which is, or here is in his words from one of his articles. Pisces represents everything in life that is beyond egocentric control. That which is not yet known. It represents the world we did not personally create, but instead we were simply born into. And this is a pivotal point when it comes to understanding globalism, because globalism has a lot to do with resources and trade and exchange. And the thing that you were born onto a planet, you were given this life, we were all given this life, and there were fruits on the trees. You could drink the water from the streams. There were fish in the ocean. We were given resources as well to survive here on Earth. So the veritable Garden of Eden, if you like to use a metaphor for it, where everything is provided for. The same with the womb of the mother. In the Quran, it says that all life comes from water. All life comes from this water. And we know that now, that life comes from water. The very life on Earth developed deep in our oceanic depths. So the water of Neptune, albeit a little like undifferentiated, you know, it doesn't separate between good and evil. It is what it is. This is where we came, and we have been on a journey of discovery / self-discovery ever since. We've discovered not only ourselves, which we do in the first quadrant of the astrological zodiac or the houses, but we've also discovered others, which we do in the third house of Gemini. The mutable axis that you can see here is very much related to trade, exchange, knowledge, merchandise. And eventually, if you see how it's all unfolding from the beginning, with Gemini being the immediate environment where we've been trading goods since 10,000 BC, basically. We've always been trading. Like, I have this, okay, you can have that. It's kind of a natural law to trade, because look at this country, for instance. It's rich with certain things like oil. Norway has a lot of oil, but we have little natural oranges. We have to import the oranges. We don't have juicy fruits hanging from trees in Norway. We have cabbage and fish, and like it's really like it's cold here. So thanks to the variety in geography, we've been given different resources. Now that's the cause of globalism or trade, but it's also the problem of it. You know, nothing in this life comes without, of course, a shadow side. And there's so many shadows to sharing. The sharing culture that we see is very unfair these days, but that's how it's been developed over the years in the different waves of globalization that we've gone through. It begins in the third house with Mercury, where we get informed. We get to a place where we meet each other, we exchange information. Globalism also led to a whole deal of cultural fertilization. We have to remember, like, that country came to this other country, and we shared our cultures, and we learned a lot. People with rich, mutable houses tend to go on long journeys, backpacking, wherever, just to have an exchange and experience and evolution of ideas and understandings. So you come to the sixth house of Mercury, which is also Mercury. You have more a kind of pragmatic attitude to knowledge. It's not knowledge for the sake of knowledge itself. It's more, what can I use this knowledge for? It's also this, from ancient times, known as the house of pets and small animals. So again, also part of the exchange policies that tribes have had for thousands of years. And now that we see the big countries are sharing with each other, more or less successfully, of course. And then there's the ninth house, where we have all these expansive growth, riches. Oh, I found gold. You know, you have this very expansive type of trade. Sales, we have the sales picture. We have Jupiter is very active when it comes to a stock exchange market, and so it has a lot to do with extreme riches. And then you come to Neptune in the 12th house, where you have had all these different kinds of learning, sharing experiences, and you return to the womb once again to realize that even though we are, as Alexandra said, for Neptune and Aries, even though we are individuals, we are one. We need each other to make this thing work. And globalization, spiritually speaking, would be a good idea if it hadn't been for, let's call them parasites. There would be naive to think that we can just share. Sharing is caring, you know, when we live in a world that is ninth house have all these laws and regulations and ideas and philosophies, the philosophy of capitalism, the philosophy of communism, and all these ideas about how we circulate our energy and how we circulate our resources. There are different laws and there are different alliances that we run into, and for the poorer parts of the world, globalism hasn't been just good. It's led to a lot of abuse and a lot of resources being taken advantage of. For instance, at the age of discovery, Europe, spearheaded by the UK, Portugal, Spain, Belgium, and other countries in Europe, colonized most of. Only Ethiopia was a free country in Africa, for instance. So there's like a lot of blood on our hands when it comes to this type of inhumane trade. And not to mention, well, we know the story. It's not beautiful. Hopefully it will become more fair and just as we as humans progress, because there's something with that 12th house understanding that we are one. We are not free until everyone's free. That's not my words, but there is a truth in this. When there's suffering, I feel this when I'm evolved enough. Consciousness is just a sign of evolution. Sensitivity is a sign of evolution. And when I'm evolved enough, I will feel the pain of others. I will feel that my joy comes at the cost of other people, and then I won't be able to enjoy it because that's not in harmony with natural law. With the 12th house, with Neptune, we are actually confronted with natural laws. These are the laws of nature, the laws of distribution, the laws of circulation. They're supposed to function. Nature has them, but humans don't. Because we humans, we have a problem when it comes to our instinctual nature, and we're going to see that as Neptune progresses into Aries. We have instincts, and that instincts tells us we need to survive. It's actually, if you look deep into the cellular level, you have the same process of instinctual survival in the cells. Everything is wired to survive. The trees, there will always be one tree that grows higher than the other just to grasp more sunlight. You know, there will always be something stronger. We call that the law of natural selection, of course. In Neptune, in the 12th house, we're all one, everyone's equal. But as Alexandra mentioned, actually, we are equal, but we are different. We have different skills, we have different capacities. And this is exactly the understanding that, for instance, capitalism profits of. This capitalistic globalization model we have for the time being is only feeding the rich for the time being. It's making the rich richer. And with Pluto going through Aquarius at this time, we will be more and more concerned with that. This will be mainstream. It used to be some sort of conspiracy theory back in the 1990s, but now it's mainstream, right? Everybody knows it now. Now, of course, because of this instinctual ego drive in us, this contrast between Aries and Pisces, we become very defensive when we talk about our own resources. Everybody's kind of afraid to not have enough. It's wired into our bodies. So I believe that's why we have this fear-based economy system, because the fear is that I need to have a lot for myself and I won't share it with no one else, because there's like this level of fear in it that for me is completely obvious, but maybe for those who are hoarding, it's not that obvious. But the sharing that Neptune eventually drives forward, as you saw with the mutable axis, we will end up, it culminates with Neptune, it culminates with the 12th house, it culminates in Pisces. Eventually, we will get there. I'm not in a hurry. Evolution takes time, evidently, but it's a spiritual ideal where we are at this particular moment in time is somewhere completely different. I believe that Saturn, Neptune, this new cycle we are entering into, which is also the starting point of globalization 4.0, as they like to call it. The 3.0 was the fall of the wall of Berlin that boosted trade and economy all throughout the world. When the wall fell and the Iron Curtain fell, we suddenly had new markets opening up. China opened up more. You had organizations like WTO, World Trade Organization, coming and like really firing up global trade. But it's still the same skewed philosophy underneath. People soon won't be able to buy their own houses. Now, as a mother of 2 kids, this is what I'm worried about when it comes to the future for my children, of course, because that's my instinctual reaction. My family, what about my family? There is one person that I keep coming back to when it comes to inspiration, and it's, of course, Gandhi. Gandhi said, not word by word, but Gandhi said, the world has enough for everyone's need, but not enough for everyone's greed. This is actually a simplification of something more lengthy, he said. But he was very concerned about justice. He was a lawyer himself. He was born with sun, even though a little wide, it's still in opposition. And it's Neptune in Aries. So here we have a pioneering activist who wanted to change the world through peaceful means, not through war. And he did it. He emancipated India. That's why he's one of my heroes. Very fascinating story. He himself was inspired by Sri Aurobindo, who said, all wealth belongs to God. And those who hold it are trustees, not possessors. This is the trusteeship theory of Mahatma Gandhi, must be said to be like a combination of communism and capitalism, if there ever was one. Remember, Saturn Neptune also marks the beginning of communism. It was in 1917, when there was a Russian Revolution, there was a conjunction between Saturn and Neptune. And therefore, I associate it with communism, but communism as a vision, not how it's practiced. There were some people who said, we haven't seen true democracy yet. Well, we haven't seen true socialism, true communism, true whatever ism it is yet, because when it comes to practicing what we preach, we tend to kind of like, oops, slide back into old habits maybe. But this is the trustee theory of the trusteeship theory of Mahatma Gandhi, aims at transforming capitalistic society into a welfare society that gives chance to capitalism to reform itself, for the gain to be enduring and at the same time abiding to all, which means people can own stuff, people can have your effort. For instance, it will be rewarded. If you want to work 15 hours a week, that should be possible. And you should live well with that. But if you want to work 100 hours a week, if that's possible, you can do that too, and you will be richly rewarded. But you get what you need, and then you give back to you. This is true responsibility, that we build society through our gift. We give and we build, we create. We must be unified and stop having this collective death wish that we seem to be having right for the moment. But like this true awakened society will probably have a trusteeship kind of economy where there's enough for everyone. Poverty is the one thing that breeds illnesses in any society. It breeds violence, and it breeds anger first and foremost. It renders people powerless, and that is not, in the long run, not useful for anyone, except maybe if some billionaire has some fantasy of just leaving this all behind and leaving humanity to its own suffering while they enjoy life on Mars in some sort of weird palace far away, which is probably what a lot of people think. If only I survive, I'm fine. Now, Gandhi was a true pioneer. I really, really love him. And when the kids were small, we saw this Bug's Life, and in the Bug's Life, you have like an understanding of how strong we are when we get together. And there's this the bugs, they are being terrorized by these grasshoppers. The grasshoppers aren't many, but they're so big and they're so bullying, and they're like so like the ants work for these grasshoppers. But there's a point, because you have this cute little bug, that like this cute ant that says, I thought something's wrong here. It's kind of like, there must be something wrong with this type of system. This isn't true globalism. So he wakes up and he realizes that there aren't that many. And that's when they start to freak out, these grasshoppers. They say, oh my God, they're on to us. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that one out, there goes our way of life. And I thought that was such a cute kind of spiritual insight in a children's movie, because true globalization, who do we surrender to? This is why we have this resistance, and there's so much anti-globalism right now. People do tariffs and stuff like that. That's also showing like a downturn of globalistic free trade, of course. It's like isolationism is like more for us. We got to make ourselves stronger, because when we share, we become weaker. That's kind of like the psychology of this moment, actually. We become weaker because we've shared so much. So all the good workforce is, it's not in our country, or it's not in my house, and I want to keep it where it belongs. So it isn't easy for us to surrender when everything is so centralized, and when we haven't really had the new vision of how to make a more shared, fair economy work. Who's going to be the first to surrender to such a vision? Who's going to be the first to start? Who's going to be the first who's going to be the pioneers for this? And maybe Alexandra, maybe we'll see those pioneers coming now, with being born with Neptune in Aries, just like Gandhi himself. That's, of course, we're all waiting for the second coming of something enlightened. And I think, a true leader in this world would be exactly what the world needed. And they would have to have some visions of how to make this life work together as one, because eventually we have to realize we live on one planet, and if the planet is destroyed, it doesn't really pay attention to your paycheck, right? A little bit, but not too much. So these were my 3,000 words, and I'm very happy to be here, Maurice. Thank you very much for having me and for letting me share.
Thank you, Sul. Now, hearing you, a question for you.
Oh.
Do you feel that Norway, as a economic and political system, captures, the positive side of Neptune, with the balance between individuality and shared resources?
Oh, that's a very tricky question. The thing is with Neptune, and you've said this many times as well, Maurice, Neptune is relative to the moment. Truth is what this moment requires, and not some ideal all the time. So the moment of this moment in particular, we've had a lot of instinctual reactions to sharing our vast surplus of energy with the continent. Mm-hmm. After the invasion of Ukraine, Norway became a large contributor to gas and actually green energy to the continent. And you know what? It's like, we saw the reaction. It's like, because we had to pay a little bit higher prices for our electricity, it became like a big thing in our communities. We are not moving further into the European Union. Mm-hmm. We want our resources for ourselves. As in terms of how Norway is run for the time being, with more shared socialistic values, they are being slowly eroded as well. We see a higher degree of rich people in our societies as well, because it's the global trend basically. So I think, you know, Norway is at a very pivotal point when it comes to if like, can we be showing up in the world, offering some sort of generosity when we have so much, and share it. It's up to, you know, each and us individuals. We create the masses. So that's a lot of the debate that's going on for the time being, whether or not we should be part of the European Union. And it's a very resource rich country, so it's really like, oh, I don't know, should we we want it for ourselves.
Yeah,
I think, yeah.
And yet, you know, the whole thing that you highlighted also is that resources are not infinite. And so at some point, this oil, you know, will it be ever present, ever abundant? So it's an interesting cycle for sure. Thank you so much, Sul.
You're welcome.
And we are now with Margaret Gray from another part of the world, Ireland. We
Hello,
can't hear. Oh, here you are.
yes, lovely to be here with you all, and so wonderful to hear Alexandra and Sol, their discussions. That was very, very interesting. Thank you.
And you have Neptune behind you, or Northern Lights. So just an introduction, Margaret Gray, a fabulous astrologer who I met in Hawaii when she was a Hawaiian resident in the Neptunian paradise of the Aloha world, and always very psychologically oriented in your practice. And I believe you have a school of astrology and relationships, and
Yes.
that's your topic today, Neptune and relationships. So you can share a little bit about your programs and what you teach, and then
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, I run the Center for Relationships and Astrology. We do certificate courses in relationships and astrology. Always been my passion. I have Venus in the 7th house, so it kind of makes sense. And as I always say as an introduction, I am not very good at relationships. So what you don't do well, you teach. So here I am talking about Neptune and relationships. And I'm going to share my PowerPoint. Let's see how it goes with all these retrogrades. Slideshow, let's have a look.
comes through.
Wonderful. Let me just see, show presenter view. Fabulous. Is that clear?
Clear.
Thank you so much. Happy equinox, everyone. We had an extraordinarily sunny day here in Dublin, so I'm overjoyed. And I do have a lot of Pisces and Neptune in my chart, so this is a subject that really fascinates me, Neptune. And I'm an Aries, so I do find this very interesting. As well as being a relationship astrologer, I also work as a psychotherapist with a lot of couples. So as we know, of course, we're just coming out of, Alexandra was talking about the INGRESS charts coming out of Pisces into Aries. This is an enormous shift, and it's an enormous shift in terms of how it's likely to impinge on us in our relationships. When I'm talking about relationships, it's not just relationships with a significant other, it's all of our relationships. And of course, we live in a world where we interact with others almost every day, if not every day. So we don't, unless we're living on an island somewhere, relationships really impact all of us. So let's first of all look at some general considerations that are really going to impact us. First of all, the reminder that even though Neptune is a collective energy, it's not a personal energy, but it really impinges on the personal. And more than that, at times, these transpersonal energies can feel like a threat to the personal. So when we discuss transits to our chart, often we discuss the transpersonals in terms of, oh my goodness, what's going to happen to me? And that's because these energies feel so huge. Also, of course, they all operate differently, and Neptune's way of operating is to idealize and to dissolve whatever it comes into contact with in the manner of the sign it's in. In this case, it's Aries. And in the area of life where it goes through, whichever house it goes through in your chart. And because we're talking about relationships today, also, please keep in mind the composite chart. So take a look at where it's going through your natal chart and your composite chart. Even when we're talking about relationships, we've always got to start with the natal chart. Neptune is very much, all the transpersonals are co-creative energies and forces. They operate within and they play a role in the creation of the collective culture. We are constantly co-creating. And I remember years ago when I read my first Edgar Cayce book that he mentioned this. He said, look, we think the planets impact us, but don't forget that we also impact the energy of the planets. And I think that's very important. And as the previous speakers spoke about, it also depends on how we respond, how we react to those energies. Neptune in Aries has to be considered within the context of the other transpersonals. We just had Pluto moving into Aquarius. We've got Uranus moving into Gemini. All of the transpersonals are going to be in air and fire. There's no earth and water. Now, none of these energies are very touchy-feely. And when we think of relationships, we think about connection. We think about, Alexandra, you mentioned, about belonging. That's what really relationships are about. And yet these transpersonal signs are all in these kind of rather detached energies. We've also got to consider generational planetary alignments. Alexandra, you talked about the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. That's very, very important in terms of Neptune in Aries and the impact on relationships. We can't really separate that, certainly not for the next couple of years. And also we need to consider that Neptune in Aries is the start of a whole new 165-year cycle. This is not just about Neptune moving into another sign. This is about Neptune moving into the sign that is the start of the zodiac. So we're talking about new patterns in relationships, new ways of being, new ways that Sol was talking about globalization. This is enormously important. So we're really right on the cusp of these enormous and very exciting changes. But I would say that as an Aries, of course. Also something to mention that previously Neptune was in Aries between 1861 and 1874, along with Uranus in Gemini. Now, if we look at that in the context of things like the women's movement, the feminist movement, which of course impacts relationships, we were really kind of within the first wave of feminism, all about women's suffrage, female education rights, voting rights. Think about John Stuart Mill, who published his book, The Subjugation of Women, which really challenged the system in 1870. There was also the writings of Jane Austen, Charlotte Bronte. All of this was going on during this time when it first went into Aries. So this is worth considering in terms of where we're at now. Some people say we're in the third wave of feminism, the fourth wave. We're certainly still dealing with these basic issues. We are still dealing across the globe, because often we look at just Western culture. But if we look across the globe, we've a long way to go in terms of the rights of women, in terms of the rights of minority group. All of those issues are very much highlighted at the moment. So let's kind of move into Neptune in Aries, and let's talk about Neptune in Aries as the collective dreams of redemption, the idealization, but also keep in mind that it's also about illusion, fantasies, delusions. Neptune is a very foggy energy. So it's what we idealize. And remember that whatever we idealize and put on a pedestal can also at some point, is likely, in fact, at some point to collapse from the pedestal. So these are some of the words that we think of when we think of Neptune in the sign of Aries in particular. Heroism, courage, fairness, justice, crusading. When I talk about justice, I'm not talking about Libran justice. I'm talking about crusading on behalf of justice, activism, equality, idealism, and of course, individuality and individuation. And Alexandra, you were talking about connection, Neptune is connection. Then when we think about it within Aries, we're talking about that kind of difference between, it's not quite a clash, but it's how do we remain individuals and yet connect? That is really going to be the big challenge of these two signs. The rebelliousness of Aries, being adventurous, truth, honesty, loyalty, directness, simplicity. Remember that Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. It's the child of the zodiac. There's a very basic simplicity and directness to it. And here we have the idealization of this, which is all great, but directness without compassion can be quite harsh. Pioneering, inventiveness, innovation, leadership, excitement, and fun. So how do we apply these within relationships? Well, first of all, we're talking about, and remember that we don't know, as many of you said, we don't know. So we're really just imagining what's going to happen, which is part of the Neptunian dream. Ideally, equal partnerships. Where there's independence versus some of the codependence of Pisces. With Neptune in Pisces, we were looking for our soulmate. We were looking for that soul connection, that heart connection. With Neptune in Aries, we're more likely to want something based on equality, fairness, and friendship. So back to fairness. What is fair? And remember that with Saturn coming up to it, we want to manifest it. So how do we make this a reality? This is not just about a dream. This is also how do we make it, put it into practice? How do we maintain our individuality in a relationship? And I mean, if any of us knew the answer to that, we'd, who knows, we'd make millions, because that is always the challenge, isn't it? That dance between being our own individual selves and sharing our lives with somebody else. Intimacy and individuality, those two have to go hand in hand. And also individuality, they're slightly different because individuation is the Jungian process of becoming ourselves. Individuality is maintaining that, recognizing that. So how do we connect? How do we connect with somebody else whilst remaining an individual? Innovation. How do we innovate our relationship, both long-term relationships and also new ways of being in relationship structures, new relationship structures that don't limit us, because Aries wants freedom. Competitiveness. And there's a difference between competitiveness and envy. Envy tends to be more the realms of Scorpio because envy can pull others down. Aries competitiveness is more seeing somebody write a wonderful post on Facebook and think, oh, I love that. I want to try doing that as well. Can I do it? So how does that competitive work out in relationship? It can encourage people to really help each other to do better, but it also can become antagonistic. Courageousness, challenging ways of being in relationship, being more courageous. Increase in the role of technology. I mentioned this in a talk I did recently, that I was at a psychotherapy conference and found out that apparently now you can create your own partner via AI. You can get an app where you have a technological partner who is basically whatever you create them. So suddenly we get this Aries narcissistic mirror back to ourselves. How is that going to impact us? This may sound great in theory, but what are we going to not learn about ourselves? Because Aries is that constant process of learning about ourselves. Valuing alone time, that's very important for Aries. Me versus we. Keep in mind that Aries, a little bit like the myth of Robin Hood, actually doesn't want to necessarily be alone. It wants kind of its band of merry people around it, but it does want to do what it wants to do. So it needs to take on that leadership role. Otherwise, it can end up fighting with everyone and sort of doing what somebody once told me that I had a habit of doing, which is true, is leading from a follow position when I dance with anyone. So it took me a while to figure out, actually, I need to just openly lead rather than pretending to follow. And that's really about Neptune in Aries. Creating families of choice. We're already doing that. Many of us, our tribe, we talked about that. Cohabitation with friends. And part of that is also that the housing situation, of course, is so diabolical everywhere. It certainly is in Ireland. So we're looking at new ways. How can we share housing? Maybe that means like the Golden Girls, sharing housing with our friends, creating new ways of having community. Maybe relationships across, distances. We already do that. And since COVID days, there's been so much that has changed in terms of relationships. But keep in mind, Neptune in Aries can also be impatience, boredom, impulsivity, looking for a companion in arms, not just a lover. So it's wanting somebody that will battle beside us, somebody who is loyal. That's very, very important. But how much is that the ideal and how much is reality? How much are we going to get lost in a romantic story? Okay, I could go on and on, so let me move on. Okay, what are we focusing on when we're looking at Neptune in relationships? First of all, as a transit to the individual chart or charts, mainly looking at the 5th, the 7th, and the 8th houses of relationships and aspects. And also as a transit to the composite chart, we look at the house and the aspects. That's very important. And this is a chart I did before, and I thought it might be useful just to really outline as we work, as Neptune works its way around our chart. Take a look at where it is in your composite chart. Where is it traveling through? And keep in mind that a composite chart is always a very literal chart. So we've got to really look at it in terms of, as it travels through, what is it dissolving or what is it idealizing via the Aries lens in these areas of your relationship? And of course, you can do your composite with your family members, with your friend, with the people you work with the people you surround yourself with, your community. It's always incredibly helpful. So what is dissolving? What are we idealizing? Where might there be some confusion? And keep in mind the Aries lens through all of these houses. And finally, I'm sorry, this is just a very brief taster session. Of course, it's just to celebrate Equinox Day together. I wanted to leave you with this quote, which I love, by Maya Angelou. Have enough courage to trust love one more time and always one more time. Because Neptune in Aries is very romantic. Let's not forget that. Not romantic in the Neptune in Pisces sense of kind of, oh, the dream or whatever. Neptune in Aries is romantic in terms of, let's just jump in. Let's take a risk. Let's go on an adventure together. It also gets bored easily, but it does have that courage to jump in. And I would encourage everyone, do think of that aspect of Neptune in Aries. And maybe this is your time to take some risks in relationships, take some risks in friendship. So that's where I'm going to leave it. And if anybody has any questions, do please ask away.
Many, many thanks, Margaret. Enlightening for sure. And I'm also contemplating, the whole self-empowerment of Aries through relationships. And I know that the opposite, when Neptune was in Libra, this was also a time where gender equality in relationships was a big theme during that time, and for those born with that signature. I wonder how that's going to reflect in Neptune in Aries.
I think that's going to be very interesting, Maurice. And I think considering the political situation in so many countries where there's such a lot of pushback, but I think that's where Neptune in Aries can start really coming out and saying, okay, let's look at all these issues and let's start really owning the importance of all of this. So I think I'm hopeful that there will be some changes. I'm really hopeful that those changes, not that there will be, they will continue and evolve rather than being blocked.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
I noticed that somebody asked something about the Davison chart. Just to let you know, I tend to use the midpoint chart, but I also encourage you to use whichever composite chart works for you. I've tried both, and I think they work for different reasons. I know Anne Ortley tends to use also the Davison chart, so it doesn't really matter. The meaning of the houses are similar. Some people believe the Davison chart is more on a soul level, but whatever works for you.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, everyone.
And we're going to transition to Amir. Amir, you're here. You can unmute yourself for a moment to introduce you in the cyber flesh. You are muted.
Yes, yeah, I'm trying to, can you hear me?
Yeah, we see your green screen, like Neptunize you. You're coming in and out.
Okay, how's that's right. It's Pisces, I have to come in and out, So
Your
yeah,
hair does. Your hair does.
yeah, it's
It blends
it's the
with the
water,
background.
swimming, oceanic. Okay.
And another Pisces among us. And Amir is an occult artist and master astrologer, and I really recommend you check his website and his work, which he is introducing in his presentation today. But he was part of our Omega faculty in 2024 and really brought the energy, to a transformative, experiential form of astrology. I will share your video because Amir presented his ideas from his studio, and that could not be done live.
Yes.
So we are
I would like to talk about the evolution of my amulet making, and this is something that I made in 1971. First, what I did is I found in the mountains of Northern California an antler in the trail, and so I took this antler and I carved a cat, because at that time one of my totem animals was Catman. Yes, I'm Catman. And so I did that. And then another place I lived at in the mountains in California, one of us got a deer. And so I took the hoof of the deer, and then using just the natural juices of the hoof, I was able to adhere or glue it onto the antler. And symbolically, well, what does that have to do with astrology? Symbolically, I'm a Pisces, so that is the foot, and my moon is Aries, and that's the head. And so I always thought of it that way, that this is, an astrological amulet that personifies, let's say, a vision that I had of myself when I was 21. I'm now 22. Anyway, so that's one thing. This is like really my first amulet piece that I did. And what I used to use this for, I don't do I Ching anymore, but when I did an I Ching, I would throw the coins, and when I pulled the book out, so this is part of a leather pouch. This would be in my leather pouch. It's almost like what you call a medicine bag or something. So I would lay that next to the I Ching, and then I would throw the coins like that. And so this is part of my praying process when I was consulting the oracle. And now here's another one. This is Venus in Capricorn. And what I'm doing here, now this just evolved. It wasn't like I was thinking of, well, I'm going to do Venus in Capricorn because. It was just that I decided. I mean, I had these turkey bones, and as you know, Capricorn rules the bones. And then Capricorn also rules the bark of tree, and then this is cork. So I made then the shape of Venus using Capricorn materials. And then I took 24 copper pennies, which I hammered, copper being the metal of Venus. And then in black ink, black the color of Capricorn, I took the 24 for the 24 hours, and I put that around here. Then I also used the colors of Venus, which are turquoise, and then certain shades of pink, and then brown colors for the earth of Capricorn. So then this is a magical piece, I consider. Magical because when you're taking the properties of something, whether it is Venus and Capricorn, the bone, anything like that, it's going to conduct or channel the energies of that combination. The same with Pisces and Aries here for this one. Then, let me see, here's something else. I made this actually for a presentation I did at Omega last year, of which Maurice was the one who organized it. And this is my Jupiter rattle. This is has symbols of Jupiter and Uranus on it. And Jupiter and Uranus together represent thunder and lightning. And so this is also an instrument. So this is a thunder stick, you can almost call it that. Okay, now here's something that is extremely dangerous, and I've never put this on video before. And why is this dangerous? This is a love wand. If you point this at somebody, they will fall in love with you. Now, I've never done this on video before, so I'm taking a big chance, because if I do this and then I read in the newspapers that, you know, like thousands of people fell in love with each other and are changing the world because of this, well, maybe that's a good thing. But still, you know, I do have the responsibility of, you know, creating love. And these are turkey feathers. I like turkey bones. Here's a heart here. You know, all the things that you need for love. Alrighty. Now I want to talk about the thing that probably is my longest ongoing magical work. That's something that, like, when I began it, it's just, you know, I always begin with notions. I don't necessarily begin with, okay, I'm going to do this. Like, I'm going to do Venus and Capricorn, or I'm going to do Catman with, you know, Pisces, Aries connotations to it. Instead, I worked with this form first. This is the, some of you may recognize it, this is the older form of, during the medieval period of charts that were done. And so for a while I was doing my charts on this kind of form. The angular houses are here, the subsident houses here, and then the cadent houses are here. And after a while, I said, I wonder what this would look like as a three-dimensional piece. Like, what if I carved it in stone? So I started to think of, instead of this being a flat surface, I started to think of this as something that was rising above the surface. So I got a piece of stone. My favorite stone is African Wonder Stone. It's a gray, slate gray stone. It comes from Central Africa, and it is very dense, and it is a soft stone, but very dense for a soft stone. It's much more capable of details than soapstone, but very similar in softness. So anyway, what I did was I carved it. Let's see if I can climb through here. So I carved it in this. So what this is then, this is a 3D of that image of the chart. And once I carved it, just like I said, well, I start out with an idea and then something happens. So once I carved this, I said, hey, I've made a temple out of that chart form. And also I had a name for it, which is Pi Haram, because if you look at it like from this angle here, this angle is the same angle, about 51 degrees, as the Great Pyramid is, like that. So Pi Haram it combines Arabic and Greek, meaning the house of pi, because the Great Pyramid has the pi in it, in its equations. So I went from that. I had this nice cube when I started out with that. That gave me 4 bars of the same stone. And I said, okay, what am I going to do with that? 4. And I thought, I'm going to do the 36 decans of the Zodiac for that. And so I started to carve them. So 9 times 4, I had these 4 bars. And I'll put this here. And so I carved these. Like, for instance, this is one of my tarot cards. This is where my tarot cards come from. So, for instance, this is Lovers in State. This one is Strength of Woman. And so on. I did all 36 decans. I began in 1976 and I ended in middle of 1980, 4-year period. And then from that point, then I started to work further with it. I started to say, okay, what happens if I add certain things to it? I wrote poems about it. And then finally, one day I had an accident. I was carving this ebony piece right here. This is a musician. And it fell over and cracked all of these. Just about, maybe one of them was not cracked. And so, you know, I almost lost it, but I couldn't lose it. I said, so I very carefully separated the pieces from the dust and I glued them back together again. I said, okay, I worked on these are the 36 decans of the Zodiac, and I'd already named this as the Equinox celebration because I was really into celebrating the equinox, which is today, by the way. And so it's a very fitting to talk about it. And so then what I did is I decided, okay, I'm going to cast these all in in bronze, and that way I'm preserving the images. So I'm going to show you now how then those evolved. And so this is where, little thunder on the floor there. So this is where these evolved to. Those figures evolved for the tarot to, and here instead of doing them, before they were in an order that they're carving in, they were organically connected to each other through their position in the stones that I was working from. But here instead I put them together thematically. What did they represent to each other? And then here's the Pyram. Instead of being solid, it is now this kind of structure. I still think about, wouldn't it be nice to make this, that it grew out of a chart form, a very old chart form. And then I developed, I said, well, this is going to be either some kind of temple, or I was talking about it with the artist Willie Birch, and I said, hey, this could be a cultural center. He said it already is a cultural center, But anyway, so this is the evolution of that piece. It shows how the evolution of let's say amulets, of the energies of certain elemental things. When you're putting together certain forms that and they evolve and they carry your hand, your mind with them until you have developed this you know, this concept that you started from point A, let's call it, and then you just wound up with all kinds of B and C and 27XR2, you know, whatever. That's how it happened. And so that's the evolution of my tarot, the Equinox Celebration Tarot. Now, one thing that I want to talk about too is the importance of the word, the painted word. And by that I mean, in ancient times, the word was very powerful. Like, for instance, the ancient Egyptians, they called their writing Medu Neter, which means the words of gods. That writing was sacred. It wasn't just the writing, the act of writing, but even the messages of writing and what they encompassed. So what I'm going to do now is something that I do every year for the spring equinox, which is I write a prayer, and then I later burn it. I have a little equinox fire, and I burn it. And so I'm going to write some characters that I think are appropriate for this time. Ancient Egyptian. The first one I'm going to write is love. And then I'm going to write peace or blessings. That's Hotep. And then I'm going to wish for something very positive in the heart. This is a different type of writing. This is Egyptian cursive form of writing, and that's how you would write the heart. In hieroglyphs, this is called hieratic. In hieroglyphs, you would write it like this, heart. And the reason why is because when they mummified a person's heart, they put it in this jar. So this is going to be one of my symbols for the equinox. Then I'm going to write in Chinese and Japanese character the word for star. And it's interesting. Now, see, I think it's better to write with symbols than it is to write words, because, see, words are so, in a way, they're limiting. Like if I just write love, L-O-V-E, okay, that's a beautiful concept. But what if I write love like this? Or what if I write, because the word for peace in ancient Egyptian is the word for offering, like, or to satisfy the gods. This is an offering table, and this is what is offered to them. Or this one here, heart. But there's so many things that can go in one message, in one word. And so it's better to communicate with symbols than it is with just a word. Okay, so let's talk about the Uchat, which is the eye, ancient Egyptian eye. Now this is the left or right eye of Re, the sun god. Now, what's interesting about this symbol is that each one of these sections of the eye are also the fractions. So, for instance, the circle is 1/2, and then one part of this eye, like this one, is like 1/4. The other one is 1/8. This is 1/16. But what's interesting is when you add them all up, they add up to 63/64. So they've always speculated, well, why is that? Why would they not come up with just the whole number? And I think it's because of the mystery of the missing one. What happened? What spiritual idea is encapsulated with that? So mysteries are in the writing, I guess, just like maybe the proof can be in the reading of a chart, that is. And finally, I'm going to do, because I love to do my faces. So this is my equinox face. Right, so I think I'm going to do one more. This becomes a thing that you can't stop, really. And I'm going to do an 8. Actually, I combined the ankh with Venus. That one. Well, happy equinox, everybody. The main thing that I want to talk about to end about amulet making and or making magical instruments is that the materials that you use are going to serve to give them the let's say the power that they have, but also I think the intent of the amulet maker, of the artist, is very important. What are you thinking about? What are you embracing? What is it you're trying to convey so that the cosmos hears, and you're bringing it out through your hand or through your mind or through the materials that you're combining to make. And so I think that in doing that, I think there's certain rules to follow. Like, for instance, certain things, like if the moon is growing in light, then it's going to represent growth. If it's losing light, then it's going to be dispersing energies. And then the certain signs are important for planting, or, so if you want to make something. But I think that ultimately the thing that is important is, what is it that you are thinking? Because everything that we do is a signature of who we are. And that's why when I was doing the original 36 celebrants for the Equinox Celebration Tarot, I was really just very honestly and openly carving them. The only thing I thought about was, well, this is the first decan, this is the second decan of Capricorn or whatever. But I did not follow the traditional idea of what those things should look like. Instead, I was allowing the cosmos to run through my hands into the stone. And then when it was finished, then I learned from what that signature was about, which was a unique manifestation of the sign, and not just something that is traditional, like the sea goat for Capricorn, or the ram's head. Instead, for the second decan of Taurus, I had strength of woman, because of the intensity of her holding the weight above her head. This is a Taurus, determination, and Taurus is a feminine sign. Or power of man, which didn't show which is the last decan of Aries, did not show a ram. Instead, it showed a muscular man, but a man, though, who was thinking about how he was using his strength and not just going plowing ahead with it. Happy Equinox, everybody.
So here's our Jupiter celebrating both Jupiter and Uranus. That was a wonderful offering from our time together. Beautiful. I mean, to me, this kind of art captures how we can all do astrology our own way, right? Astrology is a universal language. It can be translated, embodied through, PowerPoint presentations, and also through art. and through amulets. And you embody that so gracefully, so intelligently. And so I'm very grateful to have you as part of our tribe, not just here, but in the astrology community.
Thank you. I want to say something that I thought about when I was doing that, and that is that I think the real first art that I ever did, which was also occult, was when I was about 7, and I was taking leaves from trees and saying prayers and giving them to people. And I think that that's sort of like what a Pisces sun with a stellium and Aquarius might do, is grab leaves and just give this to people, and like this is something people have to have. And I don't think that I could say anything before that point was art or any occult thing. That was probably my first thing without really understanding it, that I later understood it as an artist, as an astrologer, and so on. And I'm just really appreciative of having the platform that you provide with your hard work, because you work all the time, buddy. That you just allowed me to do that, and thank you.
Beautiful, thank you. It's not work, and it's work. It's also love and inspiration. We are now inviting Richard Wisniewski, if I'm saying it right, who is going to present the subtle whispers of the universe, Neptune transits.
Perfect. Thank you. Let me get my screen all shared up.
And I just want to say, Richard is an evolutionary astrologer from the East Coast in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And, a rising force in our community. So welcome.
Thank you, Maurice. And again, just echoing from everyone, thank you so much for putting this together. I think now more than ever, the importance of community and coming together is going to be more and more important in doing things like this. So thank you for that. And also offering me to be here. So I'm very excited to share this. Neptune is a very passionate topic for me. I have Neptune on my ascendant, and I have Neptune on my north node. So this is a very a study of mine that I feel like I've been looking at for quite some time. And I read a book from Jeffrey Wolf Green called The Whispers of Eternity, which became part of my inspiration for wanting to talk about the subtle whispers of the universe. Because sometimes those whispers are not as loud as we'd like them to. They're subtle, they're quiet, they're not as in our face as we would like them to. So first, I just want to share a little bit about myself. I am an evolutionary astrologer. I do a lot on Instagram. I do some live events quite frequently over there. And I just started a Patreon community to really harvest and create community for individuals that are passionate about understanding the journey of the soul and consciousness. So what I want to get into first before I start exploring the meaning behind these whispers, I figured it'd be important to kind of touch a little bit into how I view or lean into Neptune at an archetypal level. And I came across this quote, which I love, and it's from Rumi, and it says, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop." And there's going to be a theme that I'm going to talk a lot about with Neptune, and this concept of collective and individual and collective. This is a dance that we are all engaging in at different levels. And so the first question I'd like to look at is, well, what is Neptune? And I'm going to share this from my perspective as an evolutionary astrologer. And one of the beautiful ways that I like looking at this, it actually comes back to looking at the nature of the ocean itself. And when we look at the ocean, it really represents the totality of consciousness itself. And the ocean itself manifests and creates these waves that unfold and come out of the ocean. And we look at those individual waves as individual individual consciousness. It's the individual life experiences that are coming out of the total consciousness. And one day those waves will reach the shore and crash and then come back into the ocean. And there's this natural ebb and flow that happens. And so when I look at Neptune, there is this principle of unity, something that is larger and bigger than what our ego mind can potentially comprehend. It's a state of wholeness that is much grander. And there's a part of Neptune that wants to help through the art of dissolving any of the boundaries and distortions that are blocking our ability at a soul level to understand the core ultimate truth. And I did an event last week on Instagram with Tara All, and one of the things that she said that I loved for such a Neptune quote was the archetype that the truth could only be the truth if it is true for everyone. And my question that I lean into, well, what does that mean and what is that ultimate truth? And at the core of Neptune, for me, is the part of us where we are wanting to reconnect with Source, with God, with the universe, whatever we choose to label that as. It's the deeper connection with that wholeness once again. And so I look at Neptune as the connection to the collective consciousness, which someone else was talking about today. I forgot who was talking about that, and the individual consciousness. And at the core of this is a quote that I took from, I believe it was The Whispers of Eternity. And Jeffrey says, the desire to know the very origin of all things, the origin of the soul itself, is intrinsic to the consciousness of the individual soul. So at the core of the human experience is the desire for the soul to understand consciousness itself and understand the origin of this experience. And so when I look at Neptune and we look at what this sort of concept of ultimate truth is, in our own individual natal charts, we are all trying to explore this relationship with what the ultimate truth is. And Neptune will show us in our own individual charts where we may experience the distortions that are not allowing us to understand or connect with what that ultimate truth is, where we could find ourselves escaping the reality. At the same time, it's going to show us where we are going to be able to understand and make that sort of connection to understanding that ultimate truth. You know, as we're probably all here, we all are familiar that Neptune is a complexity that is difficult to explain. And at the same time, there's a simplicity to it at the same token. And so within this concept of the ultimate truth, I write that all souls on earth are interconnected. And we are all a part of a greater divine order in which time, space, and form does not exist. And there is this unconditioned space in which we are all coming from and ultimately at a soul level will yearn to return to. We come into this physical body for the purpose of desires that we are seeking to eventually extinguish, whether that's a relationship, whether that's the career, the fame, the money, whatever it may be. Ultimately, there comes this sense where there has to be a moment where there's no desire left, but that to return back and understand consciousness, soul, the universe itself. And so I just made some notes for those of us who are relatively new to understanding Neptune, our chart. I kind of covered some of these. I think one of the most important things that I want to stress about Neptune is it does indicate for me how an individual could influence the current state of the collective consciousness. There is an opportunity for every single human being to make a difference in this human experience. And Neptune can show us the space in which we can receive the whisper towards continuing the evolutionary journey of our soul, which then effectively will influence the state of the collective consciousness and advance the collective consciousness. And so this is another quote that I love that really I feel like embodies how I feel and lean into Neptune. And the quote says, "Round and round the soul will go until it realizes that it must be patient. So the original whispers that come from the source of all things, whispers that actually reflect the individual consciousness of the soul, its existing context, correlate with its own evolutionary steps in some way, become ever louder, become more frequent, and create a real sense of soul meaning." And where we find Neptune in our chart will help us understand where we can begin to understand, receive, and listen to these subtle whispers. And I think transiting Neptune is an amazing opportunity for all of us to attune to these whispers of consciousness, of that inner voice. And so what I want to talk about is when we're dealing with transiting Neptune, what I really see as the main theme of a Neptune transit is directly related to the ongoing evolution of consciousness on Earth. And there are so many different ways, and we're all here exploring different natures of Neptune transits and what we can potentially experience with Neptune. And these are 5 areas that I'm looking at: is the creative expression, how we as a collective and individuals are escaping the reality, whether this is through the distortions of reality or through addiction patterns, dissolving untruth, what is not true, the whispers from source, and influencing the collective consciousness. For today and for time's sake, I'm only going to cover 3 of these. But I think it's just important to note that with Neptune, these are just some key areas when I look at someone's chart. So from collective to individual and from individual to collective, and this to me embodies the beginning and the end and these cycles that we're going through. And I think when we become and surrender into this state, we can begin to actually become receptive beings or conduits where higher source, God, the creator of all things, feels like we're tuned in, we can receive those sudden moments of insight. Maybe we call them intuition. Maybe we call them the clairs of clairsentience or whatnot. And it's these subtle whispers that are nudging us in a direction or giving us that moment to look at a sign. And you're like, oh, wait, I just saw something. Maybe I should pay attention to that sign. And when we listen to that or look at that sign, and we listen to what that is by taking action on those whispers, is where evolution can take place with Neptune. So one of the things that we know with Neptune transits is in any moment, there is this consistent state of dissolving anything and everything that is simply untrue. And again, I ask this question, well, what does the truth actually mean? If the truth is only true for you and not everyone, then in some context, that would be an opinion. And why I say this is because when we look at Neptune, we're trying to tune ourselves into that ultimate truth. And Neptune wants to wash away and remove those separating desires that are blocking us from being able to recognize that ultimate truth that in honesty would connect us at a deep soul level, at a deep unconditional love, that regardless of beliefs or regardless of location or regardless of status, there is this understanding of oneness. And unfortunately, with Neptune transits, because of this, this can lead to individuals that are going to fight and run away and not want to deal with the shattering or the dissolving of their identity or what their beliefs were, because Neptune can wash away what we thought were our beliefs, leading to disillusionment, leading to escapism, addiction, very common things with Neptune transits. Things can get so foggy. But what's so beautiful is that when we lean into the Neptune transit, the fog can be lifted. And when that fog is lifted, and that may mean we need to surrender and let go of our total identification with a belief system or something with our past. It's in those very moments that we can hear these whispers. It's in these very moments that we could begin to listen and get those signs, metaphorically speaking. And it takes faith and it takes trust. And so when I look at the transiting of Neptune, the opportunity, depending on where it falls into your chart. And I'll give a personal example. I have Neptune that's just coming into my third house. And I have been really putting out the idea of wanting to write and really wanting to put pen to paper and put my thoughts into some form of a book of some sorts. And I've been watching Neptune itch closer and closer into my third house. And the moment that Neptune had entered my third house, I had an idea that I've never had before. This sudden space of, oh, I should do it in this way, or I should look at this. And I started paying attention to the signs. And one by one, it started connecting me towards where I was meant to go or who I was meant to meet in that journey. And it's been a continuous experience for me. And that evolution was by listening and paying attention to that whisper that pointed me to look and talk to one person. And so in life, we all experience these opportunities of these whispers. And what it does take is some level of stillness is 100% needed, but sometimes it's through the action that's important here. And I think we're going to notice that with Neptune and Aries. There's going to be a need for us to learn to trust our instincts, to have faith in our instincts, to align our instincts with the source of all things, with the creator, with God. And through these experiences of listening, and whether, again, this could be dreams, this could be going out in the world, this could be driving a car, it could be wherever your life experience is taking you and wherever Neptune is transiting in your chart. The challenge with Neptune, of course, is, am I crazy? Am I really seeing this right now? Is this real? Is this really happening to me right now? And it can be very difficult. And sometimes those distortions or not believing or trusting ourselves are moments of evolution where we're pivoting around on our path. And so I want to just stress that really what the Neptune transit and our individual consciousness is trying to do is help push us towards the evolutionary journey of our individual consciousness for the sake of contributing to the collective. Because ultimately, that's where we're all going. And so, to me, the peak, the pinnacle of listening to these sudden insights, flashes of wisdom, these whispers, is for the purpose of influencing the collective consciousness on the planet. And when we are becoming soul-realized or self-realized, we can begin to lean more into what we're doing on this planet. And when we can align ourselves in this way by living in our own actualization, we are actually making a difference in this world, whether we choose to see it that way or not. By living in that sense of self-realization, you're making such a huge difference. So through becoming, I think there's a word for it, not enlightened selfishness. I have it somewhere in here that I wrote, enlightened self-interest, that we can make such a difference on Earth and in this planet when we actually understand and listen to our own inner world. And so for those of us who are going through a prominent Neptune transit, or those of you who just want to lean a little bit more, and I challenge you a little bit to sit with some of these questions. And for one question I always like to ask is, where is our own personal Neptune in our chart? And what is the deeper evolutionary intent behind Neptune in your chart? What is Neptune asking of you in this lifetime? And then where is Neptune transiting in your chart? What is the relationship between transiting Neptune and natal Neptune? And how could their relationship potentially reflect the opportunities for you to see the direction of your evolutionary journey and how you can attune yourself? So just a little bit for me about Neptune and Aries, the spiritual warriors born. I'm also an Aries, by the way. I feel like we had a few Aries come in here. So I'm very excited about this transit. And these are the dates for those of us who want to keep track of this. Neptune enters on the 30th of March and will be there until the 22nd of October when it retrogrades back into Pisces. And then we'll have our journey with Neptune come January 26th of 2026. So we have some time to work with this energy. And I think it's going to be incredibly beneficial in the long run. Does that mean it's going to be easy in the beginning? Of course not. So what can we expect at soul levels? What can we expect as we're moving forward with our journeys is I'm totally looking towards new individuals that are going to be brave enough and courageous enough to step out, stand out, and make a difference, to break the patterns of society, of culture, of their family dynamics. People that are going to challenge and say, I need to listen to what my gut is telling me, and I need to stand up and I need to do this, and I'm going to do this because I'm feeling that guidance, that whisper that is pushing me, that is telling me that I should do this. At some levels, I also can totally see that we may notice that we're going to notice the dissolving of self for people that are not really living in their state of authenticity. I also would put this on the table at a collective level to see how are the identifications or the autonomy of countries being influenced here. If we are not living in some sort of absolute authentic truth, we may notice that Neptune can bring forward or show us what needs to be seen to be dissolved, and it might not be easy. The other big thing that I want to watch here is tied to this is the concept of leadership and the concept of, are we going to notice a rise of quote unquote spiritual leaders? Are we going to notice more individuals that have an inclination towards some of these spaces that we're talking about, take a step into a leadership position, whether that's political or within the community? Another big thing that I'm looking at or talking about is the concept of spiritual cauterization, which is healing the wound through the fire, to step through the fire, to embrace the fear of whatever it is when it comes to our own core identity, to not be afraid to shed and to dissolve what we've come to understand of who we thought we were to become who we are meant to be. For those of us who are working with different practices and healing techniques or divination techniques, be very interested to watch fire scrying to see if we're noticing individuals that are working with scrying and fire scrying a little bit more. Is this going to be something that I go to a lot of different fairs, so I'd be curious to see if we're noticing an increase of any work with fire or anything like this from a divination technique. So cautions with Neptune, of course, is being very careful of our elusive beliefs of thinking that we know something or thinking that what we believe is true, and taking action on those things only to be to realize that it's not true, to realize that we've been deceived in some sort of way, that we're not being honest with ourselves. At the same token, we can notice an increase of overconfidence, an increase of individuals that think that they are stronger or better or number one and they deserve this. That sort of, I look at this as almost the Emperor card in the tarot in the reverse position. It's sort of that tyrant-like energy that we want to watch. And at the same time, I call Neptune in Aries the spiritual warrior, but we can also have the spiritual warrior complex. And is the individuals that are choosing, or that we chose, or that we pick to lead, or the individuals that are taking charge, are they actually doing so in a compassionate, unconditional way? Or are they doing it for some sort of nod to their own sense of power? And so what's being asked of us as we go through this journey is, as many people have said, this is such a pivotal time, as this is the completion of an entire cycle that is coming to a close. And it actually, for me, accentuates the sort of Neptunian quality of timelessness. And the fact that we're looking at a cycle that was started prior to this incarnation for all of us. But yet we're sitting here leaning into it and wondering and trying to see what this next cycle could be like. And so I think one of the things that we're looking at here is, at a deep soul, and for me, an evolutionary perspective, this is our chapter to attune ourselves to our body and to our identity and understanding who we really are. And this is at a physical sense and a soul sense for me. This is our opportunity to recognize our oneness beyond borders, beyond time, beyond boundaries, find that unconditioned self, that unconditioned love for everyone, that oneness for all of us. You know, we've all chose to be here for a very specific reason, and I think this is sort of a call to action in some sort of way. And so I think at the same token, the challenge for us is to be present. I think it's a time for us to learn to become more instinctually operational, learn to listen to our instincts and allow our spiritual self to lead the way. And this is where I talk about the concept of that enlightened self-interest. How could we learn to prioritize in a way that where Neptune is showing up for us, and when we lean in to where that is showing up, and we prioritize that, we can actually make those contributions. And for me, is it writing the book that is going to make a difference? Is it writing the poetry book that I've had? Is it sharing that information, third house, getting it out there? And where is Neptune whispering to you? And so for those of you who are interested in research like me, I just put some thoughts on here for those. Very interesting subject. I saw someone talk about the planetary nodes of Neptune. I actually think, I don't know if Maurice is talking about it today, but I think someone was going a little bit more in detail. And the fact that Pluto is in Aquarius and will conjunct that south node of Neptune. And in 2026, the north node is going to shift into Aquarius. And so I really am curious to see what this influence could have for us collectively, and what the state of the planet is going to look like for the years to come as these transits are unfolding. For those of us who like to read, I put in there the Neptune book, The Whispers from Eternity, Maurice Fernandez book. Everyone, again, should get that book if you don't already have it. And then Stephen Forrest has a book on Neptune as well that could be very beneficial for diving into this. And then just of current events, you know, things that I want to bring up that I think is going to be unique is the concept of conflict and weapons and spiritual warfare. Are we going to notice that there's going to be an increased conflict or wars that are breaking out of our belief systems, that are misguided, that are not honest? Are we going to notice that our use of weapons or explosives, fire, conflict, and anything to do with fire, what's happening here, in wars on the planet? Another big thing I would like to see is weather patterns. I was noticing that when I looked at history, there is some uniqueness with Neptune and Aries and the shifts in weather patterns on the planet. So that also is going to be something interesting to watch as well. And then my last thought for you guys is just some final questions for Neptune and Aries, if you want some homework assignments for leaning into Neptune and Aries. And my final question would be, can you feel in the coming years how the collective consciousness influences your individual consciousness, and how your individual consciousness can influence the collective? So thank you again for everyone listening to me talk about Neptune and the opportunities that come with this transit. Again, if you guys are interested, my website is thestarwhisperer.com, and there's my socials if you guys want to follow. So thank you guys so much for listening. Thank you, Maurice.
Beautiful, Richard, as always, very graceful, very informative, good work. A lot to draw from, and I'm glad we're recording all this to be able to, you know, integrate the material at our own pace. And beautiful. I wonder if Merryman is ready to go. I see you
I am.
on. I see you on. So let's have you in your camera.
Here we go.
And so Merryman and I are leading a retreat along with
Rachel Lang.
as we celebrate Neptune in Aries through this event today. But in Sedona, we will have a whole retreat where we activate it together as a community. So there's one more spot open. If Sedona calls you in this, you know, last minute. And so take it into consideration.
Thank you, Maurice. So, Richard, I hope you write that book because I will want the first autographed copy. Here we go. So today I am talking about Neptune's Quill. It's a literary journey throughout time with the mystical scribe of the universe. And what I find so amazing is I was going through the different eras, that Neptune really is the ink that fills the quill of writers throughout time. And so we are going to So again, the mystical scribe of the universe, and I know everyone's been over this information about, the discovery in 1846. And so here's just some general information. I'm always interested in frequencies. So Neptune's harmonic frequency is 211 and Venus's harmonic frequency is 221. So we often consider Neptune the higher octave of Venus, meaning that it transcends personal love into universal love, and beauty into divine inspiration. Yet in the pure frequency terms, Neptune is actually lower than Venus in frequency. And I just found that to be of interest as a side note. So this is just a little note. Literature is all about our heart, expressing our heart, putting it out there, our angry heart, our joyful heart, our visionary heart, whatever it may be. And it's amazing to go throughout time and to see how the literature really is absorbing, and I think that's a good word, absorbing Neptune's energy through the hands of the writers, and then going out into the zeitgeist and actually defining what the world looks like. So we are also on a brink of being able to define our world as Neptune moves into Aries. But we will move on to Neptune in Aquarius, 1846. And, I pulled a quote from here, from Jules Verne, 5 Weeks in a Balloon. And anything one man can imagine, another man can make real. What a wonderful statement for Neptune in Aquarius. It is the dreamscape of progress. This is where we do have these idealistic ideas of utopian ideas about what our world could look like. And, it also taps into the intellect, the mind. It embraces the scientific advancement, social change, and, also just getting right back down into that very Aquarian concept of human rights. And, I think it's interesting, especially the technology inspired storytelling. So it's important to note that what was happening in the time, 1848, we had the Communist Manifesto published, and this inspired the utopian and dystopian literature. So the higher octave of life, and then, the really dark and seedy side of life as well. In 1851, the Great Exhibition in London, it showcased the technological advancements. And boy, what an exciting time that must have been, 1851, to see, what the most creative, forward-thinking minds at the time were doing. I hope nobody has a seizure with this coming at them. But, looking at the literature of the time, Edgar Allan Poe with Eureka. And this is a cosmological speculation and on the nature of reality. And then of course, Jules Verne, 5 Weeks in a Balloon. This is, as it was really moving into science fiction. And, when we go to Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Blithedale Romance, and again, we're looking at this society, the utopian ideal, social idealism. And so we're seeing visions of exploration, invention, and, stretching the limits of human knowledge. And then, of course, 1861 to 1875, when we move into the age of mysticism and spiritualism. And so I just love how it shifts in this space. And I pulled the quote from Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass, 1855. Oh my goodness. I am large, I contain multitudes. And what more can speak to a Pisces concept in literature that, that stretches boundaries, that pushes boundaries? It's just amazing. And so we are seeing, the dreamscape, altered states, spiritual exploration, ghost stories, visionary experiences. Oh my gosh, and the poetry, how beautiful, off the rails. And here we're seeing religious awakenings, dreamlike narratives, allegorical fiction. We're seeing also another area of interest of mine where people are really working, the personalities are coming forward with the Akashic records and blending science and mysticism in the very early days. 1863, the Emancipation Proclamation. It changes our ideas of freedom and destiny. And the first publication of Through the Looking Glass, deepening Alice's surreal world. So that's Lewis Carroll's work. And, I think what's so interesting about this is it is nonsensical. It is not, it's all over the place. It's not just on a stationary timeline. It's as we imagine coming into reality from many points of view and being able to shift identities. And of course, Charles Dickens' Great Expectations, a book of fate, redemption, and social illusion. And of course, I read the quote from Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass and, his transcendental experience. I am large, I contain multitudes. And then, I couldn't do this and leave off Ralph Waldo Emerson. And so I pulled The Conduct of Life. And this is transcendental philosophy, self-reliance, fate. Literature is truly a gateway to altered consciousness and divine revelation. We are all, truly, as Ram Dass says, walking each other home. And when people write about their experiences, their experience of the divine, their experience of the beyond, their experience of the non-linear existence of what it truly is to be alive, we're really experiencing the power of Neptune's quill in Pisces. And it's so beautiful. And then we move, of course, into Neptune in Aries from 1861 to 1875. And this does radically change the landscape. We're looking at heroism, radical change, war. This is where, people are seeking, who am I and how do I fit into this world, into this nation, whatever nation that may be. We have, strong themes of survival and individualism. And, manifestos and stories of personal transformation. I mean, Neptune and Aries, we're getting ready to enter back. It's how are we going to evolve? How will we move beyond what we believe or think we are right now? And of course, 1861 to 1865, the American Civil War really did redefine the identity of the United States. And also with the German unification, shifting the balance of power in Europe. Very fascinating. So here we see Tolstoy's War and Peace. Wow. The strongest of all warriors are these two, time and patience. Time and patience. That's such a contrary statement to Neptune and Aries, which is all about doing, and yet we're given a directive of, recognizing that the warrior is actually very quiet, being patient, and just being with the time, being in acceptance of what will come through. And it's, of course, being orchestrated by the wonderful planetary movements. And Les Miserables, I'm sure if you haven't read the book, you've probably seen the play or the movie, but it's about revolution, redemption, justice. Boy, it's about heart. It's about the heart of being alive and surviving and speaking your truth. And this is Neptune in Aries, pioneering spirit. And I can't resist Louisa May Alcott's Little Women. And this is really looking again, and this is a concept that we can see again moving into our future. It's present and future when we're looking at gender roles and what it means to be independent or sovereign. And also life is not the easiest gig being here on this planet, but we learn resilience, and we learn resilience in community, in our collective consciousness also. Neptune in Taurus, the age of materialism and asceticism. And so this brings quite a different feeling. And isn't it amazing just to see the undulating waves of Neptune's journey through literature? And so here we're bringing the concepts of material wealth, beauty, sensuality, luxury, decadence, and, you know, a real struggle between what we want and what's right. And so, you know, this also brought 1875 to 1889. You know, we had tremendous artistic movements in 1888. So this is a very fascinating time to see the correlation along with the literature. But we are seeing in key events of this time, the telephone. I mean, my gosh, we go from, you know, letters that can take weeks to get someplace to a phone call that can be made in that instant. 1885, I mean, that wasn't for everyone, but it was the invention of it. And in 1885, Carl Benz invented the automobile, changing modern transportation. So we often attribute this to Henry Ford, but, you know, we have to realize that these, that the final, or that things are works in progress throughout time. And so for this, I did choose Dorian Gray, but the only way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it. And what a Taurus statement is that? So, you know, this is asceticism and moral decay, and really taking a look at the fiber of society, what's strong and what's working, what are our values versus, you know, what just fills me in the moment, what just satisfies me in the second. And then Portrait of a Lady by Henry James, you know, money, and who am I? And tell me about my sovereignty. What is my personal freedom? And, you know, I'm a good Southern girl, so I love Mark Twain, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. This is bringing us back to, you know, the nostalgia, what it is to be a kid, fully present, and what we value as a society. Neptune in Gemini, 1889 to 1902, communication and fragmentation, you know, that dual nature of Gemini. We have this dreamscape of curiosity, paradox, shifting identities, things changing, surrealism, wordplay. And I love that we had the surrealist happening at the same time. And so, you know, wordplay, modernist experimentation, you know, this was a very avant-garde at the time. And, you know, I think it's interesting too, because a curious Gemini ruled by Mercury, fascinated with psychology, and again, delving into the science fiction. And I love, you know, the wordplay, the linguistic innovations. And so here we have 1895, the first public screening of motion pictures. How fascinating is that? Now, not only are our words on paper to read, but we can actually see the stories. And wireless radio transmissions. Again, we are moving, you know, step by step into this global community that we are now. And, you know, this is what I love right now. And it's something, this quote, ever since I read it, has really stuck with me, especially in this time, especially that we're so easily distracted. And so H.G. Wells says in The Time Machine, we're always getting away from the present moment. And, you know, this statement of distraction is really profound and something for us to remember at this time, so that we can remember to ground in and be present with these changes. And, you know, Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, gosh, what a moving, deep classic. Colonialism, morality, and his impeccable use of language. And of course, The Wizard of Oz. How powerful, two worlds, right? Two worlds. Dorothy's at home in Canvas, and then she's in Oz, and it's filled with incredible symbolism, incredible stories. It's a parable, actually, you know, for life. And this is about this journey, and it's just impeccable. When we move into Neptune and Cancer, we have nostalgia and we have nationalism, 1902 to 1916. So, we had the beginning of World War I then. This reshaped our global alliance, and it really, reshaped how war was fought. The Wright brothers achieved their first powered flight. And we're seeing in literature the dreamscape of home, and family and ancestral connections. It's a time where our literature really did speak to looking within, finding our depth. What is our longing? What does our heart most desire? And this makes us sentimental, and also brought forward the type of literature that is domestic fiction about home, and also asking the bigger existential questions. So, I pulled the quote from Peter Pan, and that is, "The moment you doubt whether you can fly, you cease forever to be able to do it." What a beautiful quote, the fantasy, the belief, the eternal youth, the nostalgia. And then, of course, Jack London's The Call of the Wild, 1903. This is, it's not only a story about survival. It's not only a story about going within and your own agency, but it is a story about how do you belong? How are you a part of the pack? How do you fit in? And then, of course, Proust with In Search of Lost Time. This is Neptune in Cancer. It is really wrapping its little Cancerian shell around nostalgia and time and memory. We go on to Leo, and Leo, it's glamour, the theatrical, 1916 to 1929. World War I ended. The Harlem Renaissance flourishes, and and this gave the opportunity to elevate Black literature, that for African Americans, which is really powerful. And then the first feature-length film, The Jazz Singer, was released. So, what is more glamorous and theatrical than that? That's this time of fame and spectacle, and each person with their individual expression. And you think about the 20s and people, the flappers, and, this whole awakening of individuality. So, we are seeing incredible literature, and also incredible debauchery in the time as well. Epic narratives. So I pulled from this, and everybody will know this quote from The Great Gatsby. "They were careless people, Tom and Daisy. They smashed up things and creatures and then retreated back into their money or their vast carelessness or whatever it was that kept them together, and let other people clean up the mess they had made." I think that just captures the over-the-top drama of the period, of the time. And yet we have Virginia Woolf's Mrs. Dalloway, which is, really, again, we're deepening into the psychology, and moving into really looking at the urban spectacle. What is it living in the cities? How does that impact our lives as we are getting tighter and tighter packed in together? And then, of course, Kafka, who's so amazing, deepening our communal look into bureaucracy, and how absurd what we've co-created can be, and moving into the existential. Neptune in Virgo, an age of dystopia and social critique. Of course, we hit the Great Depression in 1929, and that absolutely destabilized the world economies. And, towards the end, World War II began. And this is, a geopolitical event that has shifted our world. So, in this time period, we are seeing a dreamscape of discipline, order, and deconstructing illusions. The 20s brought us a lot of illusions, and the price to pay happened in the 30s. And so we're really looking at the morality, what's real, and, dipping back into this dystopian, this dysfunctional, this dark look at society. And you know, I think what is interesting is looking at society. You know, Virgo does want order. And so bringing the social critique, seeing what's wrong, new waves of war literature. And I like this precise storytelling. And, you know, I think when we look at the writers below, John Steinbeck, Grapes of Wrath, you know, his ability for really evocative storytelling as he spoke about the economic hardships and what it takes to survive and in this world and in the United States. And you know, and looking at Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. This is a really, you know, we continually see George Orwell also later wrote 1984 and 1948. But this is looking at, these are very critical, actually, works of literature to go back and look at in this point in time, because these point to where we're going right now. So this is, if you're looking for your reading list for right now, the first three, certainly. And I pulled a quote from P.L. Travers, who was a woman, and with Mary Poppins, and she wrote, practically perfect in every way is the quote I pulled from her. Practically perfect in every way. That what a more Virgoan quote can you find than that? I like that so much. So it's we're looking at, even when we're looking at the fantasy, even when we're looking at the storytelling or the myth, it is grounded in service, in duty to others, in structure. Neptune in Libra brings beauty and diplomacy, that balance that Libra is always seeking. We had the end of World War II, Reconstruction, bringing in new diplomacy. Brown versus the Board of Education ruling begins desegregation in the United States. This is bringing balance to our population. And so we are also looking at these ethical dilemmas. Literature of relationships, morality, aesthetic, elegance. And so new waves of psychological realism, philosophical fiction, and poetic storytelling. And that's that Libra aspect coming out. We have J.D. Salinger's Catcher in the Rye. We have, you know, that's youth, alienation, self-discovery. What a powerful book, written in 1951. I remember when I read it in high school in the 80s, that I just was so moved by the experience in this book. And then Truman Capote's Breakfast at Tiffany's. You know, it's about beauty and independence, but the sense of longing, the sense of not quite figuring out where you fit in and where your place is, and what do you have to give up of yourself to be in relationship with another. And then the second sex. I pulled the quote of this because I thought it was so interesting. One is not born, but rather becomes a woman. So here in the 40s and through the 50s, we're having conversations about what gender means and how societal norms define gender as we understand it, and what our philosophical understanding of being a man or a woman or whatever version is evolving or emerging, what this means. So those seeds were planted. And then we look at Neptune in Scorpio, 57 to 70. And so this is, you know, we had the Summer of Love in 1967 and the rise of the countercultural movement, and the moon landing, which expanded our consciousness. I mean, here we've been seeing phones and planes and radios and motion pictures, but now we're actually on the moon, which is amazing. And so, you know, we are moving into the time of free love and the dreamscape of taboo. It's a very intense time. Profound transformation in this country. When you think about the 50s to the 70s and what the 60s did, it's truly a bridge to change. We're starting to see literature that's really openly speaking of sexuality, power, and the psychological descent. And I love the dark fantasy moving into the esoteric exploration, and also countercurrent literature, that which is which has never been out there before. So, we pull out Sylvia Plath, the bell jar, speaking openly about depression. And, what goes on in the mind of the woman? Who is she? How is she defined? If not defined by a man or a job and even at that point in time, it might not have been a job, but how is she defined individually? And then we have also Anne Rice's interview with a vampire. This is very seductive. And it was a little later, but I think I might have done a typo on that one. But it's about seduction and immorality. And then, it's immorality versus morality. So it's going to the dark side. And then I pulled the quote from 100 Years of Solitude. And it's, he had really been through death, but he had returned because he could not bear the solitude. That feels very scorpionic to me. It is like we come in alone, we leave alone. It is, any illusion that we have of connection beyond ourselves is ultimately that. So it speaks to magical realism and fate. And then we're getting there. Neptune and Sagittarius, Roe versus Wade, legalized abortion in the US, expanding personal rights. CNN launches, marking the beginning of 24 hours. This is where we started getting this deluge of information all of the time. And so I have pulled from here one of my favorite books that I remember reading it, and I was pretty young when I read it for the first time, from Tim Robbins, Even Cowgirls Get the Blues. Disbelief in magic can force a poor soul into believing in government and business. Disbelief in magic can force a poor soul into believing in government and business. What a statement for these times, right? I was recently in Nepal, and I was teaching with a Rinpoche, and he said, it may be real, but is it true? And that's something to meditate with, because what is happening around us is real, but is it true? And just in the interest of time, I'm going to keep us moving. Neptune in Capricorn, 1984 to 98. The fall of the Berlin Wall, collapses of rigid structures, governmental structures. The World Wide Web is launched. And so here we're even expanding in greater ways. But look at this dystopian literature. Look what's coming out. The Handmaid's Tale, American Psycho, Fight Club. And I know we don't talk about Fight Club, but I'm going to talk about Fight Club. It's only after we've lost everything that we're free to do anything. And what statement speaks to Neptune dissolving what we believe, dissolving what we have, so we can be free? Neptune in Aquarius, again from 1998 to 2012, digital consciousness, Wikipedia. Now we've got all of this information. Is it true? Is it not? Who really knows? We just have all the information. iPhone is released, revolutionizing digital communications. And then our literature is so interesting because we're looking back again at the dreamscape of technology, futurism, collective innovation. Cyber spirituality, what a concept. Mass connectivity. Now, we need to know what everybody's thinking. We know what they had for dinner. And even, the beginning, the very first beginning waves of like AI literature. And so when I pulled the quote today, I pulled from Pattern Recognition. We have no idea where our ideas come from. We do not own ideas, they own us. And it's an important statement. We can look at the American Gods, we can look at the Hunger Games, rebellion, surveillance, and systemic control. And also American Gods, the mythology in the digital age. But I think it's important to remember what we are taking in, what we are reading, what we are absorbing. These are forming our ideas. So we have no idea where our ideas come from. We do not own the ideas, they own us. And then here, as we are leaving the stage of Neptune in Pisces, the dreamscape of fantasy, illusion, boundary, dissolution, we have the rise of post-truth politics. We have fake news. We have reality with media blending in odd ways. We had how the pandemic reshaped our perception of time, reality, and our place, like our place in the world, because we were so isolated. I pulled the quote from, from On Earth We Are Briefly Gorgeous. The most beautiful part of your body is where it is headed. And remember, loneliness is still time spent with the world. And so this time, this digital age where we are more connected than ever, more people, and I know many people who give readings probably witness this, more people are lonely. More people are saying, I just want to be happy. They're feeling more disconnected than ever. And so I think it's an interesting, it's interesting also how especially Vuong's work brings a meditative, poetic experience that really speaks to the pain and the longing in a very meditative way. It's a poetic experience. And so finally, we're looking for where are we going with our literature starting now? And of course, we hear this over and over again. It's the time of the warrior mystics. We are deeply transforming as a collective, and I agree with Richard and others that we're going to see many more gurus coming forward. But the bigger truth is, it's the time to look within. So we're going to see more also survivalist fiction. And we can look at the news right now and know that people are thinking like, okay, I don't feel secure. And how am I going to survive in the future? What do I need to do to survive in the future? So, again, there's many conversations about communal living, about sovereign citizenship. And so we're really going to deepen into this story over the next 14 years. We're going to, again, as we are going back, and we were talking about the transcendentalist, but we're going to hear more oracular voices, more channeling, more people bringing through visionaries, myth makers. We're going to see our archetypes redefined in this time. And we are redefining our own identities. And, this is a time where Aries is filling our quill with courage. And there's a sense of urgency and a really, as we're preparing for this retreat, I know Maurice and Rachel and I are really thinking about Neptune being our partner in dreaming the world anew. And so, the trends, radical self-reinvention and fighting for a new world. And what does that fight look like? Because we're finding that, marches and wars and other techniques are not working. Are we dreaming the world into existence? Are we meeting in the ethers as a collective and uniting in our hearts and in our souls? And of course, we're going to see the themes of AI really coming forward. What's real, what's illusion. And that's important to go back to the quote. We have no idea where our ideas come from. We do not own the ideas, they own us. So thank you. And I love Walt Whitman's quote, resist much, obey little. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Merryman. Beautiful. Wow. I love this research into the chronology of this transit, and it is so graphic to see how, the archetypes are showing through movies and through literature. Well done. I just want to share also your lecture coming up this Saturday, as part of our Neptune Dreaming in Aries series. You can join this online, Neptune and the Akashic Records, the universal archive of every thought, action, and possibility, music of the spheres, and rhythms of the universe. We are so blessed to have so many bright astrologers and poetic, factual, and now we welcome Tara Green, who is visiting in Sedona, so a neighbor for a little while.
Okay,
Welcome.
thank you so much, Maurice. And Wow, I'm so honored to be here with all these wonderful astrologers and so grateful. You know, Neptune is about gratitude. So grateful to be here in Sedona for this. Can you hear me okay? I just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
Yes,
Okay, good.
perfect.
Okay, so I didn't get to see, sorry.
To introduce you,
Yes.
you come from Toronto.
Yes, I come from Toronto, Canada. I'm usually up there north of the border there, and it's very interesting for me as a Canadian to be here right now. So I find it really fascinating to be here. And you know, I work with Julija Simas. I'm an agent of the Cosmic Intelligence Agency as well. And you know, I've been a professional astrologer, tarot reader, psychic for 33 years. And I used to live in Sedona years ago. Spirit called me here in 1987. Actually, I was here then.
And today you're presenting about the equinox chart.
Yes. And I've kind of gone a little bit all over the place because I'm, you know, I know everybody's gone into these very in-depth presentations. So I'm going to kind of riff on this a little bit. Hang on a second. I want to make sure you can see my, okay, can you see that? Okay, good. You know, I have to say also doing this with Venus retrograde, Mercury retrograde. It's a little challenging here. All right, so the equinox zero Aries point, it's like we're back to in the beginning. So what's coming to me was that this was very much like in the Bible. So, but also considering that Neptune is about illusions and projection and drama and Hollywood and images. This is a brand new passion play. This is a new movie beginning. So it's lights, camera, action. There used to be an old saying in the 80s, you know, this is your movie, you know, you're the director, you're the actors. And it's very much like we are living this new dream together collectively. So I want to thank Maurice and for all the astrologers that we're dreaming this big new dream together. Now, I have Jupiter in Aries, so I know that very well. So zero Aries, the ingress degree, equinox point, and symbolism in the tarot. I'm going to talk about the tarot a little bit here. So we are moving from, if you're familiar with the tarot cards, this is the symbol of Pisces. It is the number 18, which is the number of life in Hebrew. So the moon, this is the dark side of the moon. This is the unconscious. This is fear. You know, Neptune and Pisces, there's a lot of fear, a lot of projection coming up, but it is a test of faith. So in a way, it is a spiritual test. We're walking on the coals. Pisces rules the feet. It's very appropriate. I believe that fire walking will come back in to popularity again. So moving through, it's like a rebirth. I always think of this card, the moon, as the baby coming through the birth canal, still connected to the mother, still hearing her heartbeat, still knowing she's nurtured, and having faith that there'll be light when the baby comes out of the mother. So the moon card. So we're moving from that into the number 4, which is Aries. This is the emperor, the king. Now I know I'm not going to get into the politics, but a lot of people can see this is kind of a dictatorial age, you know, control, war, fire, new beginnings. You know, the number 4 also has to do with power and the 4 elements. So working with the 4 elements, fire, water, air, earth. All right, now I'm going to talk a little bit more about the zero. So the zero in the tarot is the Fool. So this is really the beginning of all the 22 major tarot trumps, they're called traditionally, but I'm not going to say trumps these days, arcana, major arcana. So 0 is also 22. 22 is a master number. So it is the alpha and the omega, the end and the beginning, very relevant to Neptune, Aries, which we're sort of on the threshold. We're in the liminal stage. We're going to go back and forth here. So being the divine fool, this is the symbol of enlightenment. I also worked with a Tibetan Buddhist Canadian-born teacher who was the first one to be recognized in the East as a reincarnation of a Lama. You know, being the fool is, you know, I know nothing. I'm fully present in the moment. This is the symbol of enlightenment. So my teacher used to say, you're already enlightened. That's what the Buddha said. You've just sort of forgotten. So being in that fool's wisdom and not worrying about what people think and knowing that you're already the master. We've already been here a million times. There are multi-dimensions, multi-timelines. You know, we have to be here now. You know, that's what Ram Dass said, be here now. So don't be afraid to be the fool. And don't be afraid because you've already experienced everything. So there's nothing to fear. That's very much Aries fortitude, okay? So the 0 alpha point in Genesis is in the beginning, there was light. So we're coming into this age of fire. This point will be activated by Neptune and Saturn from 2025 to 2026, and the cardinal initiation in the stars. The universe is trying to tell us something because all the planets are going to move back and forth. This is like a repeating dream, you know, when you have a nightmare and it keeps knocking on your unconscious, it's because it's wanting you to pay attention to it. Okay, now, so without, this is, you know, I'm sure that Julija has gone over this, all of these degrees. I don't want to be repetitive here. You know, Venus is retrograde, has already gone over 0 Aries, February 4th, and direct, March 27th, moving retrograde. And then again, May the 2nd going direct, Mercury retrograde, following Venus very closely. This is also a very rare transit to have Mercury and Venus retrograde very similarly close together. And then Neptune leads the pack. So only, you know, a number of days from now, when Neptune crosses 0 Aries, March the 30th, Mercury is also going to go back and forth across that threshold. And then Neptune will retrograde back into Pisces October 22nd and finally stays there on January 28th, 2026. And then the big date is February 20th, 2026, which happens to be my daughter's birthday. And they meet for the first time in 2,500 years. I kind of look back, I believe the last time that happened was in 500 BC. So really what you want to look at is what do you have at 0 degrees Aries in your own astrology chart? That's where you're going to blast off. So 0 degrees. 0 is a circle. It's an infinite round. It's new beginnings, but it's never ending. So the 0 degree is symbolized by the Ouroboros snake. Okay, so this is a very ancient alchemical symbol, often depicted as a snake or a dragon eating its own tail. Widely interpreted as representing the internal cycle of destruction and rebirth, and that's where we're at right now. It's infinity, it's unity, and we have just come out of a dragon year and are now in the year of the snake in Chinese astrology. So this is also very synchronous, and as Carl Jung said, of course, it's all about the synchronicity. Also, Neptune, yesterday, the Sun and Neptune were conjunct. I was having very amazing dreams. So really do pay attention to your dream shifting from this watery, really in the realm of the unconscious where Neptune rolls into Aries. See if you start having very different patterns, elements in your dreams, right? Because we're working with the elements too. The Ouroboros has its roots in ancient Egyptian and Greek iconography, and it became a prominent symbol in Gnosticism, Hermeticism, and alchemy. In China, they had a very similar one from Taoist alchemy. Again, the same thing, serpent eating its tail. So the Ouroboros represents the circular process of the alchemists, and we're all alchemists, their work going round and round and round in the circle game, to quote Joni Mitchell's famous song. And the serpent symbolizes the transformation of lead, which is Saturn's metal, on the earth plane into gold, which is the sun or spiritual light. In Norse mythology, they had the Midgard serpent, a powerful embodiment of the Ouroboros, encircling the earth with its tail in its mouth. And according to psychologist Carl Jung, the tail eater, 2 animals that devour each other in alchemy is represented as a winged dragon and a wingless dragon. They devour each other, chasing each other round and round and round. Now, my sense, I've been waiting for Neptune to enter Aries. It is the big bang, you know, so we are like, boom, at the beginning of a whole new universe, a huge wake-up call. So the projections stop here. So I keep thinking, you know, this is the famous image from Network, the famous Academy Award winning 1976 film. Do rewatch it. You know, the hero here is going, the newscaster is going, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. That's exactly what's going to happen. So wherever Neptune goes, it reawakens forgotten values, but also tends to take creative and spiritual ideas to extremes. Neptune rules faith, religion, psychic energy, ghosts, mediumship, art, actors, film, photography, illusions, drugs, psychedelics, hidden things, the unconscious, oil. So the Aries point is the blast off point. So your spiritual and religious beliefs will be tested in fire. A friend of mine kept saying, you know, it's like you have to walk your talk now. The spiritual people have to be the leaders. Everybody, just like Merryman was saying, you have to find your own spiritual connection within, you know, and that's what the tarot is all about. It's really a path through all of the major arcana and the minor cards to find that connection with what they call your holy guardian angel. So Neptune and Aries, yes, will bring many new religious cults and gurus. You have to be careful of that. And lots of new aesthetics in art, fads, spiritual new beginnings, new mythologies, firewalking again. So all kinds of new beginnings is very exciting. You have to walk your talk. You have to inspire with spirit. You have to create your own heaven or hell. There's a lot of talk now about the earth splitting in two. And this was something, I heard about years ago. This was a prophecy, maybe a Hopi prophecy. I can't remember, from the 80s, I think, that, the consciousness of people who are going to stay in the fear state would be living in that kind of world. It's not like the world was going to split. And the people who believe in this kind of new earth, new heaven on earth, new spiritual beginning will live in that kind of consciousness and reality. So all the fake news, projections, addictions, that mental health, the jails, the shadowy, the debts, there's going to be new debt, oil, self-sabotage, that sense of a new faith, glamour, that kind of soulmates and the fake psychics and all that stuff, pretense, is all going to be gone in a lightning flash. So the 0 point. The 0 point is nothing and everything. It's all potential. So you could think of it as like the great void. So also what goes around comes around. So you want to kind of sit and kind of simmer with these metaphors. Neptune and Saturn from Pisces to Aries is like coming out of the swamp and into the fire. But what came to me was a Bob Dylan quote, and there's not synchronicity that that wonderful film about Bob Dylan starring Timothée Chalamet, Complete Unknown, came out now with Saturn actually right back where it was from 1965. So the Bob Dylan quote is, when you, excuse me, when you ain't got nothing, you got nothing to lose. You're invisible now. You've got no secrets, right, to conceal, right? So it's like a rolling stone. And again, the last time Neptune entered Aries, the Civil War began right at the same time. Photography became widely popular. The pre-Raphaelite movement and Impressionism began. I think I spelled that wrong. Mediumship, which started actually in Picton, Ontario. Apparently, these two sisters went to the States and started a whole new spiritual movement. Madame Blavatsky, Theosophy, the Golden Dawn, and the Tarot all were seated when Neptune was last in Aries. And this is one of my favorite images by the Italian painter Arcimboldo of fire from the 16th century. So here's some a Peruvian indigenous photo from 1861, and then the famous pre-Raphaelite Dante Gabriel, that's spelled wrong, Rossetti, Lady Lilith, and a Monet painting. So all of that kind of art movement is going to start again. I think that's very exciting. I started out as an artist. So Aries, being rambunctious. The Aries keywords are I am. And in the Bible, God says, I am that I am. So everybody's going to find their own Godhead within, ruled by Mars. So we have to think about wherever Mars is, as the planets are in Aries, that's going to shift how they're expressing themselves. So the meme of Neptune and Aries is ram on. And the age of Aries, from 2200 BC to 100 BC, was the beginning of the Jewish religion. So that could also indicate a new beginning for Israel. So Aries is called the light of life itself. It is the searchlight of the Logos, seeking that which can be used for divine expression. The secret of Aries is the secret of beginnings, of cycles, and of emerging opportunities. So where do you see new opportunities for you, new dreams? It is a sign of initiative. Okay, it's a cardinal sign, beginning the first degree of the zodiac. Symbolized by the ram, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, begins the cycle around the great wheel. So Aries expresses will or power through the creative process and awakens the will to reach the lowest and their control to know the uttermost and thus to face all experience. So in terms of rays, it is willpower corresponding to the root chakra, the color red. So it can be very virtuous, strong, courageous, steadfast, truthful, fearless, trustworthy, big-minded in its positive stage, but in its negative stages, it can be cruel and angry, rageful, torturing, murdering. Okay, so it should be kind of new murder mysteries, new types of murder mysteries coming up. All right, so this is actually the big date. Neptune and Saturn will get very close. They'll be within an 8-degree orb, 8 minutes of orb, sorry, starting on March the 3rd, and they get very close within 12 minutes. Sorry, they're within an 8-degree orb, right? Sorry, starting March the 3rd, and then they get very close within 12 minutes from exact. July 14th or 15th at 1 to 2 degrees of Aries. So you want to watch for that date, mid-July. But then here's the chart for February 20th, 2026. The exact zero Aries conjunction features a Pisces stellium of the sun, the asteroid Athena, the north node Venus and Mercury, and all in Pisces. But then Mars, the rule of Aries, is at 22 Aquarius, right on the MC. This chart is set for Washington, D.C., with also Gemini rising there. So that's the INGRESS chart, and this is kind of the beginning chart that we use to predict for all the years that Neptune will be in Aries for 14 years. Saturn will only be there for 2.5 years. So fire is real physical protection against enemies. The discovery of fire many hundreds of thousands of years ago, maybe millions of years ago, symbolized man's consciousness expanding and becoming aware, and we're also at that point right now. Fire symbolizes spirit. In the Bible, Moses talked to God as a burning bush. Against the powers of darkness, literally the 12th sign of Pisces, and the dangers of night, humans could make a fire which enabled them to see in the darkness and to protect themselves. So fire is an extraordinary thing. Again, fire can be positive: warmth, heat, passion, active, energy. We cook things with fire. It's the life force itself. It's lit up. It's about dancing like fire. Flickering, expansion, the hearth flame, smoke signals. It's about communication. It's untouchable. We can't really touch the fire. It's about spirit. It's about safety. Fire keeps us safe. Kundalini energy, sexual energy, attraction, like a moth to a flame. And then in the negative expression of fire, it is dangerous. It's destructive. The smoke can kill us. It's death. It has to do with funeral pyres, anger, rage, war, violence, seeing red, crimes of passion, and burning out. So in terms of temperament, the element of fire was called choleric. It's about passion, intensity, drive, competition, high energy. So if you think things are going fast now, you better get ready to run. I would get ready to train like for a marathon. There will be zero patience and road rage and more fires and fights and wars, but also a pacifist movement, I think, with Neptune in Aries. We're going to look at war in a whole new way, and a new masculine energy, a new divine masculine that everybody has within them, whatever gender you want to call yourself. Many people will have instant, spontaneous realizations, religious, spiritual realizations that they are part of God consciousness, and this will change organized religion, but there will also be a lot of false gurus and cults. There'll be a new sobriety. You know, Neptune rules addictions, new ways of dealing with addictions, with psychedelics. That's already been starting. Faith healing, fire walking, everything is fast, but more spiritual. New art forms. Hollywood, ruled by Neptune, either resurrects itself or burns down. It was literally just burned down. So all the fake boobs, glamour, plastic surgery, that obsession with glamour, gone. New fashions, independent entrepreneurs. Everybody will want to be an entrepreneur because Aries is about the I am. Every man for himself, a lone wolf soldiering on, lots of clashes, but a new spiritual energy in the masculine. When you put water and fire together, the water can douse the fire, and fire makes water boil and steam. Okay, and so let's get there. Now, so in the tarot, the Fool, zero. These are two different representations of the Fool. Again, sorry, I hope you can't hear that. They're cutting down trees outside where I am right now. I thought this was kind of interesting that, you know, they're using saws to cut down trees and making more light. This is very literal right outside the window here, and I'm losing track of the time. The tarot, 0, 22, the master number. So what I wanted to do actually, the clown, the heyoka, the crazy wisdom, the fool, also the inner child, new inner child work. The fool represents the golden inner child. So what I wanted to do is to do some live readings. Because I don't want to go on too long here. So I'm going to do some very quick live readings like I do every month when I do my Cosmic Intelligence Agency page here, starting with Aries. So this is to give Aries and all the signs, your sun sign, your moon sign, you really want to look at where Aries is in that 29 Pisces degree, very much highlighted in your natal chart. So let's see what Aries get. I'm using my 22 major arcana. So Aries, you get the Hermit, the number 9. This is the number 9 is 2025 here. So you need to finish before you can start. Okay, now again, with Venus and Mercury retrograde right now, I think there'll be a bit of a delayed start here. So we get time to get ready. So the Hermit represents your own inner light. You can see the inner fire, the Hermit's lamp Aries is your own inner light and the body. You need to stay grounded because all of this energy is you're just gonna take off. Okay. All right. Now Taurus, let's see what Taurus gets. So let's see, and Aries is ruled by Mars, right? So Taurus gets this special card called Da'at. This is the invisible Sephiroth. So this is really, Taurus, you really need to connect with your holy guardian angel. This is what I consider this card to be, the invisible Sephiroth, the connection between the highest conscious we can think and really the Godhead. So Taurus, it's there for you. You need to integrate it. All right, so now Gemini. Gemini, what do you need to get for this 0 Aries? You get the Death card. All right, now Jupiter is in Gemini where it's not that strong, but again, this should be a death, an ending, a rebirth for you, letting go, financial issues, inheritance, very spiritual, very deep psychological changes. So you got to get ready to let go. All right, so then Cancer. Now all the cardinal signs, of course, are going to be squared by Neptune and Saturn. You get the Chariot. Now this is your own symbol, Cancer. The Chariot is Cancerian energy. You need to stay protecting yourself amongst all this change, making sure you feel safe and secure in your home and in your emotional body. Okay. And Leo. Now all the fire signs are, of course, going to get trined. Leo, you get the card of Leo. Okay, the synchronicity is really working. This is in real time, folks. This is the card of strength. There's an 8 and 11 interchangeable thing in the tarot. We won't go there right now, but in my deck, this is Leo. It is strength. It is called lust. So again, what is your lust for life? You know, if it feels good, do it, Leo. Okay, open your heart again. Okay, so Virgo. Virgo, you get the universe. Okay, this is Saturn energy, actually. So Virgo, this is a completion stage for you, especially if you're born right at the end of Virgo. You know, Neptune is leaving your sign here. So you got to learn all your karmic lessons and take responsibility for creating everything in your life. And then you step into the whole new universe, Virgo. Okay. So then Libra. Libra, you get the number 17, the star. So Libras, this is also an air sign. Of course, Pluto in Aquarius is also when Saturn and Neptune get to early Aries, they're going to be in sextile with Pluto as well. So you got to think outside the box, Libra. Okay, you got to think about what is the higher consciousness. I need to be a holy vessel or a hollow bone. I need to let the universe, the cosmic forces just flow right through me. So this is a big new beginning, right? Because this is your opposite sign. This is like your shadow side in a way. This is where you integrate with the world. So be the star, okay? Be the star that you are. All right, so Scorpio, also ruled by Mars. So, all right. Scorpio, you get the wishing card. Okay. Now I do use some minor cards in this. So Scorpio, you get the wishing card. I get to be your fairy godmother and give you 9 wishes. It is Jupiter in Pisces. So this is not about manifesting Lamborghinis. It is about how I can help the world. Okay. So what are your great gifts, Scorpio, that you can give to the world right now to keep that energy moving, to keep the dreams alive, okay, and to give blessings to the world. All right, Sagittarius. Now you also get trined by the fire. Okay, and you get the moon card here. Okay, so you still have to face some fears here. You're in the process of the rebirth. You're going through the birth canal at 0 Aries. Okay, so have faith, trust. Jupiter, your ruling planet, right, is always there. It always has your back. Okay. Capricorn, again, another cardinal sign, also will get challenged by the square. You get the Emperor. Okay, so again, this is the card of Aries. So you need to have a new beginning in your power. Okay, Capricorn, you know, you're very patient. It takes a long time to get there, but you know, you can deconstruct it and reconstruct yourself. So own your own power as a leader, as an initiator. Go for it. Okay, so Aquarius. You get the Hangman. Okay, so Aquarians, this is where you have to let go of power. Aquarius is a fixed sign. So you have to let go. You have to surrender. This card, even though these 3 maternal cards that don't really represent traditionally the outer planets, this is definitely a Pisces card. So Aquarius, you have to learn to let go. Okay, surrender. Don't be a martyr. Okay, don't be the scapegoat either. All right, and finally, Pisces. Save the best to last here. All right, you get the art card. Now, this is the card of alchemy itself, turning lead into gold. Very much I mentioned that earlier. Saturn into the sun. So you get to be the alchemist here, okay? So totally shape-shifting yourself into a new beginning. All right, so I'm just very conscious of the time here. I just wanted to quote a little bit of poetry here. Rumi, of course, in each moment the fire rages, it will burn away 100 veils and carry you 1,000 steps towards your goal. And Rumi also says, walk fearlessly into the fire of truth, for the flames you fear will only set you free. And I have a little Pisces to Aries playlist here, bunch of songs here. So allow yourself to be struck by benevolent lightning. What areas are you ready to get lit about? What parts of your life are you ready to sacrifice in the bonfire of life? And where does your real passion lie? What are you angry about that needs to be expressed? Sorry, I've got spelling mistakes in there. Express safely. What energizes you? What are you willing to fight for? You are a holy fire. You have always been, you always will be. So to wake up again to your divine power. So if you want to get in touch with me, there's some information about that. So thank you so much, everybody. Hope I didn't go too much overtime there. Sending you blessings and thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here.
Fascinating. And for the Scorpio card, I'm going to have a wish for the whole world to have a Lamborghini.
Okay, thanks for that, Maurice.
And
Thank you.
hopefully with Neptune in Aries, we're going to have access to universal energy.
Absolutely.
So we won't need fossil fuels.
Right. Tesla, the real free energy for sure. Well, people are
Exactly.
working on it. Yeah, yeah. People are working on it.
Beautiful. Thank you,
Okay.
Tara. And
Thank you.
next is Maurice.
Okay.
So think about all the destruction and the resistance to what's happening with Tesla, indeed.
Mm.
Maybe the new authentic Tesla will rise from these ashes. Who knows? I share with you my Neptune book, which is subtitled The Timelessness of Truth. Some of the presenters here talked about the different concepts of time with Neptune. And the one thing, that is constant is not change. The one thing that is constant is the truth. The truth never dies. The truth is not fashionable. The truth is everywhere, always, for everyone, at all times. So this book covers, obviously, Neptune in Aries and Neptune in every sign, in every house, as well as planets in the 12th house. Speaking of Neptune in Aries, I invite you to also explore this video on world dynamics on my YouTube channel. So we're examining the political geopolitics, especially in the light of these very powerful ingresses on the Aries point and the Neptune midpoint between Pluto in Aquarius, Uranus in Gemini. So Neptune centralizes everything. It centralizes Saturn, it centralizes Jupiter on the Cancer solstice point, and it also centralizes Uranus and Pluto, since it's the midpoint at this time. I invite you also to check this short introduction on my YouTube channel about Neptune through the signs. There is a more extensive workshop that you can purchase for $40, which, is really affordable for an extensive 4-hour workshop. But already in that free video, you will get more layers to what's happening now. Why during Neptune in Pisces, we have a humanitarian organization, USAID, being dismantled. Of all organization, it is a humanitarian organization. And why suddenly, as a bishop was speaking about compassion and invoked Donald Trump to consider the plight, the suffering of immigrants and minorities and LGBTQ, what came out of that is an angry response of looking at compassion as a sin. Why does that happen during Neptune in Pisces? And how will this translate into Neptune in Aries? One of the great promise, I believe it was Richard who spoke about Gandhi. Gandhi born with Neptune in Aries, and how Neptune in Aries can bring change, war, without violence. So just battles, worthy battles, liberation battles, and not necessarily through violence, because Neptune is the pacifying principle, while Aries is about sovereignty, independence, and fighting oppression. So Aries does need to say no to oppression, to limitations, to any kind of subjugation. If we go back in time, Neptune in Aries was the liberation of slavery in the United States. We talk about the Civil War, which is happening, Neptune in Aries is right on the IC of the United States. But that Civil War was an act of freedom. It led to the emancipation of the African Americans, which, was one of the most important milestone of this country. So check this videos, check the YouTube channel. Another thing I want to bring your attention to is our conference at Omega Institute next October. It is a time where we meet in person in the woods and do ceremonial work with some of the brilliant minds of our tribe, Lynn Bell and Nadia Shah and Ortley, and new voices, Hanna, Tanajura. Now, this will bring music with nature, with astrology, but most importantly, in this time where I believe Margaret was talking about how, all this Aries energy and Aquarius energy and Gemini energy can be very detached, and the strong masculine coming through. This is a time to actually recover, empower the feminine archetypes in astrology. So we're going to speak about the moon and the Venus and all the new planets, Haumea, Sedna, as well as the asteroid, to focus on how to balance, the feminine energy in these times. So today I'm going to speak about the nodes of Neptune. As Neptune moves into a new sign, a new cycle, and we obviously, have explored so many options and potentials and risks, looking at the nodes gives us the kind of overreaching energy related to this archetype. So every planet has a node. We are very familiar with the lunar nodes, which are currently in Virgo and Pisces North Node, but all planets have a nodal placement. And what is the nodes? Is basically when that planet crosses the path of the sun, the ecliptic, in the south and the north, ascending and descending. So the nodes of the other planets are not necessarily exactly opposing one another. There can be some difference in degrees. So if we look at the slow-moving planet, the outer planets, here is the placement of the nodes. It's a range. So every year, it's the same range, and I'm going to show it to you how that works. So the south node of Saturn is 17 Capricorn to 29 Capricorn, and the north node is 16 Cancer to 0 Leo. South node of Uranus is 10 to 16 Sagittarius. North node is 10 to 16 Gemini. And to our current focus, Neptune's node, the south node of Neptune is between 9 and 13 Aquarius, and the north node between 9 and 13 Leo. Pluto's node also in Cancer Capricorn. Now remember in 2020, when we had a Pluto-Saturn conjunction in Capricorn at 22, not only was that dramatic, because a Pluto-Saturn is always so intense, but it was on their respective south node, because the south node of Saturn conjuncts the south node of Pluto. So you suddenly start to see there's a whole other layers of forces happening, because these nodes move between those degrees for all of us. They only shift 1 degree out of that range every 72 years with a precession. So all of us are born with these nodes. And let me show you again how it works in a chart. Just a moment here. Getting there. So I'm going to show you basically an animation of how Neptune over time, these are the nodes, south node in Aquarius, north node in Pisces, and how, let me try something else so it's going to be easier to see. So you see they're not exactly opposite. You know, one is 12, the other one is 10, but they stay within that range back and forth over the years. They will only start to move away from that range after 72 years. So what does that mean? It means that as Neptune progresses through different signs, it is responding to the nodal placement. So the nodal placement becomes this kind of anchoring evolutionary intention. Wherever Neptune is, it is anchored in the Aquarius-Leo axis. And whatever that axis represents. So let me simplify this by saying, first of all, if you have a planet in your natal chart that is within those degrees, and you can take a 2-degree orb on each side. So let's say between 7 and 14 degrees Aquarius Leo, it is within the range of the nodes of Neptune, which means that this planet will be infused with Neptunian themes. So if you have the sun in Leo, on those degrees, it's a Neptunian sun in Leo. Think about as though your sun is conjunct Neptune in that sign. So what are the meanings of the nodes in Leo Aquarius? Think about Neptune representing all the things that, you know, my colleagues here have expressed. It's the spiritualizing impulse, because Neptune reminds us that we are united despite our differences. So even though, you know, I live in Arizona and you live in Japan, and you are an architect and I'm an astrologer, you know, we all have our different identities, but we all need love. We all want to be healthy. We all need safety. And it's beyond humanity. Even a cat, even a tree needs to be healthy and needs to basically resonate with the eternity of Neptune. So when we speak about Neptune, we speak about those things that I mentioned that are true across time and space. Because love is true, even if you're in the Middle Ages, even if you're living during the Roman Empire. So what are those themes that all of humanity, and I will say all living things, aspire to, share, need? It's the universal truth. Justice. Justice doesn't have age. It never ages. Love never ages. Peace never ages. So these are the undying concepts that are shared by everything existing. So when we speak about the nodal axis of Neptune during our century, it's on those degrees. Not only are we sharing this universal collective, but we also share the same actual nodal degrees. So whatever happens through those degrees is like a portal to touch further and deeper into collective consciousness. Neptune on its own, because Neptune represents universality, wherever your Neptune is in your chart, whatever is in your 12th house, and that's part of what I cover in the book, is where you can tap into the collective consciousness. This is why most public figures have a strong 12th house, or have an angular Neptune, or Neptune on the nodes. Because you need Neptune to touch the masses. It's part of the key of success. It's part of the key of reaching beyond the boundaries of your own identity. So touching on the nodal axis of Neptune adds even more accessible energy, unifying energy, because we all share the same. Coming from Aquarius into Leo, what could it be? What is the message of Neptune in Leo? I'm asking you. What could be a message of Neptune in Leo? To me, it has to do with do what you are meant to do. So that basically means that we are here for a purpose. So Neptune North Node in Leo speaks about the necessity to find your calling, to understand that you're not just here to watch Aquarius. You're here to activate, to participate, to be. And from a Leonian point of view, it's the lion-hearted concept of leadership. It means basically that you are here to sweat it. If we speak about this astrology day, right? We could say, well, it's great, let's celebrate astrology, and it's just another day. Or we could create a special event with 17 speakers that each are going to, contribute and inspire and share. And so Leo speaks about showing up, doing it. Aquarius can be cynical and say, why bother? It's a lot of work. It's a lot of sweat. So that is part of the overreaching nodal message of Neptune on the North Node, is to understand that, yes, creativity is not only a gift, but it's a service. So we bring the individual of Leo to the collective of Neptune, serving the whole through our heart. And what is the Aquarius principle? Aquarius principle has to do with the ideas, the potential, what stays in the ethers. So Aquarius is the high mind, but Aquarius is not incarnated. It stays on a cloud and it looks at humanity saying, well, it could be a little better. We could bring some progress. But the actual act of bringing that knowledge down to humanity, somebody spoke about the gift of fire. That is Leo as well. The gift of fire is to make every one of us here a leader, a participant, an activator. So it's bringing down the knowledge from the clouds, from the other dimensions, to manifestation. So it is an imperative to manifest, to show up, to take the stage, to play your role in the drama of life. Now, if we look at, the different circumstances, now Neptune enters Aries, it responds to those nodes in Leo Aquarius. So how will Neptune in Aries now shift those gears to manifest, to find our collective purpose, to open the heart? It is going to be through action. It is going to be through change, being an activist. One of the questions that is going to come up with Neptune in Aries is, I want to do all these things. And Pluto in Aquarius, I have all these ideas. But Neptune in Aries is going to ask, where is the energy coming from? Do you have enough energy to power your life, to power our civilization? So we are at the risk of having a lot of ideas, but not having enough fuel, not having enough energy. So there's a big risk of grid collapse during our time. And that's why I spoke about the fake Tesla and the authentic Tesla, where we have, interestingly, at this time of Neptune in Aries, which is the age of energy, how are we going to power our cars and our AI, which requires infinite amounts of electricity that is not yet available? So we have the potential, Aquarius. Do we have the energy to manifest it, Aries? Now, looking at some charts, see some of the interesting figures who have key placements around those Neptune nodes. And interestingly, Julian Assange, who was himself an activist, has his south node on the north node of Neptune. And so he's kind of returning to the Aquarian ideal and tapping into, the secrets of government, which obviously has to do with Jupiter being in Scorpio as well, all the conspiracies, all the, hidden corruption, the hidden deals. So he brought light to a lot of those secrets. Look at Neptune in Sagittarius, bringing light to what is in the underworld, Jupiter in Scorpio. It's on his ascendant. But the fact that his nodes are on the nodes of Neptune galvanized this to a large-scale operation and martyrdom. And interestingly, his contemporary, Elon Musk, who is born a week or so before Julian Assange, both Cancers, born in 71 with the same Mars on the node, have both of them Neptune conjunct. And Elon Musk, also is not just now a public figure because of his involvement, but has always advanced, pioneering ideas of going to space, of launching satellites, of this whole Aquarian paradigm of breakthroughs and advancing technology. And of course, he's a very controversial figure. His cars are burning now, interestingly, with Saturn opposing his Pluto. But he taps into something that is indeed larger than himself through these nodes. Barack Obama, is a Leo. Yeah, we know that. Aquarius rising, we know that. But the fact that we see that his sun is smack on exactly those Neptune node degrees brings a completely different dimension to his election, to the fact that he was the first, Black president of the United States. And his, very powerful charisma showing in those, in the leadership of the sun in Leo. And interestingly, he was elected in 2008. I'm going to show you that chart. Just didn't put it on, but he was elected November 4th, 2008. And where were the nodes then, right? Right there on the Neptune node. So the transiting lunar nodes were right on the Neptune nodes, north node to south node, as he, came into the public life and became, a cultural icon and a political icon. Gandhi, same thing. His nodes are a bit, not exactly tightly conjunct. It's about 5 to 6 degrees off, 3 degrees for the south node, but it's close enough. If you have a 3-degree orb, 2 to 3 degree orb, you can accept that. And of course, his north node is in Leo, and the sun, the ruler, is in the 12th house, and he becomes this symbol, this iconic figure of peace, Libra. His assassination happened when the sun was opposing Pluto on the Neptune nodes. And so he's exposed to something very tragic, but becomes immortalized as a martyr. Neptune has to do with martyrdom, with the great sacrifice for humanity. On a more poetic level, we see that Leonard Cohen, a great poet, a great singer-songwriter, not only has natal Neptune Venus, but his nodes are on the Neptune nodes. Immense creativity. Now we can look at other placements as well. Donald Trump has his Pluto on the nodes. So his way to tap into this collective masses, not only is it in his 12th house, but it is on the nodes of Neptune, which basically means that his Plutonian energy can affect the collective, both through destruction and transformation. So both the shadow side, but there's a reason why many people see him as a risk. They don't know that his node is on, the Neptune node are on his Pluto, but that's how it translates. There's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of trepidation about his tactics, about his mode of operation. And, we can suspect that Pluto has much deeper meaning because it sits on that kind of universal degree. Neptune was on its own nodes in our generation when it was in Aquarius. And that's when, Merryman spoke about Neptune being in Aquarius and bringing all the, the explosion of social media and cell phones. And indeed, the first social media platform, social is Aquarius, virtual, and uniting the world. Facebook initially, the concept of Facebook was about, decentralizing everything and being able to connect through, through the cyber world. And so that unity, that tribal connection, Facebook gave birth to Twitter, gave birth to YouTube, and all the platforms that we are currently using. And then again, like we said, the smartphone followed 2 years later. So the fact that Neptune was right on its own node made that Neptune on steroids. It was an explosion of opportunities, of technology, of advancing the way we deal with our lives. Now, why is the United States such an important force in the world? Well, look at its nodes. The nodes of the United States is on the Neptune nodes. So there's something about the nature of this country that taps into the universality of our times. Now, the nodes of Neptune are not going to stay there forever. They move 1 degree every 72 years. And they move retrograde. So at some point, they're going to be right on it. And then they're going to drift away on the Pluto. What will happen then? So it will be interesting to see how, it's interesting to see how Neptune is so prominent in the chart of the United States. It's the land of dreams, the American dream. And what is the American dream about? It's about manifestation. It's about freedoms. It's all about this Aquarius-Leo axis, which, is about individual liberties and the Statue of Liberty, in that Aquarius moon, but also Neptune South Node in Aquarius, and how we can manifest our dreams, Neptune North Node in Leo. Looking ahead, In 2027, the nodes are again returning, reversed return to those degrees. So the lunar nodes are going to be on Neptune's node in the course of 2027, and Pluto is going to be nearby. So in 2027, we have the nodes on Pluto, on Neptune's nodes. You know, the vocabulary is kind of convoluted, but you can see the graphic here, which also means that Pluto is going to be on the nodes of the United States. And in 2030, Pluto is going to be actually on the nodes of Neptune, which is extremely critical. You know, we talked about Donald Trump having his Pluto on the Neptune nodes. Now, the collective Pluto in the sky is going to be on the nodes of Neptune, which gives a whole other flavor to both breakthroughs, space travel, contact with other civilization and other forms of life. But the risk of AI destruction, machines turning into Frankenstein, is going to be epitomized very likely during those years of Pluto on Neptune's nodes. So once again, here you can see the breakdown of Neptune through the signs. Enjoy this video, and many thanks and blessings for astrology and for our new year. Our next presenter, Hanna. Hanna, are you here?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So Hanna is an evolutionary astrologer, Brazil, Chicago, and a very unique new voice in our community, bringing new insights and research. And she's going to bring something really beautiful about Neptune, something that, you know, as we spoke about global dynamics, we may sometimes forget about the poetry of Neptune. And so Hanna is going to take us back in time when Neptune in Aries birthed a complete radical revolution in the arts through Impressionism. Mike is yours.
Great. Thank you, Maurice. Hello, everyone. I'm Hanna. Happy Equinox. Happy Astrology Day. Thank you, as always, Maurice, for gathering so many brilliant minds together in celebration of astrology. And of course, there's been so much already about this Neptune moving into Aries in just 10 days. I wanted to bring, like you said, I wanted to bring the artistic aspect of it, the artistic side of Neptune, and how important it is to pay attention to where Neptune is transiting or what sign it is in, and how it can really affect the art world as a whole, all types of artistic expression. That's because Neptune dissolves the material world's, the boundaries, right? The limitations of our existing reality. So it really helps us to access these otherworldly realms, really help us access and really tap into something much bigger than ourselves and go beyond and really draw inspiration from those spheres, higher spheres of consciousness. So with Neptune entering Aries, and Aries being the start of the zodiac, it's a brand new energy. It's fresh out of the oven. That's what I want to do. I want to take you back to the last time this happened, the last time Neptune was in Aries, and it was the birth of Impressionism. So I'm going to share my slides with you. So this was back in 1861, Neptune was in Aries from 1861 to 1875. this was the birth of Impressionism. So like this is, you know, the very first picture you see on the screen. You know, it's one of those periods, you know, maybe you're not even a fan of art. Maybe you don't even enjoy going to museums. Maybe you know nothing about art. Regardless, you've heard of Impressionism, right? You've heard of names such as Monet, Degas, Renoir. And that's because Impressionism was one of the most, if not the most, revolutionary movements in the history of art. It was such a game changer. So when you look at the screen, when you look at this painting, you don't necessarily, it doesn't scream Aries, right? Like you would expect maybe like some bold, vibrant colors like reds and oranges and yellows. But it's, you know, you look at this painting, it's you know, it's a nature. It's pleasant, it's soothing, it's lovely. You know, I couldn't even pick just one, you know, cover for this presentation because there's so many amazing artworks. But Monet's water lilies, right? Again, it's nature, it's a lake, it's the pastel colors and the water, and it's so beautiful and it's so lovely. Our minds don't automatically go and associate those paintings to the Aries qualities, right? But it was disruptive. Impressionism was revolutionary. It was really disruptive. It was considered revolutionary art. And that's because it was a dramatic shift in the way art was created, and the way art was perceived, and in the way art was valued. And it's that reflection of the Aries energy. It's new, it's pioneering, it's a new beginning. It's something really fresh, and it's something very different from what came before. But why was so disruptive? Why was it so pioneering? Why was it so different? We're so used to seeing it now, right? You know, we see it, you know, if you go to any museum, you see an impressionist in painting, and it's so pleasing and it's so soothing. How was it so disruptive? You know, because it really disrupted the status quo of the times when it was being created. And it had everything to do with the French Academy. So the French Academy was the Saturn in the art world. You know, they dictated all the rules. What was good art? What was bad? What was in? What was out? You know, the proper styles. What kind of art was good? And they were really rigid. You know, they're really restrictive and conservative. So they were really not receptive of the Impressionists. You know, they actually they held the greatest annual art event in the Western world called the Paris Salon. And if an Impressionist painting was accepted, it was poorly placed, but most of them were rejected. So you have this group of rebels, you know, these artists, all born with Neptune and Aquarius. So I'm going to show you quickly the natal chart of Monet, so you have an idea of what these charts look like, because they're all of these artists were born with Neptune and Aquarius. So really coming together is, you know, from that soul level with that intention of creating a new movement, you know, and really bringing that wave of originality, genius, really progressive people. So here, you know, with Monet's chart, you see also the Pluto, they're also born with Pluto in Aries, showing that level of being rejected, you know, their creativity, their genius, their art being not valued, rejected, like really the ugly ducklings type of experience, but also pioneering people and transforming really the art world. So when Neptune entered Aries, this was like such a green light. It was like, all right, go, you know, create. So, you know, it really was this, you know, breaking of traditions and birthing something completely new. And what was so amazing about these guys, about these painters, about these artists, is that they did not give up on their vision. You know, they really, very Aries, right? They forged their path. They had the courage, they took the risks, and they did not allow themselves to be limited by, you know, what was perceived as good, what was perceived as, you know, regardless of the rejection, regardless of the establishment. And they held, this is really cool, they held the very first independent exhibition. And now when we look back to this period, and in hindsight, this marks the birth of modern art. So literally, a new age is starting here. But what was so different? What was so different about the way they created art? First of all, you know, the most famous, you know, well-known thing about Impressionism is that they painted outdoors. So the way to paint at the time was that inside a studio, you had to be an academic painter. And the Impressionists were like, nope, we're going to go outside, the famous en plein air. And they wanted to capture the natural light and the atmospheric effect in real time. So very Neptunian, go to nature, go outside, less restrictions, less limitations, and that sense of freedom, right? That sense of Aries, like, I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to follow my instinct. I'm going to follow my desire here. So that was really big. That was really, really different. And then they also painted the simplicity of life, everyday subjects over really, so good art was either religious, mythological, or historical. And they painted everything else. They wanted to paint the ordinary moments of life, everyday people, landscapes, cafes, city life, nature, beautiful lakes. It was these moments that were, overlooked in art until that moment. And something really less polished, less put together, less prepared, less posed. And really bringing that authenticity of that Neptune and Aries, like, I'm not staging anything. You're seeing something and you're creating that and you're bringing that into a canvas in real time. So really there's some, even though it looks really beautiful, right? There's something so raw about it. There's something so original. They also captured, another really important element of Impressionism was that they wanted to capture the fleeting moments. They were spontaneous. It was art in the moment. Isn't that so Neptune? And isn't that so Aries? It's like, be in the moment, follow the current. Don't overthink things, just do it. And take action and do something different. And that itself was revolutionary because, again, everyone else was sitting in a studio with models. And then you have these guys who are like, no, we're just going to capture a glimpse of life rather than something posed or staged. So very natural, very spontaneous. Another thing was the lack of harsh outlines. So if you look at these paintings, they look they look soft, they look soft and fluid, very Neptunian words, right? So one of the things that they created, it was a new technique. So instead of black outlines, which was the traditional way, the traditional technique at the time, they used color contrast. So literally they're inventing something brand new. And that's what gives the artwork this dreamlike quality that we see, along with the loose visible brush strokes. Again, traditional art was about being, the brush strokes need to be smooth and invisible. You couldn't really see them. And then these guys are like, no, they're going to be quick, they're going to be short, and they're going to be fast. I mean, it can't get any more Aries than that. Quick, short, fast. And unblended, so really these strokes, unblended strokes to really capture movement, to capture the light. And speaking of light, that was the focus. That was one of the focus on the light, the color, and the movement rather than rigid forms. So really aligning with Neptune's dreamy and fluid nature, in that sense that things are not always clearly defined. I mean, there's a lake, there's a sky, there's a flower, but everything's kind of coming together, So again, because they're not shading with black, they're using these pure colors and complementary hues, they're able to create these shadows and these reflections that we see. And again, this was revolutionary. Like, no one was painting this way. And that's what made the paintings look so vibrant and so, so dynamic instead of overly realistic and stiff. So they used a lot of pastels and hazy outlines. And that's what they wanted to capture, this ephemeral part of life. I cannot not mention this painting. Monet's Impression Sunrise was painted in 1872. It's such an iconic painting. And you see here how things are not clearly defined, right? There's a lake, there's a sky, there's a sun, there's maybe a boat, and then there's the sunlight touching the water. But things are merging. You don't know when something is like, where does the water begin? Where does the sky end? You don't know. They merge, they become one thing. So again, no clear boundaries, which is again, very Neptunian. And a really fun fact about this painting was that when it was first exhibited, one of the major art critics, at the time called this painting an impression of a painting. So it was trying to be like, it was really mocking it. It was saying like, okay, this is not finished. This is kind of like an impression of what a painting should be. But these rebels, these rebel artists, they embraced the term and it stuck and it transcended time. Till this day, it's well known. And then one last thing about this is that I showed you the chart, Monet's chart, and all these guys, all the impressionist artists came, they all have Neptune in Aquarius. So they're, again, coming together to really usher in this new movement while Neptune was in Aries. But the artists born with Neptune in Aries, and I won't get too much into this because of sake of time, but it's just so vivid here for us to see, some names, if you recognize them: Matisse, Klimt, Munch, Kandinsky. These are all artists born during, Neptune was transiting Aries. And you see now the bold colors, they get to create this much later. But, they are the ones who usher Fauvism and Expressionism, which again was very characterized by these Aries qualities. So you see the bold colors, it was like this spontaneous color explosions and very expressive brushwork, very energetic. They're really known for being the fastest painters, really rapid execution and super, super emotional Aries, like raw emotion, personal vision and raw emotion, and it's very emotional. They wanted to paint instead of, the funny thing too is that the same way that the Impressionists rebelled against the establishment at the time, now these guys are rebelling against Impressionism. They're like, nope, we're going to do it our own way now. So we don't want to paint pretty images of nature and lakes and the sun and light. We want to paint pain, emotions, isolation, mental struggles, emotional intensity, anxiety, the struggles of modern life. So completely revolutionary in a different way here. And as Neptune moves into Aries again for the first time since Impressionism was born, what can we expect? What is what's the next grade revolution? I mean, first of all, something brand new. Like we can expect something brand new developments, new techniques. Maybe we're going to see the birth of a complete new art movement. And something highly likely, something bold, something rebellious, something pioneering. Now, of course, with AI coming in and the digital and the immersive side of things, of course, technology playing a really huge role in the art scene. And that, I mean, we're already seeing this, like blending digital with virtual, with holographic, it's like, what is real, right? It's like really blurring the lines. What is real? What is physical? What's digital? And it can even get weird. I mean, we're already seeing this. It's like, what is this real? Is this fake? What am I even looking at? When it comes to museums, galleries, art installations, holographic, interactive, it could really redefine these big establishments. And the way we do things now is that we go to the museum and we look at things. But with Aries here, this can shift into something much more experiential and participatory art. So for example, instead of, like, can you imagine, stepping inside a painting, interacting with the AI, generated art and explore these virtual galleries type of thing. So just like, one example is like the same way that Monet, he would go to his garden in Giverny and he would paint those, the famous water lilies. Like, can you imagine going to a Monet exhibition where you could maybe walk through the Giverny garden and then perceive the changing light, and the effects, and really perceive what he was seeing when he was painting it. So it's a possibility. Definitely experimental art, you know, disruptive. I mean, Aries is the warrior, Aries is the fighter. So we could definitely see art as a form of protest, rebellion, activism, right? Art as some sort of a tool for revolution and really tackling more global issues, right? With Neptune. So maybe it's climate change, maybe it's identity issues, freedom of speech. So all kinds of, you know, rebellious, provocative art, but in a very raw and authentic way, and really, you know, breaking social norms. I mean, we already have street art, graffiti, protest murals, but I think now with Neptune moving into Aries, they're probably going to be more influential than ever, and new ways of creating those things. And because Aries is, you know, it brings that primal rawness, authentic side of it, we'll probably also see some sort of a reaction against these overly polished digital aesthetics that we're already seeing. You know, so the same thing that we saw with the Impressionism, that they wanted to capture a glimpse of life instead of some sort of a posed stage composition. Like, you know, it really is about going back to the natural, spontaneous way of creating. And lastly, the decentralization of art spaces. So again, the Impressionists, they rejected the academy. You know, they're like, oh, we're going to do our own exhibitions here. So, and again, this was never done before. So the same way that we had this wave of rebellious artists back then, this may come up again. And well, all sorts of alternative spaces, really, you know, maybe bypass major galleries, you know, maybe pop-up exhibitions are going to be bigger than ever, NFT galleries, you know, online experiences. So instead of these big museums and galleries dominating the art scene, something more independent, artist-run spaces, you know, so something that will challenge the art world's hierarchy. And yeah, and one last thing that I want to say is that very relevant during the Impressionism was the artistic individualism. So now, the same way that they did not compromise on what was important to them, what was unique and authentic to them, I think it's the same way we're going to see a brand new wave that's about to rise in the artists that are going to, you know, come to the stage during these times. And I just want to close with one thought. With Neptune and Aries, I think this might be an invitation for us all to connect and to really tune in with our own artists within. You know, if Neptune really is that place where we're really drawing inspiration from the oneness of existence, from these high spheres of consciousness, you know, you don't have to be a skilled artist to create something unique during these times, you know, something that is unique to you, Aries, right? Something that fills you up, something that moves you, inspires you. Maybe it's drawing, dancing, AI, collage, maybe something completely brand new that we don't even know that's going to come, you know, and it's going to exist. But I think something that ultimately takes you away from time and allows you to bring your creativity and to really do it, you know, just like the Impressionists, like they did something with it, they created. So I think it's an opportunity for all of us to dream something into existence, but in a very creative way. And I also think that art in any way, shape, or form is such an antidote for the times we're in. So on that note, thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in. Again, my name is Hanna. This is, you know, all my information, my website, my social media, if you'd like to know a little bit more about my work. I actually just started a YouTube channel. That is my 2025 art project. And I actually did a video on the natal chart of Monet. I love art, if you can't tell. And it's one of my intentions to kind of bring, you know, I love astrology, I love art, and to kind of bring them together. And the last thing, and just to echo something that Maurice already mentioned, I am extremely blessed to be part of this extraordinary event coming up in October at the Omega Institute in New York with this absolute dream team. And it's going to be phenomenal at so many levels. You know, when Maurice was like, we're going to go into the woods. I love that. I'm going to start saying that to everyone. We're just going to go into the woods and do some magic together. So you don't have to be an astrologer to come and to absorb. So it's just going to be so much outpouring of wisdom and knowledge. And I really hope you join us. And thank you again for the preciousness of your time. And back to you, Maurice.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you. I was wondering if you studied art or if you have any personal background. You studied art?
I did. My major in college was arts, and then I minored in art history, and I just love it. Yeah, it's my hobby.
So for Omega, we want to see your creation as well. Your painting or
That's
your
one
piece
thing
of music.
it's interesting because I love art, but I don't create art. So I'm hoping that this Neptune and Aries is going to help me access that own, artist within.
Another note, it's interesting when you spoke about these amorphous lines, blurred, you know, we have to realize that this is also emerging from a time of Neptune in Pisces. So while Impressionism really picked up during the Aries time, a lot of the time that it was conceptualized was during also Neptune in Pisces. And Van Gogh also had Neptune in Pisces. So it's a blending, we can see how both the archetypes are captured in those creation. And when you saw, you showed the chart of Monet, I think it was, Neptune 11 Aquarius, right on the south node of Neptune.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant, thank you. And as you notice, some of the speakers are not here because we're going to show their recording. So some of the speakers that are not live will be included in the recording, and you'll be able to access that drop in the ocean and that piece of wisdom at your own time later on. But right now we are with Julija from Australia, who just woke up. Unmute, we can't hear you.
Oh, yes, sorry. Good morning. Hi, everyone.
How is Pisces functioning in the early morning?
Oh, it was a bit harder to get up. Yeah, but anyway, it's good to be here. How's everything been so far?
So far, very smooth and fascinating. And
Yeah.
you are speaking about the sacred zodiac.
Yes,
And
it's something I've been very fascinated about. Should I start? Yes,
I
you're
mean,
running.
I'm admiring your background image as well. There's
Well,
something
it's
so aesthetic about your Pisces Taurus that is always coming through. So
always the artist. Always
all
artistic.
yours.
Yeah, well, the background is, it's all about grounding the zodiac, right? So we're used to seeing the zodiac, as a wheel on the computer. And for us in the Southern Hemisphere, it also, like, to see it properly, we have to kind of flip it and put it the other way. So we're used to seeing the zodiac and thinking about it like this. But, from ancient times, it was about honoring the zodiac, or the turning wheel, so to speak, and flattening out on land, right? So sort of like, if we're used to it being like this, putting it on the landscape. And, it goes back really, really far, like even before, the ancient Greeks, and, as they got more, let's say, attuned to things. The temples in Greece are aligned with the sacred zodiac. But even before that, we see this happening. So the ancient Greek world is a little bit sort of more complex, and I haven't put anything about that in this time because I've got to do more work. It's just so dense. So I'm going to take you through an inspiring story about how to ground the zodiac into your world. It's really quite simple because we're used to using software for using, for making ACG maps, for the astrology of the moment, so to speak, or our natal charts. We're used to using local space to sort of, I use local space lines and solar returns to rearrange my office or my home for the year. Then there's geodetic maps, which, has a fixed zodiac that sort of goes into the world map. But I want to go back way before to what we call sacred, well, what I've called sacred maps, to something much more simple. And it, like, once you know it, you can just do it anywhere, right? You don't need an astrology chart. You don't need anything like that. And then once you kind of understand, let's say in your own space or in your home where it is, it's just uncanny that it is actually still alive in that way in your place. Because the Pisces section of our house, the roof has been leaking the last 2 years on and off, and it's been really hard to, it's like fixing a spot. And Saturn, of course, all the Pisces planets have been going through there. And I had to laugh the other day because, there was something revealed, and it's like, have we finally found that leak? So, Saturn in Pisces leaking, into the space. And, it's just so magical how it works, right? And so I've been on this trail of looking for these sacred zodiacs, in a sense, around the world, and not enough, really. It would make a great documentary, I think. And it started through a museum in Lithuania that I was at many years ago, traveling through ancient Greece and hearing from my colleagues that live there, astrologers, like Christos, Archos, and then seeing the Prague Zodiac. If no one's ever heard about the Prague Zodiac, there is a living zodiac in the city of Prague. It's amazing. And as we know, from the ancient world, we know that temples have been aligned with, the east, the sunrise, or facing the east. That's very, very, that's very common. That's very everywhere. Aligned with the sun and moon in various ways, like the solstice points and the lunastice points, which is the extremes of the moon cycle, which we are in right now as well. So if you wanted to align yourself with the moon as well, this weekend is really good, because the moon is going to be at its lunar standstill, like the extreme. Anyway, so as we know, pagan tribes all around the world have been using this system. They've also been aligned with constellations or particular stars, and in certain places like Malta, it's been sort of revealed or discovered that the temples that were built, over time kept sort of moving around the island, and that the reason they were moving around the island because the star that and I can't remember the stars that they wanted aligned it to exactly, kept moving through procession. So over hundreds and thousands of years, they kind of moved around the island. Amazing. So these observation points, temples, markers have always sort of, let's say, honored the sky somehow. Not so much the zodiac, the sun, moon. But I'm particularly interested in sort of, let's say, what I found about honoring the zodiac, okay? And we just got to sort of start kind of right back at the beginning. And if we understand, the fabric of time-space, it's often called the Vesica Pisces as two energies or two circles come together and open something up or seed something, right? And we know that that becomes then the flower of life and the sacred geometry. And as we know, astrology is full of, sacred geometry, through the cycles and the turning and so on. And so when I found this in a museum in Lithuania, Cosmology Museum, and this motif you see everywhere, through decorations and tablecloths and weavings and on houses and carvings and all kinds of stuff. And of course, we all just look at it, okay, it's a flower of life. But in this context, the flower of life is very much connected to, as we can see, north, south, east, and west. It's not so much about north, south, east, and west. Well, the north and the south are there, but it's about the solstice, sunrise, and solstice sunset points of the summer solstice and then the winter solstice in the south, right? And so that did, the pagans before, or the ancient cultures before there was a devised astrology, let's say, they were very much into the stars and the movements of the sun and the moon and the planets. But the most important thing was the sun being at its peak and the sun being at its low, where it's, kind of rebirthed in Capricorn down in the south. This is from the northern hemisphere, of course, right? And so see, these sacred alignments began with the solstice points. I know it's the equinox, but once you align yourself with the solstice points, you can also align yourself with the equinox points very easily as well. And having said that, it's a really great time to go and watch the sunrise or the sunset, and align yourselves with the Aries point in your landscape. Make a marker in the garden, look at something in the landscape and, and mark that and know that. And therefore you can start your zodiac. So you can start it from the Aries points, but as we'll see, it was the solstice points that sort of overruled everything, because it was the peak. Remember, at the Aries points, the sun doesn't stand still, right? It keeps moving. It just moves across the equator and up and south, north or south. But at the solstice points, it stops for a while, and it has this this larger sort of context of meaning, let's say. And they, these solstice points were celebrated the most. So then there's a diagram next to it, of course, showing that, this is the winter solstice points down in the south, and the southern solstice sunrise and sunset points, winter solstice sunrise and sunset points. But then what I found as I sort of went further, it was that the sacred zodiacs are not aligned with, just a summer solstice sunrise or sunset like we would see across here, but aligned with the summer solstice sunset. And, if you live in Europe, you'll know how important the summer solstice is and the celebrations, and the sun doesn't set, all night. So it's almost like, there's the sun, and then it's all, kind of up so, for so long. So it's the sunset point of the summer solstice and the sunrise point of the winter solstice that aligns their zodiac, right? Or that aligns the zodiac. This is 0 Cancer and 0 Capricorn that become the sacred zodiac pivot points, or that's where you start it, okay? Hope that makes sense for everyone. I can't see the chat, but let's put it on. And then, okay, let's keep going. So that's the important sort of significance of that point. Now, we're used to seeing this as a 0 zodiac, and we understand the cardinal points: 0 Aries, 0 Libra, 0 Capricorn, 0 Cancer. And from the northern hemisphere, you're lucky that you see your astrology charts if you're looking down to the south and to the ecliptic. The east is on your left, and the west is on your right, and it all kind of makes sense. But in Australia, we're looking from the other perspective. So my east is over here because I'm looking north to the ecliptic. And this is the way that we've got to, if we're doing it from the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, we have to be very aware of that. It's like, doing feng shui and aligning yourself in the northern hemisphere. You have to reverse some things in order for it to make sense, because so many things are about the light and the dark, and it's the opposite down here, of course, as we know. So from my perspective, I wish astrology charts would actually do this for us, that we could have a chart or a zodiac wheel that would turn, this way, or the way that we're seeing it from down here. So just to be aware of that. And then And so the further sort of I looked into it and went to Prague and actually saw a zodiac and how they aligned it with their city. And there's no real, what do you call it? I'll get into that in a minute. But so what we want to do, it's not like aligning our space with 0 Aries in the east. It's about aligning our space with the furthest point of the sun at the summer solstice, right? Sunset, and the winter solstice sunrise. So they're across from each other, okay? And this is where you start, all right? So first of all, you need to use a compass. You need to use an astrology like grid like this, a simple one. And you need to use something like stellarium to know how many degrees from east or west does the sun set or rise at these particular points. And this is like set for 30 degrees. So if you're like in a mid-latitude like I am in Melbourne, it's about 30 degrees, okay? So that's why I need to align east and west, which is here and here, to north, to 30 degrees above east and 30 degrees below. So mid-latitudes will be about 30 degrees, but if you're higher latitudes like Newgrange, which I'll show in a minute, is 45 degrees. And if you're, at the equator, it's also, it's going to be sort of encroaching much closer onto above you. So just to be aware of that, it's not the same on every latitude, to be exact, okay? Yeah, so I've just said all that. So so just remember, summer solstice sunset, winter solstice sunrise are the 2 points you want to find in your landscape, and that's where your zodiac begins. And if we remember the Thema Mundi, or some of us will know that, we know how important the axis, or what we understand as the world, the world axis has always been known as Cancer and Capricorn. So the birth of everything and the establishment of life. The world tree is Cancer and Capricorn, again, stemming from the southern hemisphere, from the northern hemisphere. And again, we've always associated Cancer as, like the birth, the home, the family, and Capricorn, death, and the end of life, ruled by Saturn, right? Or Cancer ruled by the moon. And this becomes so fascinating when you think how sacred the Cancer-Capricorn axis was, and the 0 points of Cancer and Capricorn as those really significant markers. So if we get back to this zodiac, I just did that, or maybe I went backwards. Oh, yes. And you might have heard of the Greek kind of version of the descent of souls, or I think it's Hellenistic kind of philosophy of the descent of souls, so that we are incarnated through the moon and we leave through Saturn, right? And then we can also look at this kind of sequence of planets. The moon's closest to home. Mercury represents our young age and the curiosity of growing up. Venus, knowing ourselves better and falling in love. The sun, sort of the fullness of youth and blossoming. Mars, when we sort of activate and go for what we want in life. Jupiter, the older years, the truth is lived. And Saturn, the final years. And so it's such a beautiful concept. I've always kind of loved that. So you can see that working through how important this zodiac is, coming in through the moon and leaving through Saturn. Again, northern hemisphere, because for us it's reversed here. So we've got to think about it a little bit differently. So incarnate, and, as the sun's the lowest representative of the lowest and furthest away at the winter solstice, it's represented by Saturn. So it's amazing how astrology just connects everything up. And so this is the Prague zodiac that I studied when I was there. I met an astrologer, Michael Marischka. If you ever go there, look him up and go for a tour, and then he gives you maps, and then you can do your own exploring. I'd love to go there again and do more. And so this is a living zodiac. It's embedded in the city. And And it starts and begins with the place where the pagans used to worship the sunset at the summer solstice. And of course, a cathedral has been built there, this huge cathedral to the sun in this spot that now at the summer solstice sunset, the spires are lit by the sun that goes over the bridge and over the city if you're there at the summer solstice. You know, incredible. So this kind of this building of this zodiac over the centuries or over the thousands of years has been embedded for so long, and even through different rules, you know, rulerships and Catholics and kings and, you know, all kinds of rulers, they say that the people of the place kept honoring this zodiac and knowing it was there. It was like a secret, right? Like, oh, the king wants us to build a bridge. Well, let's make sure that we add some planetary or, you know, some cosmic sort of connections to our landscape here. So how cool was that? Anyway, so Cancer is this line up here. Hang on, I've got it go. Oh yeah, here we go. And in Prague and that area, a lot of places call Cancer the turtle, or in this case, it's the lobster, because there are no scorpions up there, right? So, you know, it shows actually how old it is as well, I think. So first of all, you align yourself with that axis, and then you perpendicularly put the Aries and Libra point in, okay? So that's the first one you align, and then you align with that one. And then you can see, like, I've done more work on this, but so yes, so the Cancer is where the Cancer place is where the palace is, the king lived, you know, this amazing cathedral and so on. In Gemini, there's a bridge that crosses the river with these two huge towers with lots of symbolism of planets and so on. The famous clock tower is right near the 0 point of Aries. Amazing. The revolution that happened in Prague happened in the Aquarius zone, this big street here. What's his name? Einstein was known to study in the Sagittarius area. He lived there for quite a while and did a lot of papers or whatever it was. You can see the Virgo zones in the very green area. And the Leo zone was known, it had a huge stadium there that during the Soviet times, there was a lot of, you know, that kind of marching and, you know, you can, like, it's like in China where there's so many, Korea, where everyone's lined up and they're all, you know, kind of not millions, but thousands and thousands of people dancing and marching and so on. Anyway, so it's the biggest stadium in, where do you call it? In Europe. And when freedom came from the Soviets, the Rolling Stones came there for a free concert, like to celebrate. And so, you know, I mean, the Rolling Stones, most of them are Leo, and here they are celebrating in the Leo zone, opposite the Aquarius zone where the revolution happened. Anyway, incredible, incredible, incredible. So you'd love to go there. Yes, someone said that. Maurice, I'm not sure if it's you because there's 10 of you online again. But anyway, fascinating. So you can read more about this particular zodiac in the Time Lords issue at the CIA. It's on our website. It's the August issue last year. And I go into much more depth about that. But of course, what that gave me is more inspiration to, let's say, do it at my place, do it for my city, and again, you know, other houses and places that I've been now. And just to illustrate that, you know, we all know Newgrange in Ireland, and it's famous for having an alignment of the sun at the winter sunrise, right? The winter solstice sunrise, where the sun rises and the sun's beams go right through the funnel, through the tunnel, through the inside of this complex, as so. And, you know, again, some of us might have these things kind of not so much a tunnel of the sun, but find out where the sun is beaming in through those times, right? Yeah, I'd love to go to Newgrange one day, haven't been there. But what I want to point out here is this is why stellarium is very good for understanding. So here is the east, right? And we are wanting to know the sunrise point. So of course we're looking east to find sunrise, and look how far away from east it is. Now, if this is 90 degrees to south, it's 45 degrees, right? So you'd need to align that zodiac with 45 degrees of east. 45 degrees south of east. And you can do that with a compass, right? So it's pretty easy to do with a compass, and you can do that even when it's not the solstice or the equinox, because you've got a compass, okay? So this is what I've sort of now then I've gone on to make this for Melbourne, because I was, just so fascinated. And of course in Melbourne, I've got to go, it's a 30-degree sort of difference or thereabouts, but I'm again flipping the zodiac in the sense to ground it here because I'm in the south, okay? And that's something you need to be aware of. Sorry, it's a bit misaligned there in the background. I don't know, something happened there. But as I've been I've kind of walked around the city, what you need to find if you're going to ground a zodiac like this is, of course, a center point, right? Like in Prague, there was a rotunda church built. Actually, if I go back there quickly, in Prague, there's a rotunda, this amazing round church that was always locked and really secretive, but it's a round, and it's called something like the Cross of Matter. And it's like, yeah, all right. We couldn't get in there. But again, so to ground the zodiac, you need a central location, right? So the center of the house, the center of the garden, the center of the city. And as I'm kind of saying here, I've put it for the GPO, like the General Post Office. That's often what we call the, the center of a city. You could, like if it was Washington, you could use the Ice House, the White House. So anyway, this is the GPO of Melbourne, and we have our stadium also in the Leo zone, and it's the biggest stadium in the Southern Hemisphere, where the football game, our AFL football is, and all the heroes go, and a lot of, concerts happen there as well, stars from overseas. We have our art gallery in the Libra zone, like the big arts complex center. I won't get into it too much. We've got our market, like a, huge food and fish market in the Pisces area. We've got a lot of the banking system and the big justice law courts in the Capricorn area. And so on, these big gardens, and I think the oldest historic building, Cook's Cottage, in the Cancer zone. And then you can look again where you live, and I live actually on my node, which is out, further out here. So that's fascinating. As I was saying, about my house, it's like finding that, the place that we sort of often have parties or have people over is the deck near our pool, and it's the Leo zone next to the Cancer zone, which is the pool. And you find these things, and it becomes like that magical living that we love astrology for, right? And then you can kind of see transits going through, and this Gemini zone, Jupiter's in Gemini, and most recently there was a murder that happened there 12 years ago, and the killer was found in Italy or somewhere overseas as Jupiter's gone through there. So it's living. Do you know what I mean? Like, it seems to be always alive and living, and it's around you, and it's really simple to kind of manifest. And I'll just finish with this. I've been doing it for friends' places because I'm just so fascinated by it. And what you'll find when you align yourself with your zodiac is that you're already living in it. Do you know what I mean? Like, find out what you're aligned. You can rearrange things, but if you're living in a house, you're not going to swap the kitchen to the, whatever, to the bedroom in that kind of sense. My friend's place, the Aries zone, I'm looking around, I'm going, oh my God, you've got a fireplace, and it's kind of the most you know, there's a dead tree and it looks very, very Aries. The Taurus zone has got this most amazing flowering tree, or at the time I was there, this Gemini zone is like the party zone. The Taurus area in here is like an outside eating area and the kitchen and dining. My friend's office is here in the Virgo zone, home office. Anyway, and it continues. They've got an Airbnb kind of cabin out here in the Sagittarius zone with people. And I'm just walking around the house. Their Libra zone is this beautiful, it's got, and the Scorpio zone in this quarter of the house has got all the treasures that they've collected over the, you know, many years and inherited and stuff of art and incredible pieces. You know, treasures, Scorpio, Libra, you know, the aesthetics. There's a goddess, even like fountain, sitting right in this between Virgo and Libra. So anyway, you'll find these things if you align yourself with it. And I encourage you to do more of that. And again, check Stellarium for the alignment from west or east for the place. Find a center point. You can do it for your house, your garden, the middle of your house, and you can do it anytime. Again, I think beautiful time to do it is the Aries equinox. Begin a new kind of attention to your space or your zodiac around you. Use Stellarium, a compass, and Google Maps. So that's it. I hope you got some inspiration from that.
Thank you so much.
And I'm just reminding people to watch Neptune's return. We are in the Neptune's Fest. If you haven't seen that, the CIA did a movie about Neptune and its history and discovery and the times we were in back then, which was Neptune returning to 26 Aquarius, which is where it was discovered. And remembering that Neptune was discovered conjunct Saturn, right? So we've got that coming back together again. Yeah, so thank you, Maurice. Thank you for having me, inviting me for this
I have
morning.
a couple of questions for you. I see that you arranged the sequence of the sign clockwise. You know, Cancer and then going Leo clockwise rather than
It's quite a bit to get your head around, but I'm basing it, especially like basing it on the Prague zodiac that is established, and I've had maps for it. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
And then redoing it for, and it doesn't make sense so much to our heads because we're used to this. So it's almost like you've got to sit in the landscape and imagine it, right?
But
yeah,
do you place
because
place them. Okay, I see what you
do you know what I mean? It's not, it's like this or like this, right? You're flattening it that way or flattening it that way, depending on if you're north and south, right?
And you start from Cancer, Capricorn because of the Thema Mundi?
Well, because of the solstice points, the solstice sunrise and the solstice sunset.
So why not the equinox point?
Because there's no standstill, right? There's no, like, it's too quick or something, right? There's no, so, but again, like once, and so Aries Libra is not really east and west anyway, as we know, right? It depends where you are, right? It's a representation of that. But the Cancer, the solstice points are, they've always been in the same spot.
So 30
you know what I mean?
degrees,
Yeah.
30 degrees south and north.
Depends where you are. Could be up to 45. So again, use your compass, use Stellarium. I know in Melbourne it's about 30 degrees.
Do you travel to do house arrangements for people?
I haven't started that as a career yet, but I think it would be pretty cool. Well, what has been really cool is seeing it already living. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm saying, like we could build some stuff where something's missing, but it's like I already sleep in my Pisces zone. Like it goes from the roof that's leaking and then in my, and my office is Sagittarius. Part of it's Scorpio, but most of it's in Sagittarius. So, it's perfect. Yeah. So
beautiful.
Yeah.
So I want to share, what you were talking about, the Neptune. Oops, what? What is doing? the Neptune documentary. You can find it also on my Facebook page. It's here. So you go
Oh,
to
yes,
Evolutionary
thank you.
Skies, and it's marked there. You can find it. It's a fascinating documentary, and I want to also commend Julija for her work through the Cosmic Intelligence Agency. She is so creative. Her whole team is always manifesting. Talk about Neptune in Leo. So it's really
Guess what?
great
The
organization.
CIA has Mercury on the nodes of Neptune.
There you
11
go.
Leo. And just, well, this is a funny story. 11 Leo, I might have told some of you this before, but 11 Leo has become known as the agent degree, right? Because Caroline Casey in 2012, I nearly fell off my chair when I was at one of her lectures, and she was talking about New Orleans, and then she talked about her work as an astrologer in Washington, D.C. for many, many years. And I think the moon was at 11 Leo on that day as she was talking, and she's talking about New Orleans and the word cool coming from the Coolio tribe. There were so many things, great things she said. And then she said, and there was something that was very common with all, like she did a lot of work for CIA agents or, consultations for agents and all kinds of, operatives. And she said there was a common degree between so many of these CIA agents of 11 Leo. And I just went, what? We've already got our, incorporation chart in a sense of the CIA, and Mercury's at 11 Leo. So the way things work, it's just uncanny.
All brothers and sisters.
Yes, yes, yes. So calling all 11 Leos, and there's so many connected to that 11 Leo as well. But anyway, it's my 9th house. Where's your 11 Leo?
It's my South Node,
Oh,
9 Leo. It's
there
pretty
you go.
close.
Close enough.
Hello everyone, my name is Kirti and I'm an evolutionary astrologer certified through the New Paradigm School of Astrology founded by Kaipacha, and I am very excited to be invited to speak about Neptune, also known as Poseidon to the ancient Greeks, and tell you a little bit about their mythology of this deity, as well as a bit of the history behind the discovery of Neptune as a planet from the human eye perspective. So thank you, Maurice Fernandez, for inviting me to speak today. Very excited to be a part of this momentous day of astrology, and I hope that you enjoy. Oh, and I am offering readings as well as an introduction to evolutionary astrology course that I'm in the process of creating for Be Well Academy, which is an online school, holistic alternative practices, including astrology, is what they're bringing into that online forum. And so I'll be offering my Introduction to Evolutionary Astrology course that I'm in the process of creating online there. So I will include more information about that on my website, kirtizhu.com. Kirti is Kirti, by the way, kirtizhu.com. And so feel free to reach out to me on there if you would like to get an evolutionary astrology natal chart reading or a couples reading or relationship reading with a family member or friend or child. And I also do follow-up readings for transits and solar return charts and progress charts as well. So looking forward to working with you in the future. So let's dive right into the mythology of Neptune, also known as Poseidon to the ancient Greeks. So as you may or may not know, god of the sea is really what Poseidon was coined for, and really the god of all waterways in general. And he was also known as the god of earthquakes, which I found really fascinating, especially when we think about the context of Neptune representing the collective unconscious, and when Neptune shifts into a sign, as we will notice, and as we have noticed over time and space in our human history, when Neptune has shifted into a new sign of the zodiac, there's a huge collective shift in what the collective dream ends up being, or perhaps the collective illusion and delusion that we all end up swimming together through. And so, yes, it's interesting that he's also associated with earthquakes. And, you know, the name Poseidon actually translates to either husband of the earth or lord of the earth. So it's interesting that there is such a strong earth emphasis in the name Poseidon, rather than like a sea or water emphasis in the translation there. So there's this energy of Poseidon being an earth shaker, you know, god of the sea and all waterways, which of course, when we think about the ocean and the sea, it's a very mysterious place. We do know to a certain extent what goes on beneath the ocean waves, but you know, it's a very mysterious place. We can really only go so far with our naked human eye before we need technologies to get us deeper and deeper beneath the ocean's surface. So there's this feeling of diving into the unknown when we explore Neptune in our chart, and explore Neptune on a collective level as well. So it's a very interesting correlation there. So Poseidon also was the brother of Zeus, which we know as Jupiter from the Roman perspective and in astrology. So he was the brother of Zeus, also known as Jupiter, and also Hades, who is known as Pluto. And so we're all three sons of Kronos, also known as Saturn, and his consort Rhea, who is also his sister, a fertility goddess. And as you may be familiar with their story, Kronos, or Saturn, ate all of his children. And so he, wanted to make sure that he wasn't overthrown in the same way that he overthrew his father, Uranus. And so there's, this, genealogy, ancestral karma that he's hoping not to play out, which is why, of course, Saturn, Kronos, is associated as the lord of karma and time and space. And so it's interesting, all these different correlations that we have based on these myths around these deities that we now associate with the planetary energies and the symbolism there. And so when Zeus and Hades and Poseidon overthrew their father, they ended up divvying up the world into, their own kingdoms, basically. So Poseidon became the ruler of the oceans and the seas, Zeus the ruler of the skies, and Hades the god of the underworld beneath the earth. So we have that symbolism as well that ties in. And so I wanted to shift into, since I only have 15 minutes, looking at the clock here so I don't go too off track. So I wanted to shift into the symbolism of Neptune and how we have discovered Neptune through the human eye, and just the story around the discovery of Neptune I find really fascinating. And so I'm going to share a little bit about that now. So Neptune symbolizes our ability to dream and explore our imagination in this life. So, this is in order for us to manifest the seeds we plant in the unconscious realms, such as our dream state, our dreamscape. So you can use the dream world, such as the practice of lucid dreaming, and working with your dream state in that way. And doing that in a way that's going to be planting seeds in the unconscious that are going to manifest themselves in our conscious realm. So that's one beautiful practice that I personally enjoy implementing when I remember. So Neptune represents this collective unconscious realm, as well as I would say, we can work through that collective unconscious realm through our own personal unconscious dream state as well, and navigate those ocean waves in the dream realm. And so, this is also associated with our place in the greater universe and within nature. Nature is also very much a symbol of Neptune. And it reminds us of our interconnectedness with all things, that we are all one, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Neptune has no, bounds. It's boundless, unlimited. It includes everything under the sky, and, doesn't have any discrimination in that sense. And so, the story of Neptune is interesting. The planet itself was discovered under this very illusionary nature of this very dreamy planet. And it's rather a long-winded story, so I'm just going to sum it up as concisely as I can here. But basically, in the year 1846, Neptune was officially discovered by both the French astronomer, and I'm probably going to butcher the pronunciation of his name, but the French astronomer Urbain Le Verrier, and British professor John Couch Adams. So it's a very funny Neptunian story of who deserves the credit for the discovery. But like I said, a very long-winded story. But let's just say there was like a lot of back and forth of, communications, being sent back and forth, and things getting lost in the mail, lost in transit, misinformation, coming through. And, there's actually a documentation of Galileo back in the year 1612, observing Neptune through his drawings of Jupiter's moons. So he got really lucky with that tight conjunction that was happening at that time between Jupiter and Neptune. But he didn't realize what he was seeing, which is a very Neptunian theme as well, like not actually seeing what it is that is real, rather seeing the illusion of what it is that you're projecting onto whatever that reality is. So very interesting that Galileo was the first one to be documented of actually, witnessing and working with Neptune, even if that wasn't what he thought he was doing. And so, yes, Neptune, and it's funny too, because he obviously didn't have a telescope, during that time period in human history. There were no telescopes. So he was actually just using his imagination when he was drawing up those moons and being able to see, to a certain extent, and then using his imagination for the rest of his research. And I just find that really fascinating, because the imagination is very much associated with Neptune as well. And the use of imagination, the right use and the misuse of imagination as well. And so, Neptune's discovery also includes a myriad of other stories that involve deceptions and illusions and confusions, and, people not following up and spacing out, losing letters, and so on and so forth, which is all very Neptunian territory when you look at, Neptune transits in your own personal chart. And, in the collective charts, you'll definitely notice, if you start tracking it and doing your own personal research around it, different Neptunian themes around, these confusing miscommunications, misperceptions that keep resurfacing during those Neptune transits. So I would highly recommend, especially as we are shifting from this Neptune and Pisces era and closing out that chapter of coming full circle through the Zodiac, and entering Neptune and Aries for the very first time in hundreds of years. So, this Neptune and Aries chapter for the next 14 years that we will all be experiencing, I would highly recommend taking a look at where Aries falls in your natal chart. And then, tracking the degrees that Neptune slowly but surely moves through that sign of Aries, through your natal chart, and really pay attention to, what your own personal illusions and delusions are, within that house placement, and whatever aspects are happening with what planets are in that house placement, during this time period over the next 14 years. And, obviously making note of the dates where things are tightly conjunct and or tightly square to other houses and things like this, to really be able to do your own market research as far as how Neptune really manifests itself in your own personal life. So if you need assistance with that, feel free to reach out. I am happy to help guide you in that process of tracking your personal transits with this Neptune shift into Aries. So basically, up, by the way, Neptune at the end of March, and Poseidon, god of the sea, god of earthquakes, is also the modern planetary ruler of Pisces in the 12th house. Just to throw that in there for those who are brand new to astrology and don't know that Neptune has been designated as the modern ruler of Pisces. And then for those who don't know that the traditional ruler of Pisces is Jupiter, which of course is Neptune's brother. And so when I would also say, like, taking a look at Jupiter and the placement of Jupiter in your chart during this Neptune in Aries time, I think looking at Jupiter and the Jupiter transits in relation and correlation to your Neptune transits will be a powerful time as well to do your own market research around how that energy manifests for you. But I will leave it at that. I'm about approaching my 15-minute mark here as Maurice prescribed. So thank you so much for tuning in. I hope that this information was entertaining and useful, and I look forward to working with you all in the very near future. I hope you all have a blessed Neptune and Aries next 14 years of your life. And may we step into the high destiny side of that archetype of Aries, of having the courage and the energy to be bold and daring in our lives and follow our dreams, be the pioneer of our dreams and our lives, and not fall into the pitfalls or the shadow side of that Aries archetype, which is really glorifying and glorifying war and battle and conflict and things that we really want to make sure don't actually manifest in our material existence here in humanity as a collective on Earth. So the more that we can tap into that high destiny side of Aries, follow our dreams and be the pioneer of our lives, as long as we are not causing harm to others, I wish you the very best on that journey of tapping into that archetype of Aries. Blessings.
Hi, I'm Kathy Beal of EmpowermentUnlimited.net, and I'm talking today about something that is simple but potentially profound, particularly if it's something that you're not already doing. It involves adjusting how we talk about astrology to non-astrologers. And my suggestion is that we speak to clients and readers in words and concepts that they use and understand, which means translating the technicalities that are secondhand to us into the language of our audience. And why talk about this now? Well, it fits the current Piscean emphasis in the sky. The North Node in Pisces is immersing us in everybody else's business, in the interconnectedness of all of existence. It's blurring boundaries and blending humanity's energies. It's opening us to greater experience of empathy. And speaking to someone in their own language is a perfect expression of all that. So I'll define my terms. What do I mean by language? Well, we think of astrology as the language of the stars, or the language of the planets, or the language of symbols. I also think of it as a language like English, or French, or Spanish, that is foreign to most of my audience. And I have found, whether I'm forecasting or consulting with a client, that the information is more accessible if I treat astrology as a language that I'm translating. Now, who am I to suggest this? Well, I have been translating all kinds of languages for most of my life. I've been doing it with actual foreign languages since I was a teen, and I attended a public school in Munich and learned to go back and forth between English and German for my academic and social survival. And ultimately, other language got woven into this, Italian, Latin, at one point Greek. And to get through the required Latin class, I went from Latin to German to English to German to Latin just to get my homework finished. This language proficiency went with me later when I became an attorney, which is a parallel life I have had. And besides actually translating German documents into English and representing the occasional German national, I have had to explain technical legal concepts to people who had never heard them before. Not only that they didn't have any legal training or experience, they were absolutely unfamiliar. Many of my clients over the years have been artists or arts groups and people who've never had a lawyer before. So I had to explain the intricacies of the decisions they had to make for forming a business or writing a will or giving someone a power of attorney in terms that made some sense to them, in terms that they could relate to. And this inspired me to write a lot of articles for general interest publications on these topics, which then ironically led to writing about another type of technical language for lawyers, translating how to get around the internet in my first book, which was an internet legal research guide for lawyers. Now, you have been in your audience's position, I am betting. So be honest, when you read an article that's dense with technical language of any type, haven't you glossed over it and then jumped to sentences without it? Haven't your eyes actually glazed over? Haven't you zoned out, even when reading an astrological treatise? If you don't have the energy to focus, don't you skim over the technical bits until you get to the synthesis? And be honest, when you're reading an astrological piece, haven't your eyes glazed over long passages of aspects, particularly minor ones that you don't use? I know that happens with me. Doesn't your reading flow better when the author synthesizes their points and digests them into a narrative rather than presenting a bunch of data? Now, my suggestion works whether you're writing forecasts or consulting with clients. Anyone who has written horoscopes has learned to cloak planetary machinations with descriptions from ordinary life. And here are two people who were masters of this approach. Michael Luton. Michael used astrojargon as sparingly as pepper or an expensive spice, and he produced entire books that explained astrological concepts without using a single term until the appendix. Sunshine's The Astrology of Being Happy being Exhibit A of this. You don't know till you look at the back that what he's done is woven the nodes of the moon into the sun sign descriptions. Childhood Rising is another great example of this. And someone who matched Michael's ability to convey concepts with really sparkling, snappy, engaging language, also kind of snarky, Debbie Kempton Smith. And her pivotal book is Secrets from a Stargazer's Notebook. I have seen people warm up to astrology completely after reading her book. So here's my suggestion. Forecast, then recast, or if you're not strictly speaking forecasting, cast, then recast. Do your prep as you always do. Use the technical terms for your preparations, draw glyphs, write out however you would ordinarily go about things, and then switch seats with your audience. Put yourself in the audience and recast your information into what you want them to take away. Synthesize your preparation into how your audience would speak. Revamp your language so that it speaks to them. Digest your points and synthesize them into words that have real world applicability. And then lead with that. Lead with the takeaway. Lead with what you want your audience to understand. And at the end, you can throw in planets and signs and aspects if you'd like to show the bones, but they are not as important as the clothing. That is what your audience is going to recognize and respond to. So you don't have to recreate this from scratch every time. You can develop your own dictionary, and probably you already have one. You just haven't thought of it in that way. So I'm going to show you a few entries from mine. These are not definitive. They're just to spark your thinking. I use social director for Venus. I call Mars the action hero or the cosmic first responder. Jupiter is the guy who ups the ante of any action he gets near. If you know Broadway stuff, the bears in Avenue Q who are always whispering into the ear of the protagonist to spend his money on things that he really can't afford, but he wants. I call Saturn the cosmic 2x4 or the party pooper of the sky. Uranus and Pluto are the two cosmic change agents, Uranus being the agent of unpredictable change, sometimes known as the quick change artist, and Pluto being the agent of unavoidable change. And here are some other entries from my dictionary. Here's what I use for aspects. This is not definitive. Again, this is just to spark your thinking. I talk in terms of energies merging or blending instead of using the word conjunction. For sextile, I speak of an opportunity or a window or a door opening. Forced action or demand for action, substitutes for square. Tension or standoff, opposition. A trine, I call that an unbroken flow of energy or an open current of energy. And the pebble in your shoe is my favorite minor aspect, the semi-sextile, the thing that will bug you until you turn around and look at it. And just to give you an idea, for those who don't know Debbie Kempton Smith's work, she, in her sassiness, would call houses the box. And again, this is not definitive, it's just to spark. First house, ego. Second house, stuff. No errors detected there. Third house, learning and teaching. Fourth, roots. Fifth, fun. Sixth, everyday work and duty. Seventh, partner. 8, deep merging. 9, mind expansion. 10th, public image. 11th, idealism. 12th, the God box. Now, I make this approach a practice in the mundane astrology videos and collaborations that I do on YouTube. A lot of what I talk about involves politics and public figures, and these topics draw viewers with no astrology background at all, and some of them have no patience or tolerance for astro jargon and don't hesitate to put that all over the comments. One consistent piece of feedback I get, besides the puzzling and increasingly frequent comment that my voice sounds like Jane Fonda's, go figure, is that my explanations make sense to people and they can understand what I'm saying. So I challenge you, make it a personal challenge to conduct a consultation without using any astrological terms at all. I have done this on the fly, not intending to. I always start my consultations by asking a new client what their level of familiarity or comfort is with astrological language. And if someone says they don't want any of it, I recast my thinking on the spot. And I challenge you to try to do that. Regardless, I do invite you to look at how you approach your work as translating what you know into language that your clients will get. Your clients and your readers or your listeners will find the information more easily digestible, and your work is going to be more worthwhile and valuable. Time well spent. I thank you for your attention, and I especially thank Maurice Fernandez for inviting me to participate today. You can find my heavy schedule of forecasts, weekly, new moon, full moon, monthly at empowermentunlimited.net and also at my YouTube channel, professional Aquarian, where you will also find my political and mundane videos as well. Happy Astrology Day!
Welcome, everyone. I'm very honored to be here with you today to celebrate our sacred craft and to share a message that is not just about astrology, but about our role as conscious creators in this great transition that we find ourselves in on planet Earth at this time. It's almost inconceivable, the magnitude of the moment we find ourselves here traveling through this massive portal of transformation. And I feel that so too must astrology evolve. For some, or for a lot of people, astrology has been viewed as a system of fate, something that maps out our future, that maps out what's happening to us. But what if astrology is something more? What if it is a living dialogue between the cosmos and our consciousness, one that evolves as we do? And what if its purpose is not to predict the future, but to show us how to shape it? Today, I want to invite us to travel beyond fate, beyond fear, and beyond the illusion into a new way of working with astrology that aligns with the frequency of this new age. We're standing here together at the threshold of this great shift, and the question is, have we as a collective been creating unconsciously, repeating the same patterns of the past? And if so, how can we step into our divine responsibility as quantum creators of this new paradigm? So before we dive too far into anything, I have a little bit of a video for you here to activate our cells. And so here we go. Did you feel that? Thank you to my beloved Russell Olhausen for making the amazing videos. We actually work together often. We have a nonprofit, the Shift Foundation, which is all about ushering us across the bridge into this new extraordinary time that we find ourselves. So it is, yes, beyond extraordinary to be awake on the planet at this time, and especially with this awareness that is almost undigestible to understand how important this moment is in our evolutionary history. Not 100 generations of our ancestors stand where we stand today. And so taking a brief look back, we know that humanity's history is not linear, that it moves in great cycles, just like the cosmic rhythms that we track in astrology. And throughout time, there have been the golden ages, the periods where humanity is in full alignment with divine intelligence, no need for external authority because we lived in harmony with universal law. And then we've also lived through the dark ages, where there's times of forgetfulness, and we've been trapped in illusion and division, materialism. And during these eras, external forces outside of the divine rose to power and to convince us that we're separate and from each other and from our own creative potential. So at this moment right now, we are finding ourselves at this pivotal threshold where we're moving out of the Dark Ages, the Age of Pisces, carrying the remnants of the Kali Yuga, the age of illusion and control and hierarchy, and we're entering into this new uncharted terrain, the Aquarian Age. And this shift is not just astrological, it's a complete transformation of our reality. And as the veils lift, the old systems are crumbling and the choice becomes ours. Are we going to cling to the past and repeat the same mistakes? Or are we going to embrace the higher frequencies that are upon us? And so for these last 2,000 years in the Pisces age, we were basically living under a veil of Maya, you know, the great illusion that convinced us that reality was something on the outside, something dictated by forces outside of us, whether it was religion or the church or, you know, the political system, the education, the doctors. And astrology was very much used as a fate-based program. And in this state of illusion, or this dream state, you know, when we had this illusion of separation, that we were divided from the divine, we accepted these ideas that the power belonged to someone or something else. But in truth, reality is not something rigid or predetermined. It's actually a dance. It's fluid. It's unfolding moment to moment. And this is what the ancients called Lila, or the cosmic play. So the mistake that we made in the Age of Pisces was believing that the play was happening to us, as if we're just characters in some script that we didn't write. But in reality, we've always been the ones dreaming, the ones shaping the story. So now that we find ourselves fully in this wild time, the Age of Aquarius, if there's any question, all we have to do is look at the news, or, you know, the ingress of AI and UAPs. And I think we understand that we're no longer waiting for this age to arrive. We're here. The question is, are we truly awake? Are we really truly shifting out of being passive bystanders or players in someone else's narrative and co-creating the future that we really want? And so these are some of the larger questions that I'm asking us as a community. And so this time of this great unveiling, the dissolution of duality in the Aquarian age, is about this huge quantum shift in consciousness, the syzygy that reunites matter and spirit, masculine and feminine, the return of the Purusha, the one mind consciousness. This is the cosmic intelligence that is flowing through all things. It is the time or the activation of the internal Christ consciousness, not a person, but a frequency, where we're all waking up and remembering that we are divine creators. And as we awaken, we unlock the God codes, the unlimited source of energy that's always been with us. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychologist, in a letter back in the 50s, expressed that this time in moving into the Aquarian age essentially means that God will become man and man God, and that he thought that this would be a very tumultuous time and that there could be a cosmic power of destruction. So this is a profound responsibility that is accompanying us as we enter into this age of enlightenment, where we're coming into contact with these co-creative powers. And so herein lies our responsibility. Quantum physics even tells us that reality is not fixed, that it is the field of infinite possibilities shaped by observation and consciousness. The observer effect tells us that reality exists in superposition and infinite number of possible outcomes until we observe it. So what we focus on basically collapses into form. Quantum entanglement tells us that everything is connected beyond time and space, and the shift we're experiencing is not just personal, it's collective. So this basically means that we are by far not passive in this transition. We are actively shaping our reality, and what we focus on determines the wave function that we are collapsing. Our attention is the architecture of our lived experience. So what does this all mean for astrology? Astrology is not here to dictate what's going to happen for us. It's actually here to assist us in this path of cosmic awakening. It's a mirror of our evolution, a tool that doesn't confine us, but catalyzes our transformation. And so when we have harsh aspects or challenges that we face, they are activations. They are the rhythm of the polarity point, of the enantiodromia, the necessary contrasting energy that breaks us out of the mold, that wakes us up. We have to remember we've been in a state of amnesia for thousands of years, and we become apathetic, and we're creatures of habit. And so those contrasting forces serve a very sacred role. Hard aspects, not punishments, but a necessary alchemical pressure designed to help break us out of falsities. The ancients knew this. Astrology was not a system to be bound within. It was a language to be mastered, and that eventually transcended. We are definitely not confined to our natal chart. So when we fully integrate the wisdom, then we step into direct communion with cosmic intelligence itself. So the way that we speak about reality then is how we're going to experience it. Words are spells. They're vibrational codes that are directing our energy all the time. In the quantum field, every single word that we speak is an energetic command, reinforcing specific timelines. And so what we say, we are essentially casting into being. Whether we're speaking from fear or creation, the universe is going to respond. So when we're speaking about astrology, or we're utilizing astrology, or us as astrologers, and we might be using it unconsciously, validating fear, division, or political bias, we're not reading the stars, actually. We're reinforcing an old timeline. Victim consciousness, the Pisces age, is keeping us locked in these old era patterns, being reactive and powerless and waiting for external forces to dictate our reality. When we say, oh, this is a bad transit, or this is a malefic aspect, then we're just programming that struggle. Creator consciousness, or the new Aquarian age awareness, is the invitation to recognize that every challenge is actually there to serve our greatest evolution, to offer us a quantum leap, to consciously align with a higher experience or a higher timeline. So we have to be very, very mindful not to use planetary movements to substantiate our personal bias and our opinions, and using astrology as a tool to confirm rather than as a revelation. It was never really intended to reinforce division, and so this is something that we definitely need to work on healing in our community. When we're projecting blame into the field on ideologies or figures or collective events, we're actually casting the very spells that hold us in separation. So some of the ways in which we want to be aware whenever we're still operating in the Pisces age is that, looking at things around non-duality. Precision of language is the precision of creation. So every thought we speak creates a potential outcome for our shared creation that we are manifesting together from that one mind, that Purusha. So we have to ask ourselves, are we reinforcing limitation, or are we speaking the highest possible outcome and paradigm and planting seeds for the future that we want to see in this new Aquarian, new Earth paradigm? So some more specific principles in this evolving astrology of quantum astrology I feel are really crucial to enact is perception through the one mind, seeing everything through that one mind consciousness. In the Aquarian age, we have arrived out of duality into organismic consciousness, where we wake up and remember we're all one organism. We are all organs of the organism, that reality is not fragmented, it's a unified field, and that what we perceive in others is a reflection of what is existing, and perhaps we are resisting within ourselves. So always practicing neutrality over duality. And once we can stop resisting and start witnessing, we enter a still point of creation, and that's where the power is. to borrow Rob Bresney's amazing quote, to practice pronoia as opposed to paranoia. You know, this teeter-tottering between a utopian and a dystopian reality is something that has become really predominant in the collective consciousness. And so instead of fearing things in the future, expecting greatness and remembering that we are eternal and that we are in a once in a, you know, this is perhaps the 5th incarnation of Earth, according to galactic history. This is more than we can actually really understand how important it is that we take the reins with our skills and become masters of the precision of thought, the focusing on non-duality. When it comes to manifesting, to project ourselves into that time-space reality, to hold the vision of the timeline, to hold the vision of the horizon line on the other side of the birth canal. Speak as if we are already there. Our words encode reality. When we're speaking from a timeline that we wish to anchor, we're magnetizing it into the now. Remembering that transits are activations, they're not predestined. Whenever we feel something's coming, I just went through a Pluto over my 0 Aquarius ascendant. Create a vessel for the energy. Work with it alchemically instead of bracing and fearing it. Remembering our energetic sovereignty, that the external forces do not dictate our reality. It is our frequency that does. Harmonic speech. Every word is either reinforcing or the old or the new. And so being impeccable with our words, and resonance over resistance. What is meant for us does not require force. If we align with the ease, then we align with truth. And everything, as we know, is frequency and vibration. So the simplicity is what makes us feel better? What gives us joy? How do we find compassion for the contrast? How do we find forgiveness for the contrast? So this is an invitation for all of us, for creators, visionaries, astrologers, to practice these principles and to use astrology as a tool for awakening rather than limitation and more division. And so, as we know, we've got all the outer planets changing signs this year, and except of course Pluto did last year, and with Uranus moving into Gemini in July. Undoubtedly, it's going to be a mental revolution. It's also going to be a choice. The sign of the twins representing duality. Uranus is going to electrify this space, and it's very likely we're going to continue to see, but more magnified, of real bifurcation in consciousness. There's going to be an incredible mind upgrade. The mind itself is evolving, rewiring for this higher intelligence, this multidimensional awareness. Those embracing the shift are going to experience rapid insights, expanded perception, telepathy. There's going to be a shattering of constructs, rigid beliefs, old ideologies, dualistic thinking. All of this is going to be the storm of awakening in a time of real mental liberation for those that are ready to let go of the old programming and come out of the amnesia and stop the projections onto the hologram. This bifurcation will be the two paths. Some will be clinging to the old, the Pisces, the two fish continuing to chase themselves round and round, trapped in fear and blame, and others are going to take a quantum leap and embrace this fluidity of this new human, this new evolution of consciousness that is available to all of us. And so our minds are not just receivers, they're generators. They're truly architecting the new earth. And this is our responsibility as the awakened dreamers. And so we're not just, as we started this presentation, we're not just bystanders. We are the architects. We are literally becoming it. We are, this ascension, this awakening process into this new age is biological. We are evolving as a species on a genetic level from Homo sapien to the new human, the Homo luminous. It is literally encoded in our DNA. It is also reflected in the astrology. It is also foretold in prophecy. This evolutionary leap that we are in is going to be really accelerating here in the next few years. This is the year of transition, the snake, number 9 year. This is a time where we are dropping the mask. We're dropping the old patterns, all of the addictions, all the ways in which we're unconsciously still feeding the beast of division. And this new astrology is aligning with all of this genetic upgrade, with all of this coming online with our telepathy, coming online with our omniscience, our psychic gifts, our healing gifts, all of the outer planets saying this is a once in a entire millennia of awakening that is beyond, honestly beyond what we have ever dreamt of. And so some of the ways in which we can work with this, the future really truly is in our hands. And these are some of the reasons why I felt really inspired to share about how we can work with astrology as a tool for liberation instead of a confine of chasing ourselves around and around in the same cycles of the old stories and of the old the wounds. The stars do not bind us. The planets don't command us. The universe does not dictate. It's inviting us to wake up and to remember. And so as we stand here together at the threshold of these two realities, where one is collapsing and the other one's being born, the choice is not distant. It's not abstract. It's made in every single moment, in every single thought, in every single word, every single frequency that we hold. This is definitely something that we were all born for. We all chose to be here. And the victimization program is dissolving in the presence of this realization. And that's a lot of what the prophecy of 2027 is offering us, is freedom. Freedom from the illusion, freedom from the suffering, from the pain of illusion. And so this is not a time for hesitation. It's a time for us to be fully awake, fully embodied. We are truly the bridge of what was and what is becoming. And it's going to take our full participation. So thank you so much for being here to celebrate, for being awake on the planet at this time. And in closing, I have one more gift for you, a little short video, 2-minute video, to remind us again who we truly are. And everyone, happy spring, happy time of renewal. And if you are interested in working with me, you can find me on my website, shannonleegill.com. That's L-E-I, shannonleegill.com. And many blessings to everyone.
Greetings, friends. Gemini Brett here with the School of Earth Astrology. I'm so honored to have been invited to participate in this East Equinox event, thanks to Maurice and to the Cosmic Intelligence Agency. Now, when Maurice invited a Neptunian share, I knew just who to call, and that's my dear friend Eric Deutsch, master pianist who I team up with frequently to create soul songs. These are musical versions of birth charts or of event charts like the one on your screen, East Equinox 2025. So what we're going to do here is listen to a beautiful 7-minute grand piano transmission of this sacred astronomical moment. And on the other side, I'll spend a little bit of time sharing how I get from charts like this to musical harmony and symbolic scenes to guide Eric's amazing creativity. I encourage you to receive this music with your eyes closed. Open the eyes of your heart. Maybe set that inner vision on the intentions you have for this powerful year ahead. But for those of you who would also like to drink through the senses of your vision at this time, or perhaps if you come back for another listen, I will show a bunch of slides that I've created for a course that's actually launching at this time or some hours later. And that's why I can't be here with you live. And the slides, hopefully, even without my words, because pictures tell 1,000 words and animations a million, will show you why I call Aries equinox East Equinox. I'll say a couple words about that also on the other side. So eyes open, eyes closed, you do you. Let's get to this beautiful song by Eric Deutsch. I'll put my camera and mic away for now, and I will see you on the other side. Okay, thanks to Eric Deutsch for that beautiful song. Well, if you kept your eyes open, hopefully now you can see why I call Aries equinox, east equinox. The truth is, friends, that like so many sacred systems of ancient wisdom traditions, the tropical zodiac is a directional device. In fact, I would suggest the energy of its signs are directionally aligned, and I'm talking about global directions, which are all about Gaia's spine, or the sword of our stone, the world tree, Earth's rotational axis, which defines cardinal south, that leans forever towards zero, Capricorn, tropical Capricorn, right? Cardinal south, cardinal cusp. North pole of Earth leans forever towards the north point, zero, Cancer, cardinal sign, cardinal direction, cardinal cusp, you see. And the truth is that zero tropical Aries, not constellational, not sidereal, but zero tropical Aries is due east, not from California where I live, or New York or Timbuktu, but from the center of Earth where we are all one. So each year as Earth orbits the sun, we have the sun at that east point, at that place that's due east of the center of the Earth, which in this regard works like a global ascendant. This is the astronomical mechanism behind the turning of the ages, where we follow that Aries point through the constellations or through the sidereal signs. It's a tale for another time. This is also the reason why many of us feel that the astrological or astronomical year begins when the sun ingresses tropical Aries, when it's passing over the equator, the sun on the cross of the plane of the year ecliptic and plane of the day equator. Okay, anyway, let's talk about soul song. We're using a very simple system. Now, this is going to sound like a lot of jargon to those of you who don't speak musical harmony, so please forgive me. But look, we're astrologers. Typically, people have to deal with us speaking words that they don't understand, right? Like the 12 signs in the zodiac, in the system of Western harmony, we have 12 divisions of an octave of frequency. That octave, somewhere over the rainbow, right? So in that space, we divide equally 12 divisions. That's called equal temperament. That's not how it is according to the harmonic series. And by the way, working with harmonic astrology and harmonics and aspect groups and divisions of a string, that would be another way to get from charts to musical harmony. That's not the system that Eric and I are utilizing. I'm utilizing what I call a chromatic map. I'm certainly not the first to, though usually when we see an arrangement like this, a map like this, the key of C will be aligned with the sign of Aries. For me, Aries needs some sharps. The key of C has none. The key of A does. And then we get this convenient truth where if we utilize the English language, we have Aries with the key of A and Cancer with the key of C. And by the way, the C, which has no sharps or no flats, if you know piano, it's all the big keys, all the white keys. It really speaks to, for me, like the C's from which we come, and I feel a lot of Cancer orientation there. In some ways, it might not matter because harmony is relative, just like aspects are relative. A square is a square. However, as you know, a square between Aries and Cancers, it's different than a square between Taurus and Leo, right? So anyway, a pretty simple system. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, we align to A, B flat, B, or in C. You see Leo here, C sharp. Depending on the key that I have the song tuned to, that might show up in Eric's notes as a D flat, because in some regard, C sharp and D flat are the same thing. Okay, I digress, because again, if you don't speak musical harmony, you're just like, what, dude? But let me show you this, I think, which will make a little bit more sense. And it's especially perhaps relevant at this East Equinox 2025 when we have so much energy in Pisces and in Aries. And as we know, we're anticipating Venus and Mercury, who are now retrograde, heading back into Pisces and then finally into Aries again, and very much anticipating in this year of 2025 Neptune's Aries ingress, followed later by Saturn's Aries ingress, and as you know, they will head back into Pisces for some unfinished business before they finally conjoin in Aries in 2026. Our system in some ways is like Saturn and Neptune. The Saturn would be the constrictions, the boundaries, the rules. So if you look on the right side of your screen here, you'll see this astroharmonic palette of planets and points. All right. In this case, no points. Usually if I do this for your birth chart, for example, we use the ascendant and the midheaven there. But in this case, just planets. And so you see A flat, A, B, C, and F. In astrology language, in our map, by the way, that's Pisces, Aries, Gemini, Cancer, and Sagittarius. Pisces coming from Saturn and from the North Lunar Node. Aries for the Sun, Mercury, Venus. Chiron is there as well. But the bold ones up top in the short list, these are for visible planets, okay? I would have your ascendant in there as well. No ascendant here because we're working with the global chart. B for Gemini, that's Jupiter at the time of this equinox. C for Cancer, Mars. F for Sagittarius, the moon. Okay, and now the longer list beneath, we have B flat, that's the sign of Taurus for Uranus. D is Virgo, that's the south lunar node. E, Scorpio, Black Moon, Lilith. G, Aquarius, Pluto. So you see here we add the invisibles. Now, Eric, in a Saturnian way, is not allowed to play E flat because there's no planets in Libra. He's not allowed to play D flat because there are no planets in Leo. He's not allowed to play G flat because there's no planets in Capricorn. So you can see it starts with kind of Saturn with constrictions, with boundaries. Now you have to be a great musician to be able to sit down and play a 7-minute song, or when we do this for natal charts, we do 12-minute songs, and not play particular notes. I couldn't do it, that's for sure. So we kind of start in that way with Saturn, but then we get into Neptune, because I want to give Eric the opportunity to be open to channel in the music and create in the moment. So what I send him is this list of astral harmony, but also some symbolic scenes that are based on a few aspect groups. Now, the convenience of the chromatic approach, which is just like sequentially through the notes, aligned with the sequence through the signs. So again, A, Aries, B flat, Taurus, B, Gemini, C, Cancer, D flat, Leo, D, Virgo, like this, right? That's a chromatic map. Like an amazing transmission there is you really get to hear the aspects. So the opposition, for example, would align to what in music we call the tritone, which was once known as the devil's interval. And as you know, in traditional astrology, the opposition, Saturnian, whereas the trine, Jupiterian. Well, in the chromatic system, the trine comes through as a major third, which at least since Bach and the invention of what's called equal temperament is a very happy sound, very trine, whereas the square, the minor third, so tense, sad, right? Traditionally the square, the Martian aspect, right? The sextile, the Venusian aspect, that would be whole steps, interval, where the half step interval, like neighboring notes on the piano, would be the semi-sextile, one of the inconjuncts traditionally, and you can really feel a dissonance when you play neighboring tones like that. Maybe one of the places where the aspect correlation falls apart is with the quincunx, because we might expect a quincunx also to feel quite tense. But in this chromatic map, the quincunx doesn't at all. You get actually keys that are most related. So an example would be, Cancer, C in this map, and Sagittarius, F, where C has no flats, no sharps, and F has one flat. Or Cancer, C, and Aquarius, G, where Cancer has no sharps or flats and G has one sharp, right? Where I do feel like this might convey quincunx anyway, is there's something really hidden and visible about quincunxes, right? And since I'm not a master musician like Eric, my ears don't work quite like his do. Oh, sometimes when we're playing free and the key changes from C to G, I might not actually hear it because those keys are so closely related. Okay, anyway, I digress. Let me show you what I do here. Typically, I'll move from the key of the moon to the sun to the ascendant, unless somebody doesn't know their birth time, where I'll work with their north node. And in this case, since it's a global moment, I'm resolving to the key of the north node. North node in Pisces, in our chromatic map, that's G sharp or A flat. Right, so I'm going to key to A flat and use flats in this case. Okay, so we're going to start in the key of the moon, Sagittarius F, move to the key of the sun, Aries A, and then finish the song in the key of the north lunar node, Pisces A flat. Okay, well, in kind of the root realm of A, we're going through a few different aspect groups. So I choose them just based upon kind of strong energies I feel in the chart, and also places where I might find some tension and release. This chart was actually kind of particularly difficult to work with because there's such a significant stellium in Pisces Aries, right? I kind of finished with that here at number 3, but let's start at number 1, where the first thing that spoke to me, because I wanted to bring something with the moon, was this sextile fan of moon, sextile Pluto, sextile Sun, Mercury, Venus. Or I call it the sexy trine as well. You have a trine with a planet at the midpoint, sextiles in either direction, right? And so these are the notes F, G, and A, Sagittarius, Aquarius, and Aries in our map. And so I just instructed Eric to play that ascending bass note, bass changes, okay? But I also then sent him this scene. So hopefully he's receiving some kind of like cinematic vision where while he's playing this recipe based upon the chart, he's also kind of receiving direction through this vision to guide his improvisation, or I'll call it his channeling. He wouldn't, by the way. Or let's say to guide the Neptune, right? So we get Saturn to guide the Neptune. And so we hear this scene that came through for me, that Orpheus slowly walks upwards from the depths of Hades. He plays his harp to keep the dead at bay and focuses on the light ahead and upward, knowing that if he turns around to check on Eurydice, she'll be trapped in the underworld forever. Right, so Eric does that, and then he'll move on to the next assignment. Usually I'll do 3 aspect groups like this for soul songs. And this is a very important one in my heart for this particular equinox moment, which is the Cancer Mars Aries Chiron square, the tension, and then a resolution to that same Cancer Mars out of bounds, trining Pisces Saturn. And hopefully you can feel why that invoked for me this symbolic scene of river spirits look after a young boy who has run away from his father after refusing to kill a deer in the woods. And so Eric receives that vision along with this astro harmony recipe of focusing on the tension of the square, which is a minor third interval musically, and then resolving to the major third, the trine, right? So Saturn and Mars, the Pisces Cancer trine. Okay, the final one was Planet Party, with many multiple crossings of the Pisces Aries cusp. As we know, that's happening now with Mercury and Venus. It will happen this year with Saturn and Neptune, right? Neptune into Aries first. And so I just asked him to really focus on these neighboring tones of Pisces and Aries, which in this map is A flat and A. So Eric's told to really focus on A flat, A bass changes. You'll hear that towards the end of the song if you listen back. Neighboring notes, you get the Jaws thing, the doo like that, right? So anyway, the vision was old souls descending for another incarnation on earth, bow as they pass the recently deceased who slowly ascend towards the stars above. maybe keep all this in your heart and go listen to the song again and see if you feel Eric's channeling of those visions along with this harmony. And hopefully you can hear this equinox chart and this equinox moment in the song. All right, just to wrap it up here, we'd love to create a song for you. So I'm offering an Equinox Soul Song special for only $222. Look, we usually charge sliding scale $333 to $555. It's a very unique thing from a master pianist. Eric Deutsch is now playing piano with the Black Crowes, who you probably know. They'll be touring with the Stones soon. Like, the man beautifully is huge, and he deserves it. I'll show you where you can find his solo music in just a second. So anyway, until April 1st, if you want to order a soul song for this special rate of $222, we would love to create a song for you or for your loved one or for your marriage moment or your divorce moment, whatever you'd like, we can do. All right, so just head to geminibrett.com/song25. It would take you to this place where you schedule a 1-minute session. You'll also see this note that we won't be having a session at all. That's just how I have to trick my computer into receiving your payment and your intake form. So your name, if you want to do this for somebody else, you can just type in their birth info and then here write that it's their name, but email it to you because it's a gift for them or whatever you want to do. You can sort that out. All right, if you head to my website, geminibrett.com, first of all, I'd love for you to join my list. Please do, and find out about our constellations community. You can find other astrology sessions here. But if you click on this Moon Songs tab, you'll go to the album at Eric's Bandcamp page, where you can hear the 13 songs we created for each of the new moons of 2022. They're quite beautiful. And then while you're there, you can check out Eric's Bandcamp page in general. Here's the address, and listen to his amazing music. His website is hammerandstring.com. You can go there, find out where you might be able to hear Eric as he's touring around the world solo or with the Black Crowes and other bands. Eric's now living in Mexico City, so a lot of opportunities to hear Eric and his amazing bands there in Mexico if you're visiting or reside in that wonderful ciudad. Okay, enough from me. Thanks again for tuning in to this soul song of Equinox 2025. May your intentions for this year ahead be aligned, and may our prayers for peace in a better way be answered. See you in space, friends.
Gratitude to all the speakers and all of you for showing up. Amazing work. Thank you, Julija, the Cosmic Intelligence Agency, for collaborating. You know, these 2 days of high knowledge and inspiration. And
well,
most important,
someone has to thank you, Maurice, because you're, you know, what you've put together is amazing, and you're so inspiring in how much you do as well. So we all thank you.